Chapter 13. The end of the story, stranger than the beginning. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Jarb told me that the Charpelin wanted to see me, and that she had sent away her chairman. Tell her that I can't see her. But I had hardly spoken when she came in, and Jarb went out. I addressed her with the utmost calmness, and begged her to give me back the 2 bills of exchange I had placed in her hands the night before. I haven't got them about me, but why do you want me to return them to you? At this question, I could contain myself no longer and launched a storm of abuse at her. It was an explosion which relieved nature and ended with an involuntary shower of tears. My infamous seductress stood as calmly as innocence itself, and when I was so choked with sobs that I could not utter a word, she said she had only been cruel because her mother had made her swear an oath never to give herself to anyone in her own house, and that she had only come now to convince me of her love, to give herself to me without reserve, and never to leave me any more if I wished it. The reader who imagines that at these words rage gave place to love, and that I hastened to obtain the prize, does not know the nature of the passion so well as the vile woman whose plaything I was. From hot love to hot anger is a short journey, but the return is slow and difficult. If there be only anger in a man's breast, it may be subdued by tenderness, by submission, and affection. But when to anger is added a feeling of indignation at having been shamefully deceived, it is impossible to pass suddenly to thoughts of love and voluptuous enjoyment. With me, mere anger has never been of long duration, but when I am indignant, the only cure is forgetfulness. The Charpelin knew perfectly well that I would not take her at her word, and this kind of science was inborn in her. The instinct of women teaches them greater secrets than all the philosophy and the research of men. In the evening this monster left me, feigning to be disappointed and disconsolate, and saying, "I hope you will come and see me again when you are once more yourself." She had spent 8 hours with me, during which time she had only spoken to deny my suppositions, which were perfectly true, but which she could not afford to let pass. I had not taken anything all day, in order that I might not be obliged to offer her anything or to eat with her. After she had left me, I took some soup and then enjoyed a quiet sleep, for which I felt all the better. When I came to consider what had passed the day before, I concluded that the Charpelin was repentant, but I seemed no longer to care anything about her. Here I may as well confess in all humility what a change love worked on me in London, though I had attained the age of 38. Here closed the first act of my life. The second closed when I left Venice in 1783, and probably the third will close here, as I amuse myself by writing these memoirs. Thus, the 3-act comedy will finish, and if it be hissed, as may possibly be the case, I shall not hear the sounds of disapproval. But as yet the reader has not seen the last, and I think the most interesting scene of the first act. I went for a walk in the Green Park and met Gaudar. I was glad to see him, as the rogue was useful to me. "I have just been at the Charpelins," he began. "They were all in high spirits. I tried in vain to turn the conversation on you, but not a word would they utter." "I despise them entirely," I rejoined. "I don't want to have anything more to do with them." He told me I was quite right, and advised me to persevere in my plan. I made him dine with me, and then we went to see the well-known procuress, Mrs. Wells, and saw the celebrated courtesan, Kitty Fisher, who was waiting for the Duke to take her to a ball. She was magnificently dressed, and it is no exaggeration to say that she had on diamonds worth 500,000 francs. Gaudar told me that if I liked I might have her then and there for 10 guineas. I did not care to do so, however, for though charming she could only speak English, and I liked to have all my senses, including that of hearing, gratified. When she had gone, Mrs. Wells told us that Kitty had eaten a banknote for 1,000 guineas on a slice of bread and butter that very day. The note was a present from Sir Akins, brother of the fair Mrs. Pitt. I do not know whether the bank thanked Kitty for the present she had made it. I spent an hour with a girl named Kennedy, a fair Irishwoman, who could speak a sort of French, and behaved most extravagantly under the influence of champagne. But the image of the Charpelin was still before me, though I knew it not, and I could not enjoy anything. I went home feeling sad and ill-pleased with myself. Common sense told me to drive all thoughts of that wretched woman out of my head, but something I called honor bade me not leave her the triumph of having won the 2 bills of exchange from me for nothing, and made me determined to get them back by fair means or foul. M. Malingen, at whose house I had made the acquaintance of this creature, come and asked me to dinner. He had asked me to dine with him several times before, and I had always refused, and now I would not accept until I had heard what guests he had invited. The names were all strange to me, so I agreed to come. When I arrived, I found 2 young ladies from Liege, in one of whom I got interested directly. She introduced me to her husband, and to another young man who seemed to be the cavalier of the other lady, her cousin. The company pleased me, and I was in hopes that I should spend a happy day, but my evil genius brought the Charpelin to mar the feast. She came into the room in high glee and said to Malingen, "I should not have come to beg you to give me a dinner if I had known that you would have so many guests, and if I am at all in the way, I will go." Everybody welcomed her, myself excepted, for I was on the rack. To make matters worse, she was placed at my left hand. If she had come in before we sat down to dinner, I should have made some excuse and gone away, but as we had begun the soup, a sudden flight would have covered me with ridicule. I adopted the plan of not looking at her, reserving all my politeness for the lady on my right. When the meal was over, Malingen took me apart and swore to me that he had not invited the Charpelin, but I was not convinced, though I pretended to be for politeness' sake. The 2 ladies from Liege and their cavaliers were embarking for Ostend in a few days, and in speaking of their departure, the one to whom I had taken a fancy said that she was sorry to be leaving England without having seen Richmond. I begged her to give me the pleasure of showing it her, and without waiting for an answer, I asked her husband and all the company to be present, excepting the Charpelin, whom I pretended not to see. The invitation was accepted. 2 carriages, I said, holding 4 each, shall be ready at 8 o'clock, and we shall be exactly 8. "No, 9, for I am coming," said the Charpelin, giving me an impudent stare, "and I hope you will not drive me away." "No, that would be impolite. I will ride in front on horseback." "Oh, not at all. Emily shall sit on my lap." Emily was Malingen's daughter, and as everybody seemed to think the arrangement an extremely pleasant one, I had not the courage to resist. A few moments after, I was obliged to leave the room for a few moments, and when I came back, I met her on the landing. She told me I had insulted her grievously, and that unless I made amends I should feel her vengeance. "You can begin your vengeance," I said, "by returning my bills of exchange. You shall have them tomorrow, but you had better try and make me forget the insult you have put on me." I left the company in the evening, having arranged that we should all breakfast together the next day. At 8 o'clock the 2 carriages were ready, and Malingen, his wife, his daughter, and the 2 gentlemen got into the first vehicle, and I had to get into the second with the ladies from Liege and the Charpelin, who seemed to have become very intimate with them. This made me ill-tempered, and I sulked the whole way. We were an hour and a quarter on the journey, and when we arrived I ordered a good dinner, and then we proceeded to view the gardens. The day was a beautiful one, though it was autumn. Whilst we were walking, the Charpelin came up to me and said she wanted to return the bills in the same place in which I had given her them. As we were at some distance from the others, I pelted her with abuse, telling her of her perfidy and of her corruption at an age when she should have retained some vestiges of innocence, calling her by the name she deserved, as I reminded her how often she had already prostituted herself. In short, I threatened her with my vengeance if she pushed me to extremities. But she was as cold as ice, and opposed a calm front to the storm of invective I rained in her ears. However, as the other guests were at no great distance, she begged me to speak more softly, but they heard me and I was very glad of it. At last we sat down to dinner, and the wretched woman contrived to get a place beside me, and behaved all the while as if I were her lover, or at any rate as if she loved me. She did not seem to care what people thought of my coldness, while I was in a rage, for the company must either have thought me a fool or else that she was making game of me. After dinner we returned to the garden, and the Charpelin, determined to gain the victory, clung to my arm and after several turns led me towards the maze where she wished to try her power. She made me sit down on the grass beside her and attacked me with passionate words and tender caresses, and by displaying the most interesting of her charms she succeeded in seducing me, but still, I do not know whether I were impelled by love or vengeance, and I am inclined to think that my feelings were a compound of both passions. But at the moment she looked the picture of voluptuous abandon. Her ardent eyes, her fiery cheeks, her wanton kisses, her swelling breast, and her quick sighs all made me think that she stood as much in need of defeat as I of victory. Certainly, I should not have judged that she was already calculating on resistance. Thus I once more became tender and affectionate. I begged pardon for what I had said and done. Her fiery kisses replied to mine, and I thought her glance and the soft pressure of her body were inviting me to gather the delicious fruit. But just as my hand opened the door of the sanctuary, she gave a sudden movement, and the chance was lost. "What, you would deceive me again?" "No, no, but we have done enough now. I promise to spend the night in your arms in your own house." For a moment I lost my senses. I only saw the deceitful wretch who had profited by my foolish credulity so many times, and I resolved to enjoy or take vengeance. I held her down with my left arm, and drawing a small knife from my pocket, I opened it with my teeth and pricked her neck, threatening to kill her if she resisted me. "Do as you like," she said with perfect calm. "I only ask you to leave me my life, but after you have satisfied yourself, I will not leave the spot. I will not enter your carriage unless you carry me by force, and everybody shall know the reason." This threat had no effect, for I had already got back my senses, and I pitied myself for being degraded by a creature for whom I had the greatest contempt, in spite of the almost magical influence she had over me, and the furious desires she knew how to kindle in my breast. I rose without a word, and taking my hat and cane I hastened to leave a place where unbridled passion had brought me to the brink of ruin. My readers will scarcely believe me, but it is nevertheless the exact truth when I say that the impudent creature hastened to rejoin me and took my arm again as if nothing had happened. A girl of her age could not have played the part so well unless she had been already tried in 100 battles. When we rejoined the company I was asked if I were ill, while nobody noticed the slightest alteration in her. When we got back to London, I excused myself under the plea of a bad headache and returned home. The adventure had made a terrible impression on me, and I saw that if I did not avoid all intercourse with this girl, I should be brought to ruin. There was something about her I could not resist. I therefore resolved to see her no more, but feeling ashamed of my weakness in giving her the bills of exchange, I wrote her mother a note requesting her to make her daughter return them, or else I should be compelled to take harsh measures. In the afternoon, I received the following reply. "Sir, I am exceedingly surprised at your addressing yourself to me about the bills you handed to my daughter. She tells me she will give you them back in person when you show more discretion and have learnt to respect her." This impudent letter so enraged me that I forgot my vow of the morning. I put 2 pistols in my pocket and proceeded to the wretched woman's abode to compel her to return me my bills if she did not wish to be soundly caned. I only took the pistols to overawe the 2 male rascals who supped with them every evening. I was furious when I arrived, but I passed by the door when I saw a handsome young hairdresser, who did the Charpelin's hair every Saturday evening, going into the house. I did not want a stranger to be present at the scene one meant to make, so I waited at the corner of the street for the hairdresser to go. After I had waited half an hour Rosting and Cowman, the 2 supports of the house came out and went away, much to my delight. I waited on, 11 struck, and the handsome barber had not yet gone. A little before midnight a servant came out with a lamp, I suppose to look for something that had fallen out of the window. I approached noiselessly, stepped in and opened the parlor door, which was close to the street, and saw the Charpelin and the barber stretched on the sofa and doing the beast with 2 backs, as Shakespeare calls it. When the slut saw me, she gave a shriek and unhorsed her gallant, whom I caned soundly until he escaped in the confusion consequent on the servants, mother, and aunts all rushing into the room. While this was going on, the Charpelin, half naked, remained crouched behind the sofa, trembling lest the blows should begin to descend on her. Then the 3 hags set upon me like furies, but their abuse only irritated me, and I broke the pier glass, the china, and the furniture, and as they still howled and shrieked I roared out that if they did not cease I would break their heads. At this they began to calm. I threw myself upon the fatal sofa and bade the mother to return me the bills of exchange, but just then the watchman came in. There is only 1 watchman to a district, which he perambulates all night with a lantern in one hand and a staff in the other. On these men the peace of the great city depends. I put 3 or 4 crowns into his hand and said, "Go away," and so saying shut the door upon him. Then I sat down once more and asked again for the bills of exchange. "I have not got them, my daughter keeps them." "Call her." The 2 maids said that whilst I was breaking the china she had escaped by the street door, and that they did not know what had become of her. Then the mother and aunts began to shriek, weep, and exclaim. "My poor daughter alone in the streets of London at midnight. My dear niece, alas, alas, she is lost. Cursed be the hour when you came to England to make us all unhappy." My rage had evaporated, and I trembled at the thought of this young frightened girl running about the streets at such an hour. "Go and look for her at the neighbors' houses," I said to the servants. "No doubt you will find her. When you tell me she is safe, you shall have a guinea apiece." When the 3 Gorgons saw I was interested, their tears, complaints, and invectives began again with renewed vigor, while I kept silence as much as to say that they were in the right. I awaited the return of the servants with impatience, and at last at 1 o'clock they came back with looks of despair. "We have looked for her everywhere," said they, "but we can't find her." I gave them the 2 guineas as if they had succeeded, whilst I sat motionless, reflecting on the terrible consequences of my anger. How foolish is man when he is in love! I was idiot enough to express my repentance to the 3 old cheats. I begged them to seek for her everywhere when dawn appeared, and to let me know of her return that I might fall at her feet to beg pardon and never see her face again. I also promised to pay for all the damage I had done, and to give them a full receipt for the bills of exchange. After these acts, done to the everlasting shame of my good sense, after this apology made to procuresses who laughed at me in my honor, I went home, promising 2 guineas to the servant who should bring me tidings that her young mistress had come home. On leaving the house, I found the watchman at the door. He had been waiting to see me home. It was 2 o'clock. I threw myself on my bed, and the 6 hours of sleep I obtained, though troubled by fearful dreams, probably saved me from madness. At 8 o'clock, I heard a knock at the door, and on opening the window found it was one of the servants from the house of my foes. I cried out to let her in, and I breathed again on hearing that Miss Charpelin had just arrived in a sedan chair in a pitiable condition, and that she had been put to bed. "I made haste to come and tell you," said the cunning maid, "not for the sake of your 2 guineas, but because I saw you were so unhappy." This duped me directly. I gave her the 2 guineas and made her sit down on my bed, begging her to tell me all about her mistress's return. I did not dream that she had been schooled by my enemies, but during the whole of this period I was deprived of the right use of my reason. The slut began by saying that her young mistress loved me, and had only deceived me in accordance with her mother's orders. "I know that," I said, "but where did she pass the night?" "At a shop which she found open, and where she was known from having bought various articles there. She is in bed with a fever, and I am afraid it may have serious consequences as she is in her monthly period." "That's impossible, for I caught her in the act with her hairdresser." "Oh, that proves nothing. The poor young man does not look into things very closely." "But she is in love with him." "I don't think so, though she has spent several hours in his company." "And you say that she loves me." "Oh, that has nothing to do with it. It is only a whim of hers with the hairdresser." "Tell her that I am coming to pass the day beside her bed, and bring me her reply." "I will send the other girl if you like." "No, she only speaks English." She went away, and as she had not returned by 3 o'clock, I decided on calling to hear how she was. I knocked at the door, and one of the aunts appeared and begged me not to enter as the 2 friends of the house were there in a fury against me, and her niece lay in a delirium, crying out, "There's Seingalt, there's Seingalt. He's going to kill me. Help, help! For God's sake, sir, go away." I went home desperate, without the slightest suspicion that it was all a lie. I spent the whole day without eating anything. I could not swallow a mouthful. All night I kept awake, and though I took several glasses of strong waters, I could obtain no rest. At 9 o'clock the next morning I knocked at the Charpelin's door, and the old aunt came and held it half open as before. She forbade me to enter, saying that her niece was still delirious, continually calling on me in her transports, and that the doctor had declared that if the disease continued its course, she had not 24 hours to live. The fright you gave her has arrested her periods. She is in a terrible state." "Oh, fatal hairdresser," I exclaimed. "That was a mere youthful folly. You should have pretended not to have seen anything." "You think that possible, you old witch, do you? Do not let her lack for anything, take that." With these words, I gave her a bank note for 10 guineas and went away, like the fool I was. On my way back, I met Gaudar, who was quite frightened at my aspect. I begged him to go and see how the Charpelin really was, and then to come and pass the rest of the day with me. An hour after he came back and said he had found them all in tears and that the girl was in extremis. "Did you see her?" "No, they said she could see no one." "Do you think it is all true?" "I don't know what to think, but one of the maids, who tells me the truth as a rule, assured me that she had become mad through her courses being stopped, while she has also a fever and violent convulsions. It is all credible enough, for these are the usual results of a shock when a woman is in such a situation. The girl told me it was all your fault." I then told him the whole story. He could only pity me, but when he heard that I had neither eaten nor slept for the last 48 hours, he said very wisely that if I did not take care, I should lose my reason or my life. I knew it, but I could find no remedy. He spent the day with me and did me good. As I could not eat, I drank a good deal, and not being able to sleep, I spent the night in striding up and down my room like a man beside himself. On the third day, having heard nothing positive about the Charpelin, I went out at 7 o'clock in the morning to call on her. After I had waited a quarter of an hour in the street, the door was partly opened, and I saw the mother all in tears, but she would not let me come in. She said her daughter was in the last agony. At the same instant, a pale and thin old man came out, telling the mother that we must resign ourselves to the will of God. I asked the infamous creature if it were the doctor. "The doctor is no good now," said the old hypocrite, weeping anew. "He is a minister of the gospel, and there is another of them upstairs. My poor daughter, in another hour she will be no more." I felt as if an icy hand had closed upon my heart. I burst into tears and left the woman, saying, "It is true that my hand dealt the blow, but her death lies at your door." As I walked away, my knees seemed to bend under me, and I entered my house determined to commit suicide. With this fearful idea, I gave orders that I was not at home to anyone. As soon as I got to my room, I put my watches, rings, snuff boxes, purse, and pocketbook in my casket and shut it up in my escritoire. I then wrote a letter to the Venetian ambassador, informing him that all my property was to go to M. de Bragadin after my death. I sealed the letter and put it with the casket, and took the key with me, and also silver to the amount of a few guineas. I took my pistols, and went out with the firm intention of drowning myself in the Thames, near the Tower of London. Pondering over my plan with the utmost coolness, I went and bought some balls of lead as large as my pockets would hold, and as heavy as I could bear, to carry to the tower, where I intended to go on foot. On my way, I was strengthened in my purpose by the reflection that if I continued to live, I should be tormented for the remainder of my days by the pale shade of the Charpelin reproaching me as her murderer. I even congratulated myself on being able to carry out my purpose without any effort, and I also felt a secret pride in my courage. I walked slowly on account of the enormous weight I bore, which would assure me a speedy passage to the bottom of the river. By Westminster Bridge, my good fortune made me meet Sir Edgar, a rich young Englishman who lived a careless and joyous life. I had made his acquaintance at Lord Pembroke's, and he had dined with me several times. We suited one another, his conversation was agreeable, and we had passed many pleasant hours together. I tried to avoid him, but he saw me, and came up and took me by the arm in a friendly manner. "Where are you going? Come with me, unless you are going to deliver some captive. Come along, we shall have a pleasant party." "I can't come, my dear fellow, let me go." "What's the matter? I hardly recognized you, you look so solemn." "Nothing is the matter." "Nothing? You should look at your face in the glass. Now I feel quite sure that you are going to commit a foolish action." "Not at all. It's no good denying it. I tell you there's nothing the matter with me. Goodbye, I shall see you again." "It's no good, I won't leave you. Come along, we will walk together." His eyes happening to fall on my breeches pocket, he noticed my pistol, and putting his hand on the other pocket, he felt the other pistol, and said, "You are going to fight a duel. I should like to see it. I won't interfere with the affair, but neither will I leave you." I tried to put on a smile and assured him that he was mistaken and that I was only going for a walk to pass the time. "Very good," said Edgar. "Then I hope my society is as pleasant to you as yours is to me. I won't leave you. After we have taken a walk, we will go and dine at the Cannon. I will get 2 girls to come and join us, and we shall have a gay little party of 4. My dear friend, you must excuse me. I am in a melancholy mood, and I want to be alone to get over it. You can be alone tomorrow, if you like, but I am sure you will be all right in the next 3 hours, and if not, why, I will share your madness. Where did you think of dining?" "Nowhere, I have no appetite. I have been fasting for the last 3 days, and I can only drink." "Ah, I begin to see daylight. Something has crossed you, and you are going to let it kill you as it killed one of my brothers. I must see what can be done." Edgar argued, insisted, and joked till at last I said to myself, "A day longer will not matter. I can do the deed when he leaves me, and I shall only have to bear with life a few hours longer." When Edgar heard that I had no particular object in crossing the bridge, he said that we had better turn back, and I let myself be persuaded. But in half an hour, I begged him to take me somewhere where I could wait for him, as I could not bear the weight of the lead any longer. I gave him my word of honor that I would meet him at the Cannon. As soon as I was alone, I emptied my pockets and put the leaden balls into a cupboard. Then I lay down and began to consider whether the good-natured young man would prevent me committing suicide, as he had already made me postpone it. I reasoned, not as one that hopes, but rather as one that foresaw that Edgar would hinder me from shortening my days. Thus I waited in the tavern for the young Englishman, doubtful whether he was doing me a service or an injury. He came back before long and was pleased to find me. "I reckon on your keeping your word," said he. "You did not think that I would break my word of honor. That's all right. I see you are on the way to recovery." The sensible and cheerful talk of the young man did me good, and I began to feel better when the 2 young wantons, one of whom was a Frenchwoman, arrived in high spirits. They seemed intended for pleasure, and nature had dowered them with great attractions. I appreciated their charms, but I could not welcome them in the manner to which they were accustomed. They began to think me some poor valetudinarian, but though I was in torments, a feeling of vanity made me endeavor to behave sensibly. I gave them some cold kisses and begged Edgar to tell his fellow countrywoman that if I were not 3 parts dead I would prove how lovely and charming I thought her. They pitied me. A man who has spent 3 days without eating or sleeping is almost incapable of any voluptuous excitement, but mere words would not have convinced these priestesses of Venus if Edgar had not given them my name. I had a reputation, and I saw that when they heard who I was they were full of respect. They all hoped that Bacchus and Camuse would plead the cause of love, and I let them talk, knowing that their hopes were vain. We had an English dinner. That is, a dinner without the essential course of soup, so I only took a few oysters and a draught of delicious wine, but I felt better, and was pleased to see Edgar amusing himself with the 2 nymphs. The young madcap suddenly proposed that the girls should dance a hornpipe in the costume of Mother Eve, and they consented on the condition that we would adopt the dress of Father Adam, and that blind musicians were summoned. I told them that I would take off my clothes to oblige them, but that I had no hopes of being able to imitate the seductive serpent. I was allowed to retain my dress, on the condition that if I felt the prick of the flesh I should immediately undress. I agreed to do so, and the blind musicians were sent for, and while they tuned their instruments toilettes were made, and the orgy began. It taught me same useful lessons. I learnt from it that amorous pleasures are the effect and not the cause of gaiety. I sat gazing at 3 naked bodies of perfect grace and beauty. The dance and the music were ravishing and seductive, but nothing made any impression on me. After the dance was over, the male dancer treated the 2 females, one after the other, until he was forced to rest. The French girl came up to ascertain whether I showed any signs of life, but feeling my hopeless condition, she pronounced me useless. When it was all over, I begged Edgar to give the French girl 4 guineas, and to pay my share, as I had very little money about me. What should I have said if I had been told in the morning that instead of drowning myself, I should take part in so pleasant an entertainment? The debt I had contracted with the young Englishman made me resolve to put off my suicide to another day. After the nymphs had gone, I tried to get rid of Edgar, but in vain. He told me I was getting better, that the oysters I had taken showed my stomach was improving, and that if I came with him to Rainlog, I should be able to make a good dinner the next day. I was weak and indifferent and let myself be persuaded, and got into a coach with Edgar in obedience to the Stoic maxim I had learnt in the happy days of my youth. Sequer diem. We entered the fine rotunda with our hats off, and began to walk round and round, our arms behind our backs, a common custom in England, at least in those days. A minuet was being danced, and I was so attracted by a lady who danced extremely well that I waited for her to turn round. What made me notice her more particularly was that her dress and hat were exactly like those I had given to the Charpelin a few days before, but as I believed the poor wretch to be dead or dying, the likeness did not inspire me with any suspicion. But the lady turned round, lifted her face, and I saw the Charpelin herself. Edgar told me afterwards that at that moment he thought to see me fall to the ground in an epileptic fit. I trembled and shuddered so terribly. However, I felt so sure she was ill that I could not believe my own eyes, and the doubt brought me to my senses. She can't be the Charpelin, I said to myself. She is some other girl like her, and my enfeebled senses have led me astray. In the meanwhile, the lady, intent on her dancing, did not glance in my direction, but I could afford to wait. At last she lifted her arms to make the curtsy at the end of the minuet. I went up instinctively as if I were about to dance with her. She looked me in the face and fled. I constrained myself, but now that there could be no doubt, my shuddering fit returned, and I made haste to sit down. A cold sweat bedewed my face and my whole body. Edgar advised me to take a cup of tea, but I begged him to leave me alone for a few moments. I was afraid that I was on the point of death. I trembled all over, and my heart beat so rapidly that I could not have stood up had I wished. At last, instead of dying, I got new life. What a wonderful change I experienced. Little by little my peace of mind returned, and I could enjoy the glitter of the multitudinous wax lights. By slow degrees, I passed through all the shades of feeling between despair and an ecstasy of joy. My soul and mind were so astonished by the shock that I began to think I should never see Edgar again. This young man, I said to myself, is my good genius, my guardian angel, my familiar spirit, who has taken the form of Edgar to restore me to my senses again. I should certainly have persisted in this idea if my friend had not reappeared before very long. Chance might have thrown him in the way of one of those seductive creatures who make one forget everything else. He might have left Rainlog without having time to tell me he was going, and I should have gone back to London feeling perfectly certain that I had only seen his earthly shape. Should I have been disabused if I had seen him a few days after? Possibly, but I am not sure of it. I have always had a hankering after superstition, of which I do not boast, but I confess the fact and leave the reader to judge me. However, he came back in high spirits, but anxious about me. He was surprised to find me full of animation, and to hear me talking in a pleasant strain on the surrounding objects and persons. "Why, you are laughing," said he. "Your sadness has departed then." "Yes, good genius, but I am hungry, and I want you to do me a favor, if you have no other pressing engagements. I am free till the day after tomorrow, and till then you can do what you like with me. I owe my life to you, but to make your gift complete, I want you to spend this night and the whole of the next day with me." "Done. Then let us go home." "With all my heart, come along." I did not tell him anything as we were in the coach, and when we got home I found nothing fresh except a note from Gaudor, which I put in my pocket, intending to reserve all business for the next day. It was an hour after midnight. A good supper was served to us, and we fell to, for my part one devoured my food like a wild beast. Edgar congratulated me, and we went to bed, and I slept profoundly till noon. When I awoke, I breakfasted with Edgar and told him the whole story, which would have ended with my life if he had not met me on Westminster Bridge, and he had not been keen enough to mark my condition. I took him to my room and showed him my escritoire, my casket, and my will. I then opened Gaudor's letter and read. "I am quite sure that the girl you know of is very far from dying, as she has gone to Rainlog with Lord Grosvenor." Although Edgar was a profligate, he was a sensible man, and my story made him furious. He threw his arms around my neck and told me he should always think the day on which he rescued me from death for so unworthy an object the happiest in his life. He could scarcely credit the infamy of the Charpelin and her mother. He told me I could have the mother arrested, though I had not got the bills of exchange, as her mother's letter acknowledging her daughter's possession of the bills was sufficient evidence. Without informing him of my intention, I resolved that moment to have her arrested. Before we parted, we swore eternal friendship, but the reader will see before long what a penance the kind Englishman had to do for befriending me. The next day, I went to the attorney I had employed against Count Schwerin. After hearing my story, he said that I had an undoubted claim, and that I could arrest the mother and the two aunts. Without losing time, I went before a magistrate, who took my sworn information and granted me a warrant. The same official who had arrested Schwerin took charge of the affair. But as he did not know the women by sight, it was necessary that someone who did should go with him, for though he was certain of surprising them, there might be several other women present, and he might not arrest the right ones. As Gaudar would not have undertaken the delicate task of pointing them out, I resolved on accompanying him myself. I made an appointment with him at an hour when I knew they would be all in the parlor. He was to enter directly the door was opened, and I would come in at the same instant and point out the women he had to arrest. In England, all judicial proceedings are conducted with the utmost punctuality, and everything went off as I had arranged. The bailiff and his subaltern stepped into the parlor, and I followed in their footsteps. I pointed out the mother and the two sisters, and then made haste to escape, for the sight of the Charpelin, dressed in black, standing by the hearth, made me shudder. I felt cured, certainly, but the wounds she had given me were not yet healed, and I cannot say what might have happened if the Circe had had the presence of mind to throw her arms about my neck and beg for mercy. As soon as I had seen these women in the hands of justice, I fled, tasting the sweets of vengeance, which are very great, but yet a sign of unhappiness. The rage in which I had arrested the three procuresses, and my terror in seeing the woman who had well-nigh killed me, showed that I was not really cured. To be so, I must fly from them and forget them altogether. The next morning Gaudar came and congratulated me on the bold step I had taken, which proved, he said, that I was either cured or more in love than ever. I have just come from Denmark Street, he added, and I only saw the grandmother, who was weeping bitterly, and an attorney, whom no doubt she was consulting. Then you have heard what has happened. Yes, I came up a minute after you had gone, and I stayed till the three old sluts made up their minds to go with the constable. They resisted and said he ought to leave them till the next day, when they would be able to find someone to bail them. The two bravos drew their swords to resist the law, but the other constable disarmed them one after the other, and the three women were led off. The Charpelin wanted to accompany them, but it was judged best that she should remain at liberty in order to try and set them free. Gaudar concluded by saying that he should go and see them in prison, and if I felt disposed to come to an arrangement, he would mediate between us. I told him that the only arrangement I would accept was the payment of the 6,000 francs, and that they might think themselves very lucky that I did not insist on having my interest, and thus repaying myself in part for the sums they had cheated out of me. A fortnight elapsed without my hearing any more of the matter. The Charpelin dined with them every day, and in fact, kept them. It must have cost her a good deal, for they had 2 rooms, and their landlord would not allow them to have their meals prepared outside the prison. Gaudar told me that the Charpelin said she would never beg me to listen to her mother, though she knew she had only to call on me to obtain anything she wanted. She thought me the most abominable of men. If I feel obliged to maintain that she was equally abominable, I must confess that on this occasion she showed more strength of mind than I. But whereas I had acted out of passion, her misdeeds were calculated and tended solely to her own interests. For the whole of this fortnight I had sought for Edgar in vain, but one morning he came to see me, looking in high spirits. "Where have you been hiding all this time?" said I. "I have been looking for you everywhere." "Love has been keeping me a prisoner," said he. "I have got some money for you." "For me? From what quarter?" "On behalf of the Ansburgers. Give me a receipt and the necessary declaration, for I am going to restore them myself to the poor Charpelin, who has been weeping for the last fortnight." "I dare say she has. I have seen her weep myself, but I like the way in which she has chosen the being who delivered me from her chains as a protector. Does she know that I owe my life to you? She only knew that I was with you at Rainlog when you saw her dancing instead of dying, but I have told her the whole story since. No doubt she wants you to plead with me in her favor. By no means. She has just been telling me that you are a monster of ingratitude, for she loved you and gave you several proofs of her affection, but now she hates you. Thank heaven for that. The wretched woman, it's curious she should have selected you as her lover by way of taking vengeance on me, but take care. She will punish you. It may be so, but at all events, it's a pleasant kind of punishment. I hope you may be happy, but look to yourself. She is a mistress in all sorts of deceit. Edgar counted me out 250 guineas, for which I gave him a receipt and the declaration he required, and with these documents he went off in high spirits. After this, I might surely flatter myself that all was at an end between us, but I was mistaken. Just about this time, the Crown Prince of Brunswick, now the reigning Duke, married the King of England's sister. The Common Council presented him with the freedom of the city, and the Goldsmiths' Company admitted him into their society, and gave him a splendid box containing the documents which made him a London citizen. The prince was the first gentleman in Europe, and yet he did not disdain to add this new honor to a family illustrious for 1400 years. On this occasion, Lady Harrington was the means of getting Madame Cornely's 200 guineas. She lent her room in Soho Square to a confectioner who gave a ball and supper to 1,000 persons at 3 guineas each. I paid my 3 guineas, and had the honor of standing up all the evening with 600 others, for the table only seated 400, and there were several ladies who were unable to procure seats. That evening, I saw Lady Grafton seated beside the Duke of Cumberland. She wore her hair without any powder, and all the other ladies were exclaiming about it, and saying how very unbecoming it was. They could not anathematize the innovator too much, but in less than 6 months Lady Grafton's style of doing the hair became common, crossed the Channel, and spread all over Europe, though it has been given another name. It is still in fashion, and is the only method that can boast the age of 30 years, though it was so unmercifully ridiculed at first. The supper for which the giver of the feast had received 3,000 guineas, or 65,000 francs, contained a most varied assortment of delicacies, but as I had not been dancing, and did not feel taken with any of the ladies present, I left at 1 in the morning. It was Sunday, a day on which all persons, save criminals, are exempt from arrest, but nevertheless the following adventure befell me. I was dressed magnificently, and was driving home in my carriage, with my Negro and another servant seated behind me, and just as we entered Pall Mall I heard a voice crying, "Good night, Seingalt." I put my head out of the window to reply, and in an instant the carriage was surrounded by men armed with pistols, and one of them said, "In the King's name." My servant asked what they wanted, and they answered, "To take him to Newgate, for Sunday makes no difference to criminals." "And what crime have I committed?" "You will hear that in prison." "My master has a right to know his crime before he goes to prison," said the Negro. "Yes, but the magistrates abed." The Negro stuck to his position, however, and the people who had come up declared with one consent that he was in the right. The head constable gave in, and said he would take me to a house in the city. "Then drive to that city," said I, "and have done with it." We stopped before the house, and I was placed in a large room on the ground floor, furnished solely with benches and long tables. My servant sent back the carriage, and came to keep me company. The 6 constables said they could not leave me, and told me I should send out for some meat and drink for them. I told my Negro to give them what they wanted, and to be as amicable with them as was possible. As I had not committed any crime, I was quite at ease. I knew that my arrest must be the effect of a slander, and as I was aware that London justice was speedy and equitable, I thought I should soon be free. But I blamed myself for having transgressed the excellent maxim, never to answer anyone in the night time, for if I had not done so I should have been in my house and not in prison. The mistake, however, had been committed, and there was nothing to be done but to wait patiently. I amused myself by reflecting on my rapid passage from a numerous and exalted assemblage to the vile place I now occupied, though I was still dressed like a prince. At last the day dawned, and the keeper of the tavern came to see who the prisoner was. I could not helping laughing at him when he saw me, for he immediately began to abuse the constables for not awaking him when I came. He had lost the guinea I should have paid for a private room. At last, news was brought that the magistrate was sitting, and that I must be brought up. A coach was summoned, and I got into it, for if I had dared to walk along the streets in my magnificent attire, the mob would have pelted me. I went into the Hall of Justice, and all eyes were at once attracted towards me. My silks and satins appeared to them the height of impertinence. At the end of the room, I saw a gentleman sitting in an armchair and concluded him to be my judge. I was right, and the judge was blind. He wore a broad band round his head, passing over his eyes. A man beside me, guessing I was a foreigner, said in French, "Be of good courage, Mr. Fielding is a just and equitable magistrate." I thanked the kindly unknown, and was delighted to see before me this famous and estimable writer, whose works are an honor to the English nation. When my turn came, the clerk of the court told Mr. Fielding my name, at least, so I presume. "Signor Casanova," said he in excellent Italian, "be kind enough to step forward. I wish to speak to you." I was delighted to hear the accents of my native tongue, and making my way through the press, I came up to the bar of the court, and said, "Eccomi, signor." He continued to speak Italian, and said, "Signor de Casanova, of Venice, you are condemned to perpetual confinement in the prisons of His Majesty, the King of Great Britain. I should like to know, sir, for what crime I am condemned. Would you be kind enough to inform me as to its nature? Your demand is a reasonable one, for with us no one is condemned without knowing the cause of his condemnation. You must know, then, that the accusation, which is supported by 2 witnesses, charges you with intending to do grievous bodily harm to the person of a pretty girl. And as this pretty girl aforesaid goes in dread of you, the law decrees that you must be kept in prison for the rest of your days. Sir, this accusation is a groundless calumny. To that I will take my oath. It is very possible indeed that the girl may fear my vengeance when she comes to consider her own conduct, but I can assure you that I have had no such designs hitherto, and I don't think I ever shall. She has 2 witnesses. Then they are false ones, but may I ask your worship the name of my accuser? Miss Charpelin. I thought as much, but I have never given her aught but proofs of my affection. Then you have no wish to do her any bodily harm? Certainly not. Then I congratulate you. You can dine at home, but you must find 2 sureties. I must have an assurance from the mouths of 2 householders that you will never commit such a crime. Whom shall I find to do so? 2 well-known Englishmen, whose friendship you have gained, and who know that you are incapable of such an action. Send for them, and if they arrive before I go to dinner, I will set you at liberty. The constable took me back to prison, where I had passed the night, and I gave my servants the addresses of all the householders I recollected, bidding them explain my situation, and to be as quick as possible. They ought to have come before noon, but London is such a large place. They did not arrive, and the magistrate went to dinner. I comforted myself by the thought that he would sit in the afternoon, but I had to put up with a disagreeable experience. The chief constable, accompanied by an interpreter, came to say that I must go to Newgate. This is a prison where the most wretched and abject criminals are kept. I signified to him that I was awaiting bail, and that he could take me to Newgate in the evening if it did not come, but he only turned a deaf ear to my petition. The interpreter told me in a whisper that the fellow was certainly paid by the other side to put me to trouble, but that if I liked to bribe him, I could stay where I was. How much will he want? The interpreter took the constable aside, and then told me that I could stay where I was for 10 guineas. Then say that I should like to see Newgate. A coach was summoned, and I was taken away. When I got to this abode of misery and despair, a hell, such as Dante might have conceived, a crowd of wretches, some of whom were to be hanged in the course of the week, greeted me by deriding my elegant attire. I did not answer them, and they began to get angry and to abuse me. The jailer quieted them by saying that I was a foreigner and did not understand English, and then took me to a cell, informing me how much it would cost me, and of the prison rules, as if he felt certain that I should make a long stay. But in the course of half an hour, the constable who had tried to get 10 guineas out of me told me that bail had arrived and that my carriage was at the door. I thanked God from the bottom of my heart, and soon found myself in the presence of the blind magistrate. My bail consisted of Pagou, my tailor, and Maisonneuve, my wine merchant, who said they were happy to be able to render me this slight service. In another part of the court I noticed the infamous Charpelin, Rostang, Gaudar, and an attorney. They made no impression on me, and I contented myself with giving them a look of profound contempt. My two sureties were informed of the amount in which they were to bail me, and signed with a light heart, and then the magistrate said, politely, "Signor Casanova, please to sign your name for double the amount, and you will then be a free man again." I went towards the clerk's table, and on asking the sum I was to answer for was informed that it was 40 guineas, each of my sureties signing for 20. I signed my name, telling Gaudar that if the magistrate could have seen the Charpelin he would have valued her beauty at 10,000 guineas. I asked the names of the two witnesses, and was told that they were Rostang and Bottarelli. I looked contemptuously at Rostang, who was as pale as death, and averting my face from the Charpelin out of pity, I said, "The witnesses are worthy of the charge." I saluted the judge with respect, although he could not see me, and asked the clerk if I had anything to pay. He replied in the negative, and a dispute ensued between him and the attorney of my fair enemy, who was disgusted on hearing that she could not leave the court without paying the costs of my arrest. Just as I was going, 5 or 6 well-known Englishmen appeared to bail me out, and were mortified to hear that they had come too late. They begged me to forgive the laws of the land, which are only too often converted into a means for the annoyance of foreigners. At last, after one of the most tedious days I have ever spent, I returned home and went to bed, laughing at the experience I had undergone. Episode 24, Flight from London to Berlin. Chapter 14. Bottarelli. A letter from Pauline the Avenging Parrot Pekinigera, the Venetian. I meet Sarah again. My idea of marrying her and settling in Switzerland. The Hanoverians. Thus ended the first act of the comedy. The second began the next morning. I was just getting up when I heard a noise at the street door, and on putting my head out of the window I saw Pecchini, the scoundrel who had robbed me at Stuttgart, trying to get into my house. I cried out wrathfully that I would have nothing to do with him, and slammed down my window. A little later Gaudar put in an appearance. He had got a copy of the St. James's Chronicle, containing a brief report of my arrest and of my being set at liberty under a bail of 80 guineas. My name and the lady S. were disguised, but Rostang and Bottarelli were set down plainly, and the editor praised their conduct. I felt as if I should like to know Bottarelli, and begged Gaudar to take me to him, and Martinelli, happening to call just then, said he would come with us. We entered a wretched room on the 3rd floor of a wretched house, and there we beheld a picture of the greatest misery. A woman and 5 children clothed in rags formed the foreground, and in the background was Bottarelli, in an old dressing gown, writing at a table worthy of Philemon and Baucis. He rose as we came in, and the sight of him moved me to compassion. I said, "Do you know me, sir?" "No, sir, I do not." "I am Casanova, against whom you bore false witness, whom you tried to cast into Newgate." "I am very sorry, but look around you and say what choice have I? I have no bread to give my children. I will do as much in your favor another time for nothing. Are you not afraid of the gallows?" "No, for perjury is not punished with death. Besides, it is very difficult to prove." "I have heard you are a poet." "Yes, I have lengthened the Didon and abridged the Demetrio." "You are a great poet indeed." I felt more contempt than hatred for the rascal, and gave his wife a guinea, for which she presented me with a wretched pamphlet by her husband. The secrets of the Freemasons displayed. Bottarelli had been a monk in his native city, Pisa, and had fled to England with his wife, who had been a nun. About this time, M. de Sa surprised me by giving me a letter from my fair Portuguese, which confirmed the sad fate of poor Claremont. Pauline said she was married to Count Al. I was astonished to hear M. de Sa observe that he had known all about Pauline from the moment she arrived in London. That is the hobby of all diplomatists. They like people to believe that they are omniscient. However, M. de Sa was a man of worth and talent, and one could excuse this weakness as an incident inseparable from his profession, while most diplomatists only make themselves ridiculous by their assumption of universal knowledge. M. de Sa had been almost as badly treated by the Charpelin as myself, and we might have condoled with one another, but the subject was not mentioned. A few days afterwards, as I was walking idly about, I passed a place called the Parrot Market. As I was amusing myself by looking at these curious birds, I saw a fine young one in a cage and asked what language it spoke. They told me that it was quite young and did not speak at all yet, so I bought it for 10 guineas. I thought I would teach the bird a pretty speech, so I had the cage hung by my bed and repeated dozens of times every day the following sentence: "The Charpelin is a bigger WHE than her mother." The only end I had in view was my private amusement, and in a fortnight the bird had learnt the phrase with the utmost exactness. And every time it uttered the words, it accompanied them with a shriek of laughter which I had not taught it, but which made me laugh myself. One day Gaudar heard the bird, and told me that if I sent it to the exchange I should certainly get 50 guineas for it. I welcomed the idea, and resolved to make the parrot the instrument of my vengeance against the woman who had treated me so badly. I secured myself from fear of the law, which is severe in such cases, by entrusting the bird to my negro, to whom such merchandise was very suitable. For the first 2 or 3 days my parrot did not attract much attention, its observations being in French, but as soon as those who knew the subject of them had heard it, its audience increased and bids were made. 50 guineas seemed rather too much, and my negro wanted me to lower the price, but I would not agree, having fallen in love with this odd revenge. In the course of a week, Gaudar came to inform me of the effect the parrot's criticism had produced in the Charpelin family. As the vendor was my negro, there could be no doubt as to whom it belonged, and who had been its master of languages. Gaudar said that the Charpelin thought my vengeance very ingenious, but that the mother and aunts were furious. They had consulted several counsel, who agreed in saying that a parrot could not be indicted for libel, but that they could make me pay dearly for my jest if they could prove that I had been the bird's instructor. Gaudar warned me to be careful of owning to the fact, as 2 witnesses would suffice to undo me. The facility with which false witnesses may be produced in London is something dreadful. I have myself seen the word evidence written in large characters in a window. This is as much as to say that false witnesses may be procured within. The St. James's Chronicle contained an article on my parrot, in which the writer remarked that the ladies whom the bird insulted must be very poor and friendless, or they would have bought it at once, and have thus prevented the thing from becoming the talk of the town. He added, "The teacher of the parrot has no doubt made the bird an instrument of his vengeance, and has displayed his wit in doing so. He ought to be an Englishman." I met my good friend Edgar, and asked him why he had not bought the little slanderer. "Because it delights all who know anything about the object of the slander," said he. At last, Jarb found a purchaser for 50 guineas, and I heard afterwards that Lord Grosvenor had bought it to please the Charpelin, with whom he occasionally diverted himself. Thus my relations with that girl came to an end. I have seen her since with the greatest indifference, and without any renewal of the old pain. One day, as I was going into St. James's Park, I saw 2 girls drinking milk in a room on the ground floor of a house. They called out to me, but not knowing them I passed on my way. However, a young officer of my acquaintance came after me and said they were Italians, and being curious to see them I retracted my steps. When I entered the room I was accosted by the scoundrelly Pekini, dressed in a military uniform, who said he had the honor of introducing me to his daughters. "Indeed," said I remember 2 other daughters of yours robbing me of a snuff-box and 2 watches at Stuttgart." "You lie," said the impudent rascal. I gave him no verbal answer, but took up a glass of milk and flung it in his face, and then left the room without more ado. I was without my sword. The young officer who had brought me into the place followed me and told me I must not go without giving his friend some satisfaction. "Tell him to come out, and do you escort him to the Green Park, and I shall have the pleasure of giving him a caning in your presence, unless you would like to fight for him. If so, you must let me go home and get my sword. But do you know this man whom you call your friend?" "No, but he is an officer, and it is I that brought him here." "Very good, I will fight to the last drop of my blood, but I warn you your friend is a thief. But go, I will await you." In the course of a quarter of an hour they all came out, but the Englishman and Pekini followed me alone. There were a good many people about, and I went before them till we reached Hyde Park. Picquini attempted to speak to me, but I replied, lifting my cane. "Scoundrel, draw your sword, unless you want me to give you a thrashing. I will never draw upon a defenseless man." I gave him a blow with my cane by way of answer, and the coward, instead of drawing his sword, began to cry out that I wished to draw him into a fight. The Englishman burst out laughing and begged me to pardon his interference, and then, taking me by the arm, said, "Come along, sir, I see you know the gentleman." The coward went off in another direction, grumbling as he went. On the way, I informed the officer of the very good reasons I had for treating Picquini as a rogue, and he agreed that I had been perfectly right. "Unfortunately," he added, "I am in love with one of his daughters." When we were in the midst of St. James's Park, we saw them, and I could not help laughing when I noticed Gaudar with one of them on each side. "How did you come to know these ladies?" said I. "Their father, the captain," he answered, "has sold me jewels. He introduced me to them." "Where did you leave our father?" asked one. "In Hyde Park, after giving him a caning." "You served him quite right." The young Englishman was indignant to hear them approving my ill treatment of their father, and shook my hand and went away, swearing to me that he would never be seen in their company again. A whim of Gaudar's, to which I was weak enough to consent, made me dine with these miserable women in a tavern on the borders of London. The rascally Gaudar made them drunk, and in this state they told some terrible truths about their pretended father. He did not live with them, but paid them nocturnal visits in which he robbed them of all the money they had earned. He was their pander, and made them rob their visitors, instructing them to pass it off as a joke if the theft was discovered. They gave him the stolen articles, but he never said what he did with them. I could not help laughing at this involuntary confession, remembering what Gaudar had said about Picquini selling him jewels. After this wretched meal, I went away, leaving the duty of escorting them back to Gaudar. He came and saw me the next day, and informed me that the girls had been arrested and taken to prison just as they were entering their house. "I have just been to Picquini's," said he, "but the landlord tells me he has not been in since yesterday." The worthy and conscientious Gaudar added that he did not care if he never saw him again, as he owed the fellow 10 guineas for a watch, which his daughters had probably stolen, and which was well worth double. 4 days later, I saw him again, and he informed me that the rascal had left London with a servant maid, whom he had engaged at a registry office where any number of servants are always ready to take service with the first comer. The keeper of the office answers for their fidelity. The girl he has gone with is a pretty one, from what the man tells me, and they have taken ship from London. I am sorry he went away before I could pay him for the watch. I am dreading every moment to meet the individual from whom it was stolen. I never heard what became of the girls, but Picquini will reappear on the scene in due course. I led a tranquil and orderly life, which I should have been pleased to continue for the remainder of my days, but circumstances and my destiny ordered it otherwise, and against these it is not becoming in a Christian philosopher to complain. I went several times to see my daughter at her school, and I also frequented the British Museum, where I met Dr. Matty. One day I found an Anglican minister with him, and I asked the clergyman how many different sects there were in England. "Sir," he replied in very tolerable Italian, "no one can give a positive answer to that question, for every week some sect dies and some new one is brought into being. All that is necessary is for a man of good faith, or some rogue desirous of money or notoriety, to stand in some frequented place and begin preaching. He explains some texts of the Bible in his own fashion, and if he pleases the gapers around him, they invite him to expound next Sunday, often in a tavern. He keeps the appointment and explains his new doctrines in a spirited manner. Then people begin to talk of him, he disputes with ministers of other sects, he and his followers give themselves a name, and the thing is done. Thus, or almost thus, are all the numerous English sects produced." About this time, M. Stefano Guerra, a noble Venetian who was traveling with the leave of his government, lost a case against an English painter who had executed a miniature painting of one of the prettiest ladies in London, Guerra having given a written promise to pay 25 guineas. When it was finished, Guerra did not like it, and would not take it or pay the price. The Englishman, in accordance with the English custom, began by arresting his debtor, but Guerra was released on bail and brought the matter before the courts, which condemned him to pay the 25 guineas. He appealed, lost again, and was in the end obliged to pay. Guerra contended that he had ordered a portrait, that a picture bearing no likeness to the lady in question was not a portrait, and that he had therefore a right to refuse payment. The painter replied that it was a portrait as it had been painted from life. The judgment was that the painter must live by his trade, and that as Guerra had given him painting to do, he must therefore provide him with the wherewithal to live, seeing that the artist swore he had done his best to catch the likeness. Everybody thought this sentence just, and so did I. But I confess it also seemed rather hard, especially to Guerra, who with costs had to pay 100 guineas for the miniature. Meilingen's daughter died just as her father received a public box on the ear from a nobleman who liked piquet, but did not like players who corrected the caprices of fortune. I gave the poor wretch the wherewithal to bury his daughter and to leave England. He died soon after at Liege, and his wife told me of the circumstance, saying that he had expired regretting his inability to pay his debts. MMF came to London as the representative of the canton of Bern, and I called, but was not received. I suspected that he had got wind of the liberties I had taken with pretty Sarah, and did not want me to have an opportunity for renewing them. He was a somewhat eccentric man, so I did not take offense, and had almost forgotten all about it when chance led me to the Marylebone Theatre one evening. The spectators sat at little tables, and the charge for admittance was only a shilling, but everyone was expected to order something, were it only a pot of ale. On going into the theatre, I chanced to sit down beside a girl whom I did not notice at first, but soon after I came in she turned towards me, and I beheld a ravishing profile which somehow seemed familiar, but I attributed that to the idea of perfect beauty that was graven on my soul. The more I looked at her, the surer I felt that I had never seen her before, though a smile of inexpressible slyness had begun to play about her lips. One of her gloves fell, and I hastened to restore it to her, whereupon she thanked me in a few well-chosen French sentences. "Madam is not English, then?" said I respectfully. "No, sir, I am a Swiss and a friend of yours." At this I looked round, and on my right hand sat Madame M.F., then her eldest daughter, then her husband. I got up, and after bowing to the lady, for whom I had a great esteem, I saluted her husband, who only replied by a slight movement of the head. I asked Madame M.F. what her husband had against me, and she said that Pisano had written to him telling some dreadful stories about me. There was not time for me to explain and justify myself, so I devoted all my energies to the task of winning the daughter's good graces. In 3 years she had grown into a perfect beauty. She knew it, and by her blushes as she spoke to me, I knew she was thinking of what had passed between us in the presence of my housekeeper. I was anxious to find out whether she would acknowledge the fact or deny it altogether. If she had done so, I should have despised her. When I had seen her before, the blossom of her beauty was still in the bud. Now it had opened out in all its splendor. "Charming Sarah," I said, "you have so enchanted me that I cannot help asking you a couple of questions, which if you value my peace of mind you will answer. Do you remember what happened at Bern?" "Yes." "And do you repent of what you did?" "No." No man of any delicacy could ask the third question, which may be understood. I felt sure that Sarah would make me happy, nay, that she was even longing for the moment, and gave reins to my passions, determined to convince her that I was deserving of her love. The waiter came to inquire if we had any orders, and I begged Madame M.F. to allow me to offer her some oysters. After the usual polite refusals she gave in, and I profited by her acceptance to order all the delicacies of the season, including a hare, a great delicacy in London, champagne, choice liqueurs, larks, ortolans, truffles, sweetmeats, everything, in fact, that money could buy, and I was not at all surprised when the bill proved to amount to 10 guineas. But I was very much surprised when MMF, who had eaten like a Turk and drunk like a Swiss, said calmly that it was too dear. I begged him politely not to trouble himself about the cost, and by way of proving that I did not share his opinion, I gave the waiter half a guinea. The worthy man looked as if he wished that such customers came more often. The Swiss, who had been pale and gloomy enough a short while before, was rubicund and affable. Sarah glanced at me and squeezed my hand. I had conquered. When the play was over, M.F. asked me if I would allow him to call on me. I embraced him in reply. His servant came in and said that he could not find a coach, and I, feeling rather surprised that he had not brought his carriage, offered him the use of mine, telling my man to get me a sedan chair. "I accept your kind offer," said he, "on the condition that you allow me to occupy the chair." I consented to this arrangement, and took the mother and the 2 daughters with me in the carriage. On the way, Madame M.F. was very polite, gently blaming her husband for the rudeness of which I had to complain. I said that I would avenge myself by paying an assiduous court to him in the future, but she pierced me to the heart by saying that they were on the point of departing. "We wanted to go on the day after next," she said, "and tomorrow we shall have to leave our present rooms to their new occupants. A matter of business which my husband was not able to conclude will oblige us to stay for another week, and tomorrow we shall have the double task of moving and finding new apartments." "Then you have not yet got new rooms?" "No, but my husband says he is certain to find some tomorrow morning." "Furnished, I suppose, for as you intend to leave you will be selling your furniture." "Yes, and we shall have to pay the expenses of carriage to the buyer." On hearing that MMF was sure of finding lodgings, I was precluded from offering to accommodate them in my own house, as the lady might think that I only made the offer because I was sure it would not be accepted. When we got to the door of their house, we alighted, and the mother begged me to come in. She and her husband slept on the 2nd floor, and the 2 girls on the 3rd. Everything was upside down, and as Madame M.F. had something to say to the landlady, she asked me to go up with her daughters. It was cold, and the room we entered had no fire in it. The sister went into the room adjoining, and I stayed with Sarah, and all of a sudden I clasped her to my breast, and feeling that her desires were as ardent as mine, I fell with her on to a sofa where we mingled our beings in all the delights of voluptuous ardors. But this happiness was short-lived. Scarcely was the work achieved when we heard a footstep on the stair. It was the father. If M.F. had had any eyes, he must have found us out, for my face bore the marks of agitation, the nature of which it was easy to divine. We exchanged a few brief compliments. I shook his hand and disappeared. I was in such a state of excitement when I got home that I made up my mind to leave England and to follow Sarah to Switzerland. In the night, I formed my plans and resolved to offer the family my house during the time they stayed in England, and if necessary to force them to accept my offer. In the morning, I hastened to call on M.F. and found him on his doorstep. "I am going to try and get a couple of rooms," said he. "They are already found," I replied. "My house is at your service and you must give me the preference. Let us come upstairs." "Everybody is in bed." "Never mind," said I, and we proceeded to go upstairs. Madame M.F. apologized for being in bed. Her husband told her that I wanted to let them some rooms, but I laughed and said I desired they would accept my hospitality as that of a friend. After some polite denials, my offer was accepted, and it was agreed that the whole family should take up their quarters with me in the evening. I went home and was giving the necessary orders when I was told that 2 young ladies wished to see me. I went down in person, and I was agreeably surprised to see Sarah and her sister. I asked them to come in, and Sarah told me that the landlady would not let their belongings out of the house before her father paid a debt of 40 guineas, although a city merchant had assured her it should be settled in a week. The long and short of it was that Sarah's father had sent me a bill and begged me to discount it. I took the bill and gave her a bank note for £50 in exchange, telling her that she could give me the change another time. She thanked me with great simplicity and went her way, leaving me delighted with the confidence she had placed in me. The fact of M.F.'s wanting 40 guineas did not make me divine that he was in some straits, for I looked at everything through rose-colored glasses and was only too happy to be of service to him. I made a slight dinner in order to have a better appetite for supper, and spent the afternoon in writing letters. In the evening, M.F.'s man came with 3 great trunks and innumerable cardboard boxes, telling me that the family would soon follow, but I awaited them in vain till 9 o'clock. I began to get alarmed and went to the house, where I found them all in a state of consternation. 2 ill-looking fellows who were in the room enlightened me, and assuming a jovial and unconcerned air, I said, "I'll wager now that this is the work of some fierce creditor." "You are right," answered the father, "but I am sure of discharging the debt in 5 or 6 days, and that's why I put off my departure." "Then you were arrested after you had sent on your trunks?" "Just after." "And what have you done?" "I have sent for bail." Why did you not send to me? Thank you, I am grateful for your kindness, but you are a foreigner, and sureties have to be householders. But you ought to have told me what had happened, for I have got you an excellent supper, and I am dying of hunger. It was possible that this debt might exceed my means, so I did not dare to offer to pay it. I took Sarah aside, and on hearing that all his trouble was on account of a debt of £150, I asked the bailiff whether we could go away if the debt was paid. Certainly, said he, showing me the bill of exchange. I took out 3 bank notes of £50 each, and gave them to the man, and taking the bill I said to the poor Swiss, "You shall pay me the money before you leave England." The whole family wept with joy, and after embracing them, all I summoned them to come and sup with me and forget the troubles of life. We drove off to my house and had a merry supper, though the worthy mother could not quite forget her sadness. After supper, I took them to the rooms which had been prepared for them, and with which they were delighted, and so I wished them good night, telling them that they should be well entertained till their departure, and that I hoped to follow them into Switzerland. When I awoke the next day, I was in a happy frame of mind. On examining my desires, I found that they had grown too strong to be overcome, but I did not wish to overcome them. I loved Sarah, and I felt so certain of possessing her that I put all desires out of my mind. Desires are born only of doubt, and doubt torments the soul. Sarah was mine. She had given herself to me out of pure passion, without any shadow of self-interest. I went to the father's room and found him engaged in opening his trunks. His wife looked sad, so I asked her if she were not well. She replied that her health was perfect, but that the thought of the sea voyage troubled her sorely. The father begged me to excuse him at breakfast as he had business to attend to. The 2 young ladies came down, and after we had breakfast, I asked the mother why they were unpacking their trunks so short a time before starting. She smiled and said that 1 trunk would be ample for all their possessions, as they had resolved to sell all superfluities. As I had seen some beautiful dresses, fine linen, and exquisite lace, I could not refrain from saying that it would be a great pity to sell cheaply what would have to be replaced dearly. "You are right," she said, "but nevertheless there is no pleasure so great as the consciousness of having paid one's debts." "You must not sell anything," I replied in a lively manner, "for as I am going to Switzerland with you I can pay your debts, and you shall repay me when you can." At these words astonishment was depicted on her face. "I did not think you were speaking seriously," said she. "Perfectly seriously, and here is the object of my vows." With these words I seized Sarah's hand and covered it with kisses. Sarah blushed, said nothing, and the mother looked kindly at us. But after a moment's silence, she spoke at some length, and with the utmost candor and wisdom. She gave me circumstantial information as to the position of the family and her husband's restricted means, saying that under the circumstances he could not have avoided running into debt, but that he had done wrong to bring them all with him to London. If he had been by himself, she said, he could have lived here comfortably enough with only 1 servant, but with a family to provide for the 2,000 crowns per annum provided by the government are quite insufficient. My old father has succeeded in persuading the state to discharge my husband's debts, but to make up the extra expense they will not employ a charge d'affaires. A banker with the title of agent will collect the interest on their English securities. She ended by saying that she thought Sarah was fortunate to have pleased me, but that she was not sure whether her husband would consent to the marriage. The word marriage made Sarah blush, and I was pleased, though it was evident there would be difficulties in the way. M.F. came back and told his wife that 2 clothes dealers would come to purchase their superfluous clothes in the afternoon. But after explaining my ideas, I had not much trouble in convincing him that it would be better not to sell them, and that he could become my debtor to the amount of £200, on which he could pay interest till he was able to return me my capital. The agreement was written out the same day, but I did not mention the marriage question, as his wife had told me she would discuss it with him in private. On the 3rd day, he came down by himself to talk with me. "My wife," he began, "has told me of your intentions, and I take it as a great honor, I assure you, but I cannot give you my Sarah, as she is promised to M.W., and family reasons prevent me from going back from my word. Besides, my old father, a strict Calvinist, would object to the difference in religion. He would never believe that his dear little grandchild would be happy with a Roman Catholic. As a matter of fact, I was not at all displeased at what he said. I was certainly very fond of Sarah, but the word marriage had a disagreeable sound to me. I answered that circumstances might change in time, and that in the meanwhile I should be quite content if he would allow me to be the friend of the family and to take upon myself all the responsibility of the journey. He promised everything and assured me that he was delighted at his daughter having won my affection. After this explanation, I gave Sarah as warm marks of my love as decency would allow in the presence of her father and mother, and I could see that all the girl thought of was love. The 5th day I went up to her room, and finding her in bed, all the fires of passion flamed up in my breast, for since my first visit to their house I had not been alone with her. I threw myself upon her, covering her with kisses, and she showed herself affectionate but reserved. In vain I endeavored to succeed. She opposed a gentle resistance to my efforts, and though she caressed me, she would not let me attain my end. "Why, divine Sarah," said I, "do you oppose my loving ecstasy? Dearest, I entreat of you not to ask for any more than I am willing to give." "Then you no longer love me." "Cruel man, I adore you." "Then why do you treat me to a refusal, after having once surrendered unreservedly?" "I have given myself to you, and we have both been happy, and I think that should be enough for us. There must be some reason for this change. If you love me, dearest Sarah, this renunciation must be hard for you to bear." "I confess it, but nevertheless I feel it is my duty. I have made up my mind to subdue my passion from no weak motive, but from a sense of what I owe to myself. I am under obligations to you, and if I were to repay the debt I have contracted with my body, I should be degraded in my own eyes. When we enjoyed each other before only love was between us, there was no question of debit and credit. My heart is now the thrall of what I owe you, and to these debts it will not give what it gave so readily to love. This is a strange philosophy, Sarah. Believe me, it is fallacious and the enemy of your happiness as well as mine. These sophisms lead you astray and wound me to the heart. Give me some credit for delicacy of feeling, and believe me, you owe me nothing. You must confess that if you had not loved me, you would have done nothing for my father." "Certainly I will confess nothing of the kind. I would readily do as much, and maybe more, out of regard for your worthy mother. It is quite possible, indeed, that in doing this small service for your father I had no thoughts of you at all. It might be so, but I do not believe it was so. Forgive me, dearest, but I cannot make up my mind to pay my debts in the way you wish. It seems to me that if you are grateful to me, your love ought to be still more ardent. It cannot be more ardent than it is already. Do you know how grievously you make me suffer? Alas, I suffer too, but do not reproach me. Let us love each other still." This dialogue is not the 100th part of what actually passed between us till dinner time. The mother came in, and finding me seated at the foot of the daughter's bed, laughed, and asked me why I kept her in bed. I answered with perfect coolness that we had been so interested in our conversation that we had not noticed the flight of time. I went to dress, and as I thought over the extraordinary change which had taken place in Sarah, I resolved that it should not last for long. We dined together gaily, and Sarah and I behaved in all respects like two lovers. In the evening I took them to the Italian opera, coming home to an excellent supper. The next morning I passed in the city, having accounts to settle with my bankers. I got some letters of exchange on Geneva and said farewell to the worthy Mr. Bosanquet. In the afternoon, I got a coach for Madame M.F. to pay some farewells calls, and I went to say goodbye to my daughter at school. The dear little girl burst into tears, saying that she would be lost without me and begging me not to forget her. I was deeply moved. Sophie begged me to go and see her mother before I left England, and I decided on doing so. At supper we talked over our journey, and M.F. agreed with me that it would be better to go by Dunkirk than Ostend. He had very little more business to attend to. His debts were paid, and he said he thought he would have a matter of 50 guineas in his pocket at the journey's end, after paying a third share of all the traveling expenses. I had to agree to this, though I made up my mind at the same time not to let him see any of the accounts. I hoped to win Sarah, in one way or another, when we got to Bern. The next day, after breakfast, I took her hand in presence of her mother, and asked her if she would give me her heart if I could obtain her father's consent at Bern. Your mother, I added, has promised me that hers shall not be wanting. At this the mother got up, and saying that we had no doubt a good deal to talk over, she and her eldest daughter went out to pay some calls. As soon as we were alone, Sarah said that she could not understand how I could have the smallest doubt as to whether her consent would be given. I have shewn you how well I love you, said she tenderly, and I am sure I should be very happy as your wife. You may be sure that your wishes will be mine, and that, however far you lead me, Switzerland shall claim no thought of mine. I pressed the amorous Sarah to my bosom in a transport of delight, which was shared by her. But as she saw me grow more ardent, she begged me to be moderate. Clasping me in her arms, she adjured me not to ask her for that which she was determined not to grant till she was mine by lawful wedlock. You will drive me to despair. Have you reflected that this resistance may cost me my life? Can you love and yet entertain this fatal prejudice? And yet I am sure you love me, and pleasure too. Yes, dearest one, I do love you and amorous pleasure with you, but you must respect my delicacy. My eyes were wet with tears, and she was so affected that she fell fainting to the ground. I lifted her up and gently laid her on the bed. Her pallor alarmed me. I brought smelling salts, I rubbed her forehead with Savoy water, and she soon opened her eyes and seemed delighted to find me calm again. The thought of taking advantage of her helplessness would have horrified me. She sat up on the bed and said, "You have just given a true proof of the sincerity of your affection. Did you think, sweetheart, that I was vile enough to abuse your weakness? Could I enjoy a pleasure in which you had no share? I did not think you would do such a thing, but I should not have resisted, though it is possible that I should not have loved you afterwards. Sarah, though you do not know, you charm my soul out of my body." After this I sat down sadly on the bed and abandoned myself to the most melancholy reflections, from which Sarah did not endeavor to rouse me. Her mother came in and asked why she was on the bed, but not at all suspiciously. Sarah told her the truth. MMF came in soon after, and we dined together, but silently. What I had heard from the girl's lips had completely overwhelmed me. I saw I had nothing to hope for, and that it was time for me to look to myself. 6 weeks before, God had delivered me from my bondage to an infamous woman, and now I was in danger of becoming the slave of an angel. Such were my reflections whilst Sarah was fainting, but it was necessary for me to consider the matter at my leisure. There was a sale of valuable articles in the city, the means taken for disposing of them being a lottery. Sarah had read the announcement, and I asked her with her mother and sister to come with me and take part in it. I had not much trouble in obtaining their consent, and we found ourselves in distinguished company, among the persons present being the Countess of Harrington, Lady Stanhope, and Emily and her daughters. Emily had a strange case before the courts. She had given information to the police that her husband had been robbed of £6,000, though everyone said that she herself was the thief. Madame M.F. did not take a ticket, but she allowed me to take tickets for her daughters, who were in high glee, since for 10 or 12 guineas they got articles worth 60. Every day I was more taken with Sarah, but feeling sure that I should only obtain slight favors from her, I thought it was time to come to an explanation. So after supper, I said that as it was not certain that Sarah could become my wife, I had determined not to accompany them to Bern. The father told me I was very wise, and that I could still correspond with his daughter. Sarah said nothing, but I could see she was much grieved. I passed a dreadful night. Such an experience was altogether new to me. I weighed Sarah's reasons, and they seemed to me to be merely frivolous, which drove me to conclude that my caresses had displeased her. For the last 3 days I found myself more than once alone with her, but I was studiously moderate, and she caressed me in a manner that would have made my bliss if I had not already obtained the one great favor. It was at this time I learnt the truth of the maxim that if abstinence is sometimes the spur of love, it has also the contrary effect. Sarah had brought my feeling to a pitch of gentle friendship, while an infamous prostitute like the Charpelin, who knew how to renew hope and yet grant nothing, ended by inspiring me with contempt and finally with hatred. The family sailed for Ostend, and I accompanied them to the mouth of the Thames. I gave Sarah a letter for Madame de W. This was the name of the learned Hedvig whom she did not know. They afterwards became sisters-in-law, as Sarah married a brother of M to W and was happy with him. Even now, I am glad to hear tidings of my old friends and their doings, but the interest I take in such matters is not to be compared to my interest in some obscure story of ancient history. For our contemporaries, the companions of our youthful follies, we have a kind of contempt, somewhat similar to that which we entertain for ourselves. 4 years ago, I wrote to Madame G at Hamburg, and my letter began. After a silence of 21 years. She did not deign to reply, and I was by no means displeased. We cared no longer for one another, and it is quite natural that it should be so. When I tell my reader who Madame G is, he will be amused. 2 years ago I set out for Hamburg, but my good genius made me turn back to ducks. What had I to do at Hamburg? After my guests were gone, I went to the Italian Opera at Covent Garden and met Gaudar, who asked me if I would come to the Sartori's concert. He told me I should see a beautiful young English woman there who spoke Italian. As I had just lost Sarah, I did not much care about making new acquaintances, but still, I was curious to see the young marvel. I indulged my curiosity, and I am glad to say that instead of being amused, I was wearied, though the young English woman was pretty enough. A young Livonian, who called himself Baron of Stenau, seemed extremely interested in her. After supper, she offered us tickets for the next concert, and I took one for myself and one for Gaudar, giving her 2 guineas, but the Livonian baron took 50 tickets and gave her a bank note for 50 guineas. I saw by this that he wanted to take the place by storm, and I liked his way of doing it. I supposed him to be rich without caring to inquire into his means. He made advances to me, and we became friends, and the reader will see in due time what a fatal acquaintance he was. One day as I was walking with Gaudar in Hyde Park, he left me to speak to 2 ladies who seemed pretty. He was not long absent and said, when he rejoined me, "A Hanoverian lady, a widow and the mother of 5 daughters, came to England 2 months ago with her whole family. She lives close by and is occupied in soliciting compensation from the government for any injury that was done her by the passage of the Duke of Cumberland's army. The mother herself is sick and never leaves her bed. She sends her 2 eldest daughters to petition the government, and they are the 2 young ladies you have just seen. They have not met with any success. The eldest daughter is 22, and the youngest 14. They are all pretty and can speak English, French, and German equally well, and are always glad to see visitors. I had been to visit them myself, but as I gave them nothing, I do not care to go there alone a second time. If you like, however, I can introduce you. You irritate my curiosity. Come along, but if the one that pleases me is not complaisant, she shall have nothing. They will not even allow one to take them by the hand. They are Charpelins, I suppose. It looks like it, but you won't see any men there." We were shewn into a large room where I noticed 3 pretty girls and an evil-looking man. I began with the usual compliments, to which the girls replied politely, but with an air of great sadness. Gaudar spoke to the man, and then came to me shrugging his shoulders and saying, "We have come at a sad time. That man is a bailiff who has come to take the mother to prison if she can't pay her landlord the 20 guineas, rent she owes him, and they haven't got a farthing. When the mother has been sent to prison, the landlord will no doubt turn the girls out of doors. They can live with their mother for nothing. Not at all. If they have got the money, they can have their meals in prison, but no one is allowed to live in a prison except the prisoners." I asked one of them where her sisters were. "They have gone out to look for money, for the landlord won't accept any surety, and we have nothing to sell." "All this is very sad. What does your mother say?" "She only weeps, and yet, though she is ill and cannot leave her bed, they are going to take her to prison. By way of consolation, the landlord says he will have her carried. It is very hard, but your looks please me, mademoiselle, and if you will be kind, I may be able to extricate you from the difficulty." "I do not know what you mean by kind." "Your mother will understand. Go and ask her." "Sir, you do not know us. We are honest girls and ladies of position besides." With these words, the young woman turned her back on me and began to weep again. The 2 others, who were quite as pretty, stood straight up and said not a word. Gaudar whispered to me in Italian that unless we did something for them, we should cut but a sorry figure there, and I was cruel enough to go away without saying a word. Chapter 15. The Hanoverians. As we were leaving the house, we met the 2 eldest sisters, who came home looking very sad. I was struck by their beauty and extremely surprised to hear myself greeted by one of them, who said, "It is M, the Chevalier de Seingalt. Himself, mademoiselle, and sorely grieved at your misfortune. Be kind enough to come in again for a moment. I am sorry to say that I have an important engagement. I will not keep you for longer than a quarter of an hour." I could not refuse so small a favor, and she employed the time in telling me how unfortunate they had been in Hanover, how they had come to London to obtain compensation of their failure, their debts, the cruelty of the landlord, their mother's illness, the prison that awaited her, the likelihood of their being cast into the street, and the cruelty of all their acquaintances. "We have nothing to sell, and all our resources consist of 2 shillings, which we shall have to spend on bread, on which we live. Who are your friends? How can they abandon you at such a time?" She mentioned several names among others: Lord Baltimore, Marquis Caraccioli, the Neapolitan ambassador, and Lord Pembroke. "I can't believe it," said I, "for I know the 2 last noblemen to be both rich and generous. There must be some good reason for their conduct, since you are beautiful, and for these gentlemen beauty is a bill to be honored on sight." "Yes, there is a reason. These rich noblemen abandon us with contempt. They refuse to take pity on us because we refuse to yield to their guilty passion. That is to say, they have taken a fancy to you, and as you will not have pity on them, they refuse to have pity on you. Is it not so?" "That is exactly the situation." "Then I think they are in the right." "In the right?" "Yes, I am quite of their opinion. We leave you to enjoy your sense of virtue, and we spend our money in procuring those favors which you refuse us. Your misfortune really is your prettiness. If you were ugly, you would get 20 guineas fast enough. I would give you the money myself, and the action would be put down to benevolence. Whereas, as the case stands, if I were to give you anything, it would be thought that I was actuated by the hope of favors to come, and I should be laughed at, and deservedly, as a dupe." I felt that this was the proper way to speak to the girl, whose eloquence in pleading her cause was simply wonderful. She did not reply to my oration, and I asked her how she came to know me. "I saw you at Richmond with the Charpelin. She cost me 2,000 guineas, and I got nothing for my money. But I have profited by the lesson, and in future I shall never pay in advance." Just then her mother called her, and, begging me to wait a moment, she went into her room and returned almost directly with the request that I would come and speak to the invalid. I found her sitting up in her bed. She looked about 45 and still preserved traces of her former beauty. Her countenance bore the imprint of sadness, but had no marks of sickness whatsoever. Her brilliant and expressive eyes, her intellectual face, and a suggestion of craft about her, all bade me be on my guard, and a sort of false likeness to the Charpelin's mother made me still more cautious, and fortified me in my resolution to give no heed to the appeals of pity. "Madam," I began, "what can I do for you?" "Sir," she replied, "I have heard the whole of your conversations with my daughters, and you must confess that you have not talked to them in a very fatherly manner." "Quite so, but the only part which I desire to play with them is that of lover, and a fatherly style would not have been suitable to the part. If I had the happiness of being their father, the case would be altered. What I have said to your daughters is what I feel, and what I think most likely to bring about the end I have in view. I have not the slightest pretense to virtue, but I adore the fair sex, and now you and they know the road to my purse. If they wish to preserve their virtue, why let them. Nobody will trouble them, and they, on their side, must not expect anything from men. Goodbye, madam, you may reckon on my never addressing your daughters again." "Wait a moment, sir. My husband was the Count of, and you see that my daughters are of respectable birth. Have you not pity for our situation? I pity you extremely, and I would relieve you in an instant if your daughters were ugly, but as it is they are pretty, and that alters the case." "What an argument!" "It is a very strong one with me, and I think I am the best judge of arguments which apply to myself. You want 20 guineas. Well, you shall have them after one of your 5 countesses has spent a joyous night with me." What language to a woman of my station! Nobody has ever dared to speak to me in such a way before. "Pardon me, but what use is rank without a halfpenny? Allow me to retire. Today we have only bread to eat." "Well, certainly, that is rather hard on countesses." "You are laughing at the title, apparently." Yes, I am, but I don't want to offend you. If you like, I will stop to dinner and pay for all, yourself included. You are an eccentric individual. My girls are sad, for I am going to prison. You will find their company wearisome. That is my affair. You had much better give them the money you would spend on the dinner. No, madam. I must have at least the pleasures of sight and sound for my money. I will stay your arrest till tomorrow, and afterwards Providence may possibly intervene on your behalf. The landlord will not wait. Leave me to deal with him. I told Gaudar to go and see what the man would take to send the bailiff away for 24 hours. He returned with the message that he must have a guinea and bail for the 20 guineas, in case the lodgers might take to flight before the next day. My wine merchant lived close by. I told Gaudar to wait for me, and the matter was soon settled and the bailiff sent away, and I told the 5 girls that they might take their ease for 24 hours more. I informed Gaudar of the steps I had taken and told him to go out and get a good dinner for 8 people. He went on his errand, and I summoned the girls to their mother's bedside and delighted them all by telling them that for the next 24 hours they were to make good cheer. They could not get over their surprise at the suddenness of the change I had worked in the house. But this is all I can do for you, said I to the mother. Your daughters are charming, and I have obtained a day's respite for you all without asking for anything in return. I shall dine, sup, and pass the night with them without asking so much as a single kiss, but if your ideas have not changed by tomorrow, you will be in exactly the same position as you were a few minutes ago, and I shall not trouble you any more with my attentions. What do you mean by changing my ideas? I need not tell you, for you know perfectly well what I mean. My daughters shall never become prostitutes. I will proclaim their spotless chastity all over London, but I shall spend my guineas elsewhere. You are a cruel man. I confess I can be very cruel, but it is only when I don't meet with kindness. Gaudar came back and we returned to the ladies' room, as the mother did not like to show herself to my friend, telling me that I was the only man she had permitted to see her in bed during the whole time she had been in London. Our English dinner was excellent in its way, but my chief pleasure was to see the voracity with which the girls devoured the meal. One would have thought they were savages devouring raw meat after a long fast. I had got a case of excellent wine, and I made each of them drink a bottle, but not being accustomed to such an indulgence, they became quite drunk. The mother had devoured the whole of the plentiful helpings I had sent in to her, and she had emptied a bottle of Burgundy, which she carried very well. In spite of their intoxication, the girls were perfectly safe. I kept my word, and Gaudar did not take the slightest liberty. We had a pleasant supper, and after a bowl of punch, I left them feeling in love with the whole bevy, and very uncertain whether I should be able to show as brave a front the next day. As we were going away, Gaudar said that I was conducting the affair admirably, but if I made a single slip, I should be undone. I saw the good sense of his advice, and determined to show that I was as sharp as he. The next day, feeling anxious to hear the result of the council which the mother had doubtless held with the daughters, I called at their house at 10 o'clock. The 2 eldest sisters were out, endeavoring to beat up some more friends, and the 3 youngest rushed up to me as if they had been spaniels and I their master, but they would not even allow me to kiss them. I told them they made a mistake, and knocked at the mother's door. She told me to come in, and thanked me for the happy day I had given them. Am I to withdraw my bail, Countess? You can do what you like, but I do not think you capable of such an action. You are mistaken. You have doubtless made a deep study of the human heart, but you either know little of the human mind, or else you think you have a larger share than any other person. All your daughters have inspired me with love, but were it a matter of life and death, I would not do a single thing for them, or you, before you have done me the only favor that is in your power. I leave you to your reflections, and more especially to your virtues. She begged me to stay, but I did not even listen to her. I passed by the 3 charmers, and after telling my wine merchant to withdraw his security, I went in a furious mood to call on Lord Pembroke. As soon as I mentioned the Hanoverians, he burst out laughing, and said these false innocents must be made to fulfill their occupation in a proper manner. They came whining to me yesterday, he proceeded, and I not only would not give them anything, but I laughed them to scorn. They have got about 12 guineas out of me on false pretenses. They are as cunning sluts as the Charpelin. I told him what I had done the day before, and what I intended to offer. 20 guineas for the first, and as much for each of the others, but nothing to be paid in advance. I had the same idea myself, but I cried off, and I don't think you'll succeed, as Lord Baltimore offered them 40 apiece. That is 200 guineas in all, and the bargain has fallen through because they want the money to be paid in advance. They paid him a visit yesterday, but found him pitiless, for he has been taken in several times by them. We shall see what will happen when the mother is under lock and key. I'll bet we shall have them cheaply. I came home for dinner, and Gaudar, who had just been at their house, reported that the bailiff would only wait till 4 o'clock, that the 2 eldest daughters had come back empty-handed, and that they had been obliged to sell one of their dresses to buy a morsel of bread. I felt certain that they would have recourse to me again, and I was right. We were at dessert when they put in an appearance. I made them sit down, and the eldest sister exhausted her eloquence to persuade me to give them another 3 days' grace. You will find me insensible, said I, unless you are willing to adopt my plan. If you wish to hear it, kindly follow me into the next room. She did so, leaving her sister with Gaudar, and making her sit down on a sofa beside me. I showed her 20 guineas, saying, "These are yours, but you know on what terms." She rejected my offer with disdain, and thinking she might wish to salve her virtue by being attacked, I set to work. But finding her resistance serious, I let her alone and begged her to leave my house immediately. She called to her sister, and they both went out. In the evening, as I was going to the play, I called on my wine merchant to hear the news. He told me that the mother had been taken to prison and that the youngest daughter had gone with her, but he did not know what had become of the 4 others. I went home feeling quite sad and almost reproaching myself for not having taken compassion on them. However, just as I was sitting down to supper, they appeared before me like 4 Magdalens. The eldest, who was the orator of the company, told me that their mother was in prison, and that they would have to pass the night in the street if I did not take pity on them. You shall have rooms, beds, and good fires, said I, but first let me see you eat. Delight appeared on every countenance, and I had numerous dishes brought for them. They ate eagerly but sadly, and only drank water. Your melancholy and your abstinence displeases me, said I to the eldest girl. Go upstairs, and you will find everything necessary for your comfort, but take care to be gone at 7 in the morning, and not to let me see your faces again. They went up to the 2nd floor without a word. An hour afterwards, just as I was going to bed, the eldest girl came into my room and said she wished to have a private interview with me. I told my Negro to withdraw and asked her to explain herself. "What will you do for us," said she, "if I consent to share your couch?" "I will give you 20 guineas, and I will lodge and board you as long as you give me satisfaction." Without saying a word, she began to undress and got into bed. She was submissive and nothing more, and did not give me so much as a kiss. At the end of a quarter of an hour, I was disgusted with her and got up, and giving her a bank note for 20 guineas, I told her to put on her clothes and go back to her room. "You must all leave my house tomorrow," I said, "for I am ill pleased with you. Instead of giving yourself up for love, you have prostituted yourself. I blush for you." She obeyed mutely, and I went to sleep in an ill humor. At about 7 o'clock in the morning, I was awakened by a hand shaking me gently. I opened my eyes, and I was surprised to see the 2nd daughter. "What do you want?" I said coldly. "I want you to take pity on us and shelter us in your house for a few days longer. I will be very grateful. My sister has told me all. You are displeased with her, but you must forgive her, for her heart is not her own. She is in love with an Italian who is in prison for debt." "And I suppose you are in love with someone else?" "No, I am not." "Could you love me?" She lowered her eyes and pressed my hand gently. I drew her towards me and embraced her, and as I felt her kisses answer mine, I said, "You have conquered. My name is Victoire. I like it, and I will prove the omen a true one." Victoire, who was tender and passionate, made me spend 2 delicious hours, which compensated me for my bad quarter of an hour of the night before. When our exploits were over, I said, "Dearest Victoire, I am wholly through. Let your mother be brought here as soon as she is free. Here are 20 guineas for you." She did not expect anything, and the agreeable surprise made her in an ecstasy. She could not speak, but her heart was full of happiness. I too was happy, and I believed that a great part of my happiness was caused by the knowledge that I had done a good deed. We are queer creatures, all of us, whether we are bad or good. From that moment, I gave my servants orders to lay the table for 8 persons every day and told them that I was only at home to Gaudar. I spent money madly and felt that I was within a measurable distance of poverty. At noon, the mother came in a sedan chair and went to bed directly. I went to see her and did not evince any surprise when she began to thank me for my noble generosity. She wanted me to suppose that she thought I had given her daughters 40 guineas for nothing, and I let her enjoy her hypocrisy. In the evening, I took them to Covent Garden, where the castrato Tenducci surprised me by introducing me to his wife, of whom he had 2 children. He laughed at people who said that a castrato could not procreate. Nature had made him a monster that he might remain a man. He was born Triorchis, and as only 2 of the seminal glands had been destroyed, the remaining one was sufficient to endow him with virility. When I got back to my small seraglio, I supped merrily with the 5 nymphs and spent a delicious night with Victoire, who was overjoyed at having made my conquest. She told me that her sister's lover was a Neapolitan, calling himself Marquis de Petina, and that they were to get married as soon as he was out of prison. It seemed he was expecting remittances, and the mother would be delighted to see her daughter a marchioness. How much does the Marquis owe? 20 guineas. And the Neapolitan ambassador allows him to languish in prison for such a beggarly sum? I can't believe it. The ambassador won't have anything to do with him, because he left Naples without the leave of the government. Tell your sister that if the ambassador assures me that her lover's name is really the Marquis de Petina, I will get him out of prison immediately. I went out to ask my daughter, and another boarder of whom I was very fond, to dinner, and on my way called on the Marquis of Caraccioli, an agreeable man, whose acquaintance I had made at Turin. I found the famous Chevalier Dion at his house, and I had no need of a private interview to make my inquiries about Petina. The young man is really what he professes to me, said the ambassador, but I will neither receive him nor give him any money till I hear from my government that he has received leave to travel. That was enough for me, and I stayed there for an hour listening to Dion's amusing story. Ian had deserted the embassy on account of 10,000 francs, which the Department of Foreign Affairs at Versailles had refused to allow him, though the money was his by right. He had placed himself under the protection of the English laws, and after securing 2,000 subscribers at a guinea apiece, he had sent to press a huge volume in quarto containing all the letters he had received from the French government for the last 5 or 6 years. About the same time, a London banker had deposited the sum of 20,000 guineas at the Bank of England, being ready to wager that sum that Ian was a woman. The bet was taken by a number of persons who had formed themselves into a kind of company for the purpose, and the only way to decide it was that Ian should be examined in the presence of witnesses. The Chevalier was offered half the wager, but he laughed them to scorn. He said that such an examination would dishonor him, were he man or woman. Caraccioli said that it could only dishonor him if he were a woman, but I could not agree with this opinion. At the end of a year, the bet was declared off, but in the course of 3 years, he received his pardon from the king and appeared at court in woman's dress, wearing the cross of St. Louis. Louis Roman XV had always been aware of the Chevalier's sex, but Cardinal Fleury had taught him that it became kings to be impenetrable, and Louis remained so all his life. When I got home, I gave the eldest Hanoverian 20 guineas, telling her to fetch her Marquis out of prison and bring him to dine with us, as I wanted to know him. I thought she would have died with joy. The third sister, having taken counsel with Victoire, and doubtless with her mother also, determined to earn 20 guineas for herself, and she had not much trouble in doing so. She it was on whom Lord Pembroke had cast the eye of desire. These 5 girls were like 5 dishes placed before a gourmand, who enjoys them one after the other. To my fancy, the last was always the best. The third sister's name was Augusta. Next Sunday, I had a large number of guests. There were my daughter and her friend, Madame Cornelis, and her son. Sophie was kissed and caressed by the Hanoverians, while I bestowed 100 kisses on Miss Nancy Stain, who was only 13, but whose young beauty worked sad havoc with my senses. My affection was supposed to be fatherly in its character, but alas, it was of a much more fleshly kind. This Miss Nancy, who seemed to me almost divine, was the daughter of a rich merchant. I said that I wanted to make her father's acquaintance, and she replied that her father proposed coming to call on me that very day. I was delighted to hear of the coincidence, and gave order that he should be shewn in as soon as he came. The poor Marquis was the only sad figure in the company. He was young and well-made, but thin and repulsively ugly. He thanked me for my kindness, saying that I had done a wise thing, as he felt sure the time would come when he would repay me 100-fold. I had given my daughter 6 guineas to buy a pelisse, and she took me to my bedroom to show it me. Her mother followed her to congratulate me on my seraglio. At dinner, gaiety reigned supreme. I sat between my daughter and Miss Nancy Stain and felt happy. Mr. Stain came in as we were at the oysters. He kissed his daughter with that tender affection which is more characteristic, I think, of English parents than those of any other nation. Mr. Stain had dined, but he nevertheless ate 100 scalloped oysters, in the preparation of which my cook was wonderfully expert. He also honored the champagne with equal attention. We spent 3 hours at the table and then proceeded to the 3rd floor, where Sophie accompanied her mother's singing on the piano, and young Cornelis displayed his flute-playing talents. Mr. Stain swore that he had never been present at such a pleasant party in his life, adding that pleasure was forbidden fruit in England on Sundays and holidays. This convinced me that Stain was an intelligent man, though his French was execrable. He left at 7, after giving a beautiful ring to my daughter, whom he escorted back to school with Miss Nancy. The Marquis Petina foolishly observed to me that he did not know where to find a bed. I understood what he wanted, but I told him he would easily find one with a little money. Taking his sweetheart aside, I gave her a guinea for him, begging her to tell him not to visit me again till he was invited. When all the guests were gone, I led the 5 sisters to the mother's room. She was wonderfully well, eating, drinking, and sleeping to admiration, and never doing anything, not even reading or writing. She enjoyed the dolce far niente in all the force of the term. However, she told me she was always thinking of her family and of the laws which it imposed on her. I could scarcely help laughing, but I only said that if these laws were the same as those which her charming daughters followed, I thought them wiser than Solon. I drew Augusta onto my knee and said, "My lady, allow me to kiss your delightful daughter." Instead of giving me a direct answer, the old hypocrite began a long sermon on the lawfulness of the parental kiss. All the time Augusta was lavishing on me secret but delicious endearments. O tempora, o mores. The next day I was standing at my window, when the Marquis Caraccioli, who was passing by, greeted me and asked me if he could come in. I bade him welcome, and summoning the eldest sister told the ambassador that this young lady was going to marry the Marquis Petina as soon as his remittances arrived. He addressed himself to her and spoke as follows: "Mademoiselle, it is true that your lover is really a marquis, but he is very poor and will never have any money. And if he goes back to Naples, he will be imprisoned, and if he is released from the state prison, his creditors will put him in the Vittoria." However, this salutary warning had no effect. After the ambassador had taken his leave, I was dressing to take a ride when Augusta told me that, if I liked, Hippolyta her sister would come with me, as she could ride beautifully. "That's amusing," said I, "make her come down." Hippolyta came down and begged me to let her ride with me, saying that she would do me credit. "Certainly," said I, "but have you a man's riding suit or a woman's costume?" "No." "Then we must put off the excursion till tomorrow." I spent the day in seeing that a suit was made for her, and I felt quite amorous when Pagou, the tailor, measured her for the breeches. Everything was done in time, and we had a charming ride, for she managed her horse with wonderful skill. After an excellent supper, to which wine had not been lacking, the happy Hippolyta accompanied Victoire into my room and helped her to undress. When she kissed her sister, I asked if she would not give me a kiss too, and after some jesting, Augusta changed the joke into earnest by bidding her come to bed beside me, without taking the trouble to ask my leave, so sure did she feel of my consent. The night was well spent, and I had no reason to complain of want of material. but Augusta wisely let the newcomer have the lion's share of my attentions. Next day we rode out again in the afternoon, followed by my Negro, who was a skillful horseman himself. In Richmond Park, Hippolyta's dexterity astonished me. She drew all eyes on her. In the evening we came home well pleased with our day's ride and had a good supper. As the meal proceeded, I noticed that Gabrielle, the youngest of all, looked sad and a little sulky. I asked her the reason, and with a little pout that became her childish face admirably, she replied, "Because I can ride on horseback, as well as my sister." "Very good," said I, "then you shall ride the day after tomorrow." This put her into a good temper again. Speaking of Hippolyta's skill, I asked her where she had learnt to ride. She simply burst out laughing. I asked her why she laughed, and she said, "Why, because I never learnt anywhere. My only masters were courage and some natural skill." "And has your sister learnt?" "No," said Gabrielle, "but I can ride just as well." I could scarcely believe it, for Hippolyta had seemed to float on her horse, and her riding showed the utmost skill and experience. Hoping that her sister would vie with her, I said that I would take them out together, and the very idea made them both jump with joy. Gabrielle was only 15, and her shape, though not fully developed, was well marked, and promised a perfect beauty by the time she was in her maturity. Full of grace and simplicity, she said she would like to come with me to my room, and I readily accepted her offer, not caring whether the scheme had been concerted between her and her other sisters. As soon as we were alone, she told me that she had never had a lover, and she allowed me to assure myself of the fact with the same childlike simplicity. Gabrielle was like all the others. I would have chosen her if I had been obliged to make the choice. She made me feel sorry for her sake, to hear that the mother had made up her mind to leave. In the morning, I gave her her fee of 20 guineas and a handsome ring as a mark of my peculiar friendship, and we spent the day in getting ready our habits for the ride of the day following. Gabrielle got on horseback as if she had had 2 years in the riding school. We went along the streets at a walking pace, but as soon as we were in the open country, we broke into a furious gallop and kept it up till we got to Barnet, where we stopped to breakfast. We had done the journey in 25 minutes, although the distance is nearly 10 miles. This may seem incredible, but the English horses are wonderfully swift, and we were all of us well mounted. My 2 nymphs looked ravishing. I adored them, and I adored myself for making them so happy. Just as we were remounting, who should arrive but Lord Pembroke? He was on his way to St. Alban. He stopped his horse and admired the graceful riding of my 2 companions, and not recognizing them immediately, he begged leave to pay his court to them. How I laughed to myself. At last he recognized them, and congratulated me on my conquest, asking if I loved Hippolyta. I guessed his meaning, and said I only loved Gabrielle. "Very good," said he, "may I come and see you?" "Certainly," I replied. After a friendly handshake, we set out once more, and were soon back in London. Gabrielle was done up and went to bed directly. She slept on till the next morning without my disturbing her peaceful sleep, and when she awoke and found herself in my arms, she began to philosophize. "How easy it is," said she, "to be happy when one is rich, and how sad it is to see happiness out of one's reach for lack of a little money. Yesterday I was the happiest of beings, and why should I not be as happy all my days? I would gladly agree that my life should be short provided that it should be a happy one." I, too, philosophized, but my reflections were somber. I saw my resources all but exhausted, and I began to meditate a journey to Lisbon. If my fortune had been inexhaustible, the Hanoverians might have held me in their silken fetters to the end of my days. It seemed to me as if I loved them more like a father than a lover, and the fact that I slept with them only added to the tenderness of the tie. I looked into Gabrielle's eyes, and their eyes saw but love. How could such a love exist in her unless she were naturally virtuous, and yet devoid of those prejudices which are instilled into us in our early years? The next day Pembroke called and asked me to give him a dinner. Augusta delighted him. He made proposals to her which excited her laughter, as he did not want to pay till after the event, and she would not admit this condition. However, he gave her a bank note for 10 guineas before he left, and she accepted it with much grace. The day after he wrote her a letter, of which I shall speak presently. A few minutes after the nobleman had gone, the mother sent for me to come to her, and after paying an eloquent tribute to my virtues, my generosity, and my unceasing kindness towards her family, she made the following proposal. As I feel sure that you have all the love of a father for my daughters, I wish you to become their father in reality. I offer you my hand and heart. Become my husband, you will be their father, their lord and mine. What do you say to this? I bit my lips hard and had great difficulty in restraining my inclination to laughter. Nevertheless, the amazement, the contempt, and the indignation which this unparalleled piece of impudence aroused in me soon brought me to myself. I perceived that this consummate hypocrite had counted on an abrupt refusal, and had only made this ridiculous offer with the idea of convincing me that she was under the impression that I had left her daughters as I had found them, and that the money I had spent on them was merely a sign of my tender and fatherly affection. Of course, she knew perfectly well how the land lay, but she thought to justify herself by taking this step. She was aware that I could only look upon such a proposal as an insult, but she did not care for that. I resolved to keep on the mask, and replied that her proposition was undoubtedly a very great honor for me, but it was also a very important question, and so I begged her to allow me some time for consideration. When I got back to my room, I found there the mistress of the wretched Marquis Petina, who told me that her happiness depended on a certificate from the Neapolitan ambassador that her lover was really the person he professed to be. With this document, he would be able to claim a sum of 200 guineas, and then they could both go to Naples, and he would marry her there. He will easily obtain the royal pardon, said she. You, and you alone, can help us in the matter, and I commend myself to your kindness. I promised to do all I could for her. In fact, I called on the ambassador, who made no difficulty about giving the required certificate. For the moment, my chilly conquest was perfectly happy, but though I saw she was very grateful to me, I did not ask her to prove her gratitude. Chapter 16. Augusta becomes Lord Pembroke's titular mistress, the King of Corsica's son M. du Claude, or the Jesuit Lavalette departure of the Hanoverians I balance, my accounts the Baron Stenow the English girl, and what she gave me Datchery my flight from London Comte St. Germain-Wessel. Lord Pembroke wrote to Augusta offering her 50 guineas a month for 3 years, with lodging, board, servants, and carriage at St. Albans, without reckoning what she might expect from his grateful affection if it were returned. Augusta translated the letter for me and asked for my advice. I can't give you any counsel, said I, in a matter which only concerns your own heart and your own interests. She went up to her mother, who would come to no conclusion without first consulting me, because, as she said, I was the wisest and most virtuous of men. I am afraid the reader will differ from her here, but I comfort myself by the thought that I, too, think like the reader. At last it was agreed that Augusta should accept the offer if Lord Pembroke would find a surety in the person of some reputable London merchant, for with her beauty and numerous graces, she was sure to become Lady Pembroke before long. Indeed, the mother said she was perfectly certain of it, as otherwise she could not have given her consent, as her daughters were countesses, and too good to be any man's mistresses. The consequence was that Augusta wrote my lord a letter, and in 3 days it was all settled. The merchant duly signed the contract, at the foot of which I had the honor of inscribing my name as a witness, and then I took the merchant to the mother, and he witnessed her cession of her daughter. She would not see Pembroke, but she kissed her daughter and held a private colloquy with her. The day on which Augusta left my house was signalized by an event which I must set down. The day after I had given the Marquis Petina's future bride the required certificate, I had taken out Gabrielle and Hippolyta for a ride. When I got home, I found waiting for me a person calling himself Sir Frederick, who was said to be the son of Theodore, King of Corsica, who had died in London. This gentleman said he wished to speak to me in private, and when we were alone, he said he was aware of my acquaintance with the Marquis Petina, and being on the eve of discounting a bill of 200 guineas for him, he wished to be informed whether it was likely that he could meet the bill when it fell due. It is important that I should be informed on that point, he added, for the persons who are going to discount the bill want me to put my signature to it. Sir, I replied, I certainly am acquainted with the Marquis, but I know nothing about his fortune. However, the Neapolitan ambassador assured me that he was the Marquis Petina. If the persons who have the matter in hand should drop it, would you discount the bill? You shall have it cheap. I never meddle with these speculations. Good day, Sir Frederick. The next day Gouter came and said that a M. du Claude wanted to speak to me. Who is M. du Claude? The famous Jesuit Lavalette, who was concerned in the great bankruptcy case which ruined the society in France. He fled to England under a false name. I advise you to listen to him, for he must have plenty of money. A Jesuit and a bankrupt, that does not sound very well. Well, I have met him in good houses, and knowing that I was acquainted with you, he addressed himself to me. After all, you run no risk in listening to what he has to say. Well, you can take me to him. It will be easier to avoid any entanglement than if he came to see me. Gouter went to Lavalette to prepare the way, and in the afternoon he took me to see him. I was well enough pleased to see the man, whose rascality had destroyed the infamous work of many years. He welcomed me with great politeness, and as soon as we were alone, he showed me a bill of patina S, saying, "The young man wants me to discount it, and says you can give me the necessary information." I gave the Reverend Father the same answer as I had given the King of Corsica's son, and left him angry with this Marquis of Misery, who had given me so much needless trouble. I was minded to have done with him, and resolved to let him know through his mistress that I would not be his reference, but I could not find an opportunity that day. The next day I took my 2 nymphs for a ride and asked Pembroke to dinner. In vain we waited for Petina's mistress. She was nowhere to be found. At 9 o'clock I got a letter from her, with a German letter enclosed for her mother. She said that feeling certain that her mother would not give her consent to her marriage, she had eloped with her lover, who had got together enough money to go to Naples, and when they reached that town he would marry her. She begged me to console her mother and make her listen to reason, as she had not gone off with an adventurer, but with a man of rank, her equal. My lips curled into a smile of pity and contempt, which made the 3 sisters curious. I showed them the letter I had just received, and asked them to come with me to their mother. "Not tonight," said Victoire. "This terrible news would keep her awake." I took her advice and we supped together, sadly enough. I thought the poor wretch was ruined for life, and I reproached myself with being the cause of her misfortune, for if I had not released the Marquis from prison, this could never have happened. The Marquis Caraccioli had been right in saying that I had done a good deed, but a foolish one. I consoled myself in the arms of my dear Gabrielle. I had a painful scene with the mother the next morning. She cursed her daughter and her seducer, and even blamed me. She wept and stormed alternately. It is never of any use to try and convince people in distress that they are wrong, for one may only do harm, while if they are left to themselves, they soon feel that they have been unjust, and are grateful to the person who let them exhaust their grief without any contradiction. After this event, I spent a happy fortnight in the society of Gabrielle, whom Hippolyta and Victoire looked on as my wife. She made my happiness, and I made hers in all sorts of ways, but especially by my fidelity. For I treated her sisters as if they had been my sisters, showing no recollection of the favors I had obtained from them, and never taking the slightest liberty, for I knew that friendship between women will hardly brook amorous rivalry. I had bought them dresses and linen in abundance. They were well lodged and well fed. I took them to the theater and to the country, and the consequence was they all adored me, and seemed to think that this manner of living would go on forever. Nevertheless, I was every day nearer and nearer to moral and physical bankruptcy. I had no more money, and I had sold all my diamonds and precious stones. I still possessed my snuff-boxes, my watches, and numerous trifles, which I loved and had not the heart to sell, and indeed, I should not have got the 5th part of what I gave for them. For a whole month I had not paid my cook or my wine merchant, but I liked to feel that they trusted me. All I thought of was Gabrielle's love, and of this I assured myself by 1,000 delicacies and attentions. This was my condition when one day Victoire came to me, with sadness on her face, and said that her mother had made up her mind to return to Hanover, as she had lost all hope of getting anything from the English court. "When does she intend to leave?" "In 3 or 4 days." "And is she going without telling me, as if she were leaving an inn after paying her bill?" "On the contrary, she wishes to have a private talk with you." I paid her a visit, and she began by reproaching me tenderly for not coming to see her more often. She said that as I had refused her hand, she would not run the risk of incurring censure or slander of any kind. I thank you from my heart, she added, for all the kindness you have shewn my girls, and I am going to take the 3 I have left away, lest I lose them as I have lost the 2 eldest. If you like, you may come too and stay with us as long as you like in my pretty country house near the capital. Of course, I had to thank her and reply that my engagements did not allow me to accept her kind offer. 3 days after, Victor told me, as I was getting up, that they were going on board ship at 3 o'clock. Hippolyta and Gabrielle made me come for a ride, according to a promise I had given them the night before. The poor things amused themselves, while I grieved bitterly, as was my habit when I had to separate from anyone that I loved. When we came home, I lay down on my bed, not taking any dinner, and seeing nothing of the 3 sisters till they had made everything ready for the journey. I got up directly before they left, so as not to see the mother in my own room, and I saw her in hers just as she was about to be taken down into my carriage, which was in readiness at the door. The impudent creature expected me to give her some money for the journey, but perceiving that I was not likely to bleed, she observed, with involuntary sincerity, that her purse contained the sum of 150 guineas, which I had given to her daughters, and these daughters of hers were present, and sobbed bitterly. When they were gone, I closed my doors to everyone, and spent 3 days in the melancholy occupation of making up my accounts. In the month I had spent with the Hanoverians, I had dissipated the whole of the sum resulting from the sale of the precious stones, and I found that I was in debt to the amount of 400 guineas. I resolved to go to Lisbon by sea, and sold my diamond cross, 6 or 7 gold snuff-boxes after removing the portraits, all my watches except one, and 2 great trunks full of clothes. I then discharged my debts and found I was 80 guineas to the good, this being what remained of the fine fortune I had squandered away like a fool or a philosopher, or, perhaps, a little like both. I left my fine house where I had lived so pleasantly, and took a little room at a guinea a week. I still kept my Negro, as I had every reason to believe him to be a faithful servant. After taking these measures, I wrote to M. de Bragadin, begging him to send me 200 sequins. Thus, having made up my mind to leave London without owing a penny to anyone, and under obligations to no man's purse, I waited for the bill of exchange from Venice. When it came, I resolved to bid farewell to all my friends and to try my fortune in Lisbon, but such was not the fate which the fickle goddess had assigned to me. A fortnight after the departure of the Hanoverians, it was the end of February in the year 1764, my evil genius made me go to the Cannon Tavern, where I usually dined in a room by myself. The table was laid, and I was just going to sit down, when Baron Stenau came in and begged me to have my dinner brought into the next room, where he and his mistress were dining. "I thank you," said I, "for the solitary man grows weary of his company." I saw the English woman I had met at Sartori's, the same to whom the Baron had been so generous. She spoke Italian, and was attractive in many ways, so I was well pleased to find myself opposite to her, and we had a pleasant dinner. After a fortnight's abstinence, it was not surprising that she inspired me with desires, but I concealed them nevertheless, for her lover seemed to respect her. I only allowed myself to tell the Baron that I thought him the happiest of men. Towards the close of the dinner, the girl noticed 3 dice on the mantel and took them up, saying, "Let us have a wager of a guinea, and spend it on oysters and champagne." We could not refuse, and the Baron, having lost, called the waiter and gave him his orders. While we were eating the oysters, she suggested that we should throw again to see which should pay for the dinner. We did so, and she lost. I did not like my luck, and wishing to lose a couple of guineas, I offered to throw against the Baron. He accepted, and to my annoyance I won. He asked for his revenge and lost again. "I don't want to win your money," said I, "and I will give you your revenge up to 100 guineas. He seemed grateful, and we went on playing, and in less than half an hour he owed me 100 guineas. "Let us go on," said he. "My dear Baron, the luck's against you. You might lose a large sum of money. I really think we have had enough." Without heeding my politeness, he swore against fortune and against the favor I seemed to be showing him. Finally he got up, and taking his hat and cane, went out, saying, "I will pay you when I come back." As soon as he had gone, the girl said, "I am sure you have been regarding me as your partner at play. If you have guessed that, you will also have guessed that I think you charming. Yes, I think I have. Are you angry with me? Not in the least. You shall have the 50 guineas as soon as he has paid me. Very good, but the Baron must know nothing about it. Of course not. The bargain was scarcely struck before I began to show her how much I loved her. I had every reason to congratulate myself on her complacence, and I thought this meeting a welcome gleam of light when all looked dark around me. We had to make haste, however, as the door was only shut with a catch. I had barely time to ascertain her address and the hour at which she could see me, and whether I should have to be careful with her lover. She replied that the Baron's fidelity was not of a character to make him very exacting. I put the address in my pocket and promised to pass a night with her. The Baron came in again and said, I have been to a merchant to discount this bill of exchange, and though it is drawn on one of the best house in Cadiz and made out by a good house in London, he would not have anything to do with it. I took the bill and saw some millions mentioned on it, which astonished me. The Baron said, with a laugh, that the currency was Portuguese milreis, and that they amounted to £500 sterling. If the signatures are known, said I don't understand why the man won't discount it. Why don't you take it to your banker? I haven't got one. I came to England with 1,000 gold pieces in my pocket, and I have spent them all. As I have not got any letters of credit, I cannot pay you unless the bill is discounted. If you have got any friends on the exchange, however, you could get it done. If the names prove good ones, I will let you have the money tomorrow morning. Then I will make it payable to your order. He put his name to it, and I promised to send him either the money or the bill before noon on the day following. He gave me his address and begged me to come and dine with him, and so we parted. The next day I went to Bosanquet, who told me that Mr. Lee was looking out for bills of exchange on Cadiz, and I accordingly waited on him. He exclaimed that such paper was worth more than gold to him, and gave me 520 guineas, of course after I had endorsed it. I called on the Baron and gave him the money I had just received, and he thanked me and gave me back the 100 guineas. Afterwards we had dinner, and fell to talking of his mistress. Are you in love with her? Said I. No, I have plenty of others, and if you like her you can have her for 10 guineas. I liked this way of putting it, though I had not the slightest idea of cheating the girl out of the sum I had promised her. On leaving the Baron I went to see her, and as soon as she heard that the Baron had paid me, she ordered a delicious supper, and made me spend a night that obliterated all my sorrows from my memory. In the morning, when I handed over the 50 guineas, she said that as a reward for the way in which I kept my promise I could sup with her whenever I liked to spend 6 guineas. I promised to come and see her often. The next morning I received a letter through the post, written in bad Italian, and signed, Your obedient godson, Datchery. This godson of mine was in prison for debt, and begged me to give him a few shillings to buy some food. I had nothing particular to do. The appellation of godson made me curious, and so I went to the prison to see Datchery, of whose identity I had not the slightest idea. He was a fine young man of 20. He did not know me, nor I him. I gave him his letter, and begging me to forgive him, he drew a paper from his pocket and showed me his certificate of baptism, on which I saw my own name inscribed beside his name and those of his father and mother, the parish of Venice, where he was born, and the church in which he was baptized. But still I racked my memory in vain. I could not recollect him. If you will listen to me, he said, I can set you right. My mother has told me the story 100 times. Go on, said I will listen, and as he told his story I remembered who he was. This young man, whom I had held at the font as the son of the actor Datchery, was possibly my own son. He had come to London with a troupe of jugglers to play the illustrious part of clown, or pagliazzo, but having quarrelled with the company he had lost his place and had got into debt to the extent of £10 sterling, and for this debt he had been imprisoned. Without saying anything to him about my relations with his mother, I set him free on the spot, telling him to come to me every morning, as I would give him 2 shillings a day for his support. A week after I had done this good work I felt that I had caught the fearful disease from which the god Mercury had already delivered me 3 times, though with great danger and peril of my life. I had spent 3 nights with the fatal English woman, and the misfortune was doubly inconvenient under the circumstances. I was on the eve of a long sea voyage, and though Venus may have risen from the waves of the sea air is by no means favorable to those on whom she has cast her malign aspect. I knew what to do, and resolved to have my case taken in hand without delay. I left my house, not with the intention of reproaching the English woman after the manner of fools, but rather of going to a good surgeon, with whom I could make an agreement to stay in his house till my cure was completed. I had my trunks packed just as if I was going to leave London, excepting my linen, which I sent to my washerwoman who lived at a distance of 6 miles from town and drove a great trade. The very day I meant to change my lodging, a letter was handed to me. It was from Mr. Lee and ran as follows. The bill of exchange I discounted for you is a forgery, so please to send me at your earliest convenience the 520 guineas, and if the man who has cheated you will not reimburse the money, have him arrested. For heaven's sake, do not force me to have you arrested tomorrow, and whatever you do make haste, for this may prove a hanging matter. Fortunately, I was by myself when I received the letter. I fell upon my bed, and in a moment I was covered with a cold sweat, while I trembled like a leaf. I saw the gallows before me, for nobody would lend me the money, and they would not wait for my remittance from Venice to reach me. To my shuddering fit succeeded a burning fever. I loaded my pistols, and went out with the determination of blowing out Baron Stanow's brains, or putting him under arrest if he did not give me the money. I reached his house, and was informed that he had sailed for Lisbon 4 days ago. This Baron Stanow was a Livonian, and 4 months after these events, he was hanged at Lisbon. I only anticipate this little event in his life, because I might possibly forget it when I come to my sojourn at Riga. As soon as I heard he was gone, I saw there was no remedy, and that I must save myself. I had only 10 or 12 guineas left, and this sum was insufficient. I went to Treves, a Venetian Jew to whom I had a letter from Count Algarotti, the Venetian banker. I did not think of going to Bosanquet, or Sanhull, or Salvador, who might possibly have got wind of my trouble, while Treves had no dealings with these great bankers, and discounted a bill for 100 sequins readily enough. With the money in my pocket, I made my way to my lodging, while deadly fear dogged every step. Lee had given me 24 hours, breathing time, and I did not think him capable of breaking his word. Still, it would not do to trust to it. I did not want to lose my linen, nor 3 fine suits of clothes which my tailor was keeping for me, and yet I had need of the greatest promptitude. I called in Jacques and asked him whether he would prefer to take 20 guineas and his dismissal, or to continue in my service. I explained that he would have to wait in London for a week and join me at the place from which I wrote to him. Sir, said he, I should like to remain in your service, and I will rejoin you wherever you please. When are you leaving? In an hour's time, but say not a word, or it will cost me my life. Why can't you take me with you? Because I want you to bring my linen which is at the wash, and my clothes which the tailor is making. I will give you sufficient money for the journey. I don't want anything. You shall pay me what I have spent when I rejoin you. Wait a moment. He went out and came back again directly, and holding out 60 guineas, said, Take this, sir, I entreat you. My credit is good for as much more in case of need. I thank you, my good fellow, but I will not take your money. But be sure I will not forget your fidelity. My tailor lived close by, and I called on him, and seeing that my clothes were not yet made up, I told him that I should like to sell them, and also the gold lace that was to be used in the trimming. He instantly gave me 30 guineas, which meant a gain to him of 25%. I paid the week's rent of my lodging, and after bidding farewell to my negro, I set out with Datchery. We slept at Rochester, as my strength would carry me no farther. I was in convulsions, and had a sort of delirium. Datchery was the means of saving my life. I had ordered post-horses to continue our journey, and Datchery of his own authority sent them back and went for a doctor, who pronounced me to be in danger of an apoplectic fit and ordered a copious bloodletting, which restored my calm. 6 hours later, he pronounced me fit to travel. I got to Dover early in the morning and had only half an hour to stop, as the captain of the packet said that the tide would not allow of any delay. The worthy sailor little knew how well his views suited mine. I used this half hour in writing to Jacques, telling him to rejoin me at Calais, and Mrs. Mercier, my landlady, to whom I had addressed the letter, wrote to tell me that she had given it him with her own hands. However, Jacques did not come. We shall hear more of this Negro in the course of 2 years. The fever and the virus that was in my blood put me in danger of my life, and on the 3rd day I was in extremis. A 4th bloodletting exhausted my strength and left me in a state of coma which lasted for 24 hours. This was succeeded by a crisis which restored me to life again, but it was only by dint of the most careful treatment that I found myself able to continue my journey a fortnight after my arrival in France. Weak in health, grieved at having been the innocent cause of the worthy Mr. Lee's losing a large sum of money, humiliated by my flight from London, indignant with Jacques, and angry at being obliged to abandon my Portuguese project, I got into a postchaise with Datchery, not knowing where to turn or where to go, or whether I had many more weeks to live. I had written to Venice asking M. de Bragadin to send the sum I have mentioned to Brussels instead of London. When I got to Dunkirk, the day after I left Paris, the first person I saw was the merchant S., the husband of that Therese whom my readers may remember, the niece of Tyrta's mistress, with whom I had been in love 7 years ago. The worthy man recognized me, and seeing his astonishment at the change in my appearance, I told him I was recovering from a long illness, and then asked after his wife. "She is wonderfully well," he answered, "and I hope we shall have the pleasure of seeing you to dinner tomorrow." I said I wanted to be off at daybreak, but he would not hear of it, and protested he would be quite hurt if I went away without seeing his wife and his 3 children. At last, I appeased him by saying that we would sup together. My readers will remember that I had been on the point of marrying Therese, and this circumstance made me ashamed of presenting myself to her in such a sorry plight. In a quarter of an hour the husband arrived with his wife and 3 children, the eldest of whom looked about 6. After the usual greetings and tiresome inquiries after my health, Therese sent back the 2 younger children, rightly thinking that the eldest would be the only one in whom I should take any interest. He was a charming boy, and as he was exactly like his mother, the worthy merchant had no doubts as to the parentage of the child. I laughed to myself at finding my offspring thus scattered all over Europe. At supper Therese gave me news of Tyrta. He had entered the Dutch East India Company's service, but having been concerned in a revolt at Batavia, he had only escaped the gallows by flight. I had my own thoughts as to the similarity between his destiny and mine, but I did not reveal them. After all, it is an easy enough matter for an adventurous man, who does not look where he is going, to get hanged for a mere trifle. The next day, when I got to Tournai, I saw some grooms walking fine horses up and down, and I asked to whom they belonged. "To the Comte de Saint-Germain, the adept, who has been here a month and never goes out. Everybody who passes through the place wants to see him, but he is invisible." This was enough to give me the same desire, so I wrote him a letter, expressing my wish to speak to him and asking him to name an hour. His reply, which I have preserved, ran as follows: "The gravity of my occupation compels me to exclude everyone, but you are an exception. Come whenever you like, you will be shewn in. You need not mention my name nor your own. I do not ask you to share my repast, for my food is not suitable to others, to you least of all, if your appetite is what it used to be." At 9 o'clock I paid my call, and found he had grown a beard 2 inches long. He had a score of retorts before him, full of liquids in various stages of digestion. He told me he was experimenting with colors for his own amusement, and that he had established a hat factory for Count Cobenzl, the Austrian ambassador at Brussels. He added that the Count had only given him 150,000 florins, which were insufficient. Then we spoke of Madame d'Urf. "She poisoned herself," said he, "by taking too strong a dose of the universal medicine, and her will shows that she thought herself to be with child. If she had come to me, I could have really made her so, though it is a difficult process, and science has not advanced far enough for us to be able to guarantee the sex of the child." When he heard the nature of my disease, he wanted me to stay 3 days at Tournai for him to give me 15 pills, which would effectually cure me and restore me to perfect health. Then he showed me his magistrum, which he called athoder. It was a white liquid contained in a well-stoppered phial. He told me that this liquid was the universal spirit of nature, and that if the wax on the stopper was pricked ever so lightly, the whole of the contents would disappear. I begged him to make the experiment. He gave me the phial and a pin, and I pricked the wax, and lo, The file was empty. "It is very fine," said I, "but what good is all this?" "I cannot tell you, that is my secret." He wanted to astonish me before I went and asked me if I had any money about me. I took out several pieces and put them on the table. He got up, and without saying what he was going to do, he took a burning coal and put it on a metal plate and placed a 12-sols piece with a small black grain on the coal. He then blew it, and in 2 minutes it seemed on fire. "Wait a moment," said the alchemist, "let it get cool," and it cooled almost directly. "Take it, it is yours," said he. I took up the piece of money and found it had become gold. I felt perfectly certain that he had smuggled my silver piece away and had substituted a gold piece coated with silver for it. I did not care to tell him as much, but to let him see that I was not taken in, I said, "It is really very wonderful, but another time you should warn me what you are going to do, so that the operation might be attentively watched, and the piece of money noted before being placed on the burning coal." "Those that are capable of entertaining doubts of my art," said the rogue, "are not worthy to speak to me." This was in his usual style of arrogance, to which I was accustomed. This was the last time I saw this celebrated and learned impostor. He died at Schlesing 6 or 7 years after. The piece of money he gave me was pure gold, and 2 months after Field Marshal Keith took such a fancy to it that I gave it him. I left Tournai the next morning and stopped at Brussels to await the answer of the letter which I had written to M. de Bragadin. 5 days after I got the letter with a bill of exchange for 200 ducats. I thought of staying in Brussels to get cured, but Datchery told me that he had heard from a rope dancer that his father and mother and the whole family were at Brunswick, and he persuaded me to go there, assuring me that I should be carefully looked after. He had not much difficulty in getting me to go to Brunswick, as I was curious to see again the mother of my godson, so I started the same day. At Rurimond, I was so ill that I had to stop for 36 hours. At Wessel, I wished to get rid of my postchaise, for the horses of the country are not used to going between shafts, but what was my surprise to meet General Beckwith there. After the usual compliments had passed, and the general had condoled with me on my weak state of health, he said he should like to buy my chaise and exchange it for a commodious carriage, in which I could travel all over Germany. The bargain was soon struck, and the general advised me to stay at Wessel, where there was a clever young doctor from the University of Leyden, who would understand my case better than the Brunswick physicians. Nothing is easier than to influence a sick man, especially if he be in search of fortune and knows not where to look for the fickle goddess. General Beckwith, who was in garrison at Wessel, sent for Dr. Pipers and was present at my confession and even at the examination. I will not revolt my readers by describing the disgusting state in which I was. Suffice it to say that I shudder still when I think of it. The young doctor, who was gentleness personified, begged me to come and stay with him, promising that his mother and sisters should take the greatest care of me, and that he would effect a radical cure in the course of 6 weeks if I would carry out all his directions. The general advised me strongly to stay with the doctor, and I agreed all the more readily as I wished to have some amusement at Brunswick and not to arrive there deprived of the use of all my limbs. I therefore gave in, but the doctor would not hear of any agreement. He told me that I could give him whatever I liked when I went away, and he would certainly be satisfied. He took his leave to go and make my room ready, and told me to come in an hour's time. I went to his house in a sedan chair and held a handkerchief before my face, as I was ashamed that the young doctor's mother and sisters should see me in the state I was in. As soon as I got to my room, Datchery undressed me and I went to bed. Chapter 17. My cure Datchery is beaten by some soldiers. I leave Wessel, for Brunswick Redegond Brunswick the hereditary prince the Jumai, stay at Wolfenbüttel the Library Berlin Kalsabigi, and the Berlin Lotterium deal. Belanger. At supper time, the doctor, his mother, and one of his sisters came to see me. All of them bore the love of their kind written on their features. They assured me that I should have all possible care at their hands. When the ladies were gone, the doctor explained his treatment. He said that he hoped to cure me by the exhibition of sudorifics and mercurial pills, but he warned me I must be very careful in my diet and must not apply myself in any way. I promised to abide by his directions, and he said that he would read me the newspaper himself twice a week to amuse me. And by way of a beginning, he informed me that the famous Pompadour was dead. Thus I was condemned to a state of perfect rest, but it was not the remedies or the abstinence I dreaded most. I feared the effects of ennui. I thought I should die of it. No doubt the doctor saw the danger as well as myself, for he asked me if I would mind his sister coming and working in my room occasionally with a few of her friends. I replied that, despite my shame of showing myself to young ladies in such a condition, I accepted her offer with delight. The sister was very grateful for what she was pleased to call my kindness, for my room was the only one which looked in the street, and as everyone knows, girls are very fond of inspecting the passers-by. Unfortunately, this arrangement turned out ill for Datchery. The poor young man had only received the education of a mountebank, and it was tiresome for him to pass all his time in my company. When he saw that I had plenty of friends, he thought I could dispense with his society and only thought of amusing himself. On the third day towards the evening, he was carried home covered with bruises. He had been in the guardroom with the soldiers, and some quarrel having arisen, he had got a severe beating. He was in a pitiable state, all over blood and with 3 teeth missing. He told me the story with tears and begged me to take vengeance on his foes. I sent my doctor to General Beckwith, who said that all he could do was to give the poor man a bed in the hospital. Datchery had no bones broken, and in a few days was quite well, so I sent him on to Brunswick with a passport from General Salaman. The loss of his teeth secured him from the conscription. This, at any rate, was a good thing. The treatment of the young doctor was even more successful than he had anticipated, for in a month I was perfectly well again, though terribly thin. The worthy people of the house must have taken an idea of me, not in the least like myself. I was thought to be the most patient of men, and the sister and her young lady friends must have considered me as modesty personified. But these virtues only resulted from my illness and my great depression. If you want to discover the character of a man, view him in health and freedom. A captive, and in sickness he is no longer the same man. I gave a beautiful dress to the sister, and 20 louis to the doctor, and both seemed to me extremely satisfied. On the eve of my departure, I received a letter from Madame du Roumain, who had heard I was in want from my friend Balletti, and sent me a bill of exchange on Amsterdam for 600 florins. She said I could repay her at my convenience, but she died before I was able to discharge the debt. Having made up my mind to go to Brunswick, I could not resist the temptation to pass through Hanover, for whenever I thought of Gabrielle, I loved her still. I did not wish to stop any length of time, for I was poor and I had to be careful of my health. I only wished to pay her a flying visit on the estate which her mother had at Stocken, as she had told me. I may also say that curiosity was a motive for this visit. I had decided to start at daybreak in my new carriage, but the fates had ordained it otherwise. The English general wrote me a note asking me to sup with him, telling me that some Italians would be present, and this decided me to stay on, but I had to promise the doctor to observe strict temperance. My surprise may be imagined when I saw the Ridegonde and her abominable mother. The mother did not recognize me at first, but Ridegonde knew me directly and said, "Good heavens, how thin you have become." I complimented her on her beauty, and indeed she had improved wonderfully. "I have just recovered from a dangerous illness," said I, "and I am starting for Brunswick at daybreak tomorrow." "So are we," she exclaimed, looking at her mother. The general, delighted to find that we knew each other, said we could travel together. "Hardly, I think," I replied, "unless the lady mother has changed her principles since I knew her." "I am always the same," she said, dryly enough, but I only replied with a glance of contempt. The general held a banquet faro at a small table. There were several other ladies and some officers, and the stakes were small. He offered me a place, but I excused myself, saying that I never played while on a journey. At the end of the deal, the general returned to the charge, and said, "Really, Chevalier, this maxim of yours is antisocial. You must play." So saying, he drew several English bank notes from his pocketbook, telling me they were the same I had given him in London 6 months ago. "Take your revenge," he added, "there are 400 pounds here." "I don't want to lose as much as that," I replied, "but I will risk 50 pounds to amuse you." With this I took out the bill of exchange, that Madame du Roumain had sent me. The general went on dealing, and at the third deal I found I was 50 guineas to the good, and with that I was satisfied. Directly afterwards supper was announced, and we went into the dining room. Redegond, who had learnt French admirably, kept everybody amused. She had been engaged by the Duke of Brunswick as second singer, and she had come from Brussels. She bemoaned her journey in the uncomfortable postchaise and expressed a fear that she would be ill by the time she got to her journey's end. "Why, there's the Chevalier Seingalt all alone in a most comfortable carriage," said the general. Redegond smiled. "How many people will your carriage hold?" "Only 2. "Then it's out of the question, for I never let my daughter travel alone with anybody." A general burst of laughter, in which Redegond joined, seemed to confuse the mother in some degree. But like a good daughter, Redegond explained that her mother was always afraid of her being assassinated. The evening passed away in pleasant conversation, and the younger singer did not need much persuasion to seat herself at the piano, where she sang in a manner that won genuine applause. When I wanted to go, the general begged me to breakfast with him, saying that the postchaise did not go till 12, and that this act of politeness was due to my young fellow countrywoman. Redegond joined in, reproaching me with my behavior at Turin and Florence, though she had nothing really to complain of. I gave in, and feeling that I wanted rest, I went to bed. The next morning, at 9 o'clock, I took leave of the worthy doctor and his family and walked to the general's, giving orders that my carriage should be brought round as soon as it was ready. In half an hour Redegond and her mother arrived, and I was astonished to see them accompanied by the brother who had been my servant at Florence. When breakfast was over, my carriage stood at the door, and I made my bow to the general and all the company, who were standing in the hall to see me off. Redegond came down the steps with me and asked if my carriage was comfortable, and then got into it. I got in after her without the slightest premeditation, and the postilion, seeing the carriage full, gave a crack with his whip and we were off, Redegond shrieking with laughter. I was on the point of telling him to stop, but seeing her enjoyment of the drive, I held my tongue, only waiting for her to say, "I have had enough." But I waited in vain, and we had gone over half a league before she said a word. "I have laughed and laugh still," she said, "when I think of what my mother will say at this freak of mine. I had no intentions in getting into the carriage, and I am sure you cannot have told the postilion to drive on. You may be quite sure of that. All the same, my mother will believe it to be a deeply laid plan, and that strikes me as amusing. So it is, I am quite satisfied, certainly. Now you are here, you had better come on with me to Brunswick. You will be more comfortable than in a villainous stage-coach." I should be delighted, but that would be pushing matters too far. "No, we will stop at the first stage and wait for the coach." "You may do so if you please, but you will excuse my waiting." "What, you would leave me all alone?" "You know, dear Redegond, that I have always loved you, and I am ready to take you with me to Brunswick. What more can I say? If you love me, you will wait with me and restore me to my mother, who must be in despair. In spite of my devotion, I am afraid I cannot do so." Instead of turning sulky, the young madcap began to laugh again, and I determined she should come with me to Brunswick. When we got to the end of the stage, there were no horses ready. I arranged matters with the postilion, and after baiting the horses, we set out once more. The roads were fearful, and we did not come to the second posting stage till nightfall. We might have slept there, but not wishing to be caught up by the coach and to lose my prize, I ordered fresh horses, and we resumed our journey in spite of Redegond's tears and supplications. We traveled all night and reached Lippstadt in the early morning, and in spite of the unseasonableness of the hour, I ordered something to eat. Redegond wanted a rest, as indeed did I, but she had to give way when I said caressingly that we could sleep at Minden. Instead of scolding me, she began to smile, and I saw she guessed what she had to expect. In fact, when we got to Minden, we had supper, and then went to bed together as man and wife, and stayed in bed for 5 hours. She was quite kind, and only made me entreat her for form's sake. We got to Hanover and put up at an excellent inn where we had a choice meal, and where I found the waiter who was at the inn in Zurich when I waited on the ladies at table. Miss Chudley had dined there with the Duke of Kingston, and they had gone on to Berlin. We had a beautiful French bed in which to spend the night, and in the morning we were awakened by the noise of the stagecoach. Redegond, not wishing to be surprised in my arms, rang the bell and told the waiter by no means to admit the lady who had come out of the coach and asked to be shewn in directly. But her precaution was vain, for, as the waiter went out, the mother and son came in, and we were taken in flagrante delicto. I told them to wait outside, and getting up in my shirt, I locked the door. The mother began to abuse me and her daughter, and threatened me with criminal proceedings if I did not give her up. Redegond, however, calmed her by telling her the story, and she believed, or pretended to believe, it was all chance, but she said, "That's all very well, but you can't deny, you little slut, that you have been sleeping with him." "Oh, there's no harm in that, for you know, dear mamma, nobody does anything asleep." Without giving her the time to reply, she threw her arms round her neck, and promised to go on with her in the coach. After things had been thus settled, I dressed myself, and gave them all a good breakfast, and went on my way to Brunswick, where I arrived a few hours before them. Redegond had deprived me of my curiosity to see Gabrielle. Besides, in the condition I was in, my vanity would have suffered grievously. As soon as I had settled in a good inn, I sent for Datchery, who came immediately, elegantly dressed, and very anxious to introduce to me a certain Signor Niccolini, theatrical manager. This Niccolini understood his craft perfectly, and was high in favor with the prince to whom his daughter Anna was mistress. He gave me a distinguished and a cordial greeting, and was very anxious that I should stay with him, but I was able to escape the constraint of such an arrangement without giving him any offense. I accepted his offer to take my meals at his table, which was furnished by an excellent cook and surrounded by a distinguished company. Here was no gathering of men of title, with the cold and haughty manners of the court. All were talented, and such company to my mind was delightful. I was not well, and I was not rich, or else I should have made a longer stay at Brunswick, which had its charms for me. But we will not anticipate, though as old age steals on a man, he is never tired of dwelling again and again on the incidents of his past life, in spite of his desire to arrest the sands which run out so quickly. The third day after my arrival at Brunswick, Redegond, knowing that I was dining at Niccolini's, came there too. Everybody had found out, somehow or other, that we had traveled from Wesel to Hanover together, and they were at liberty to draw whatever conclusions they pleased. 2 days later, the Crown Prince arrived from Potsdam on a visit to his future bride, the daughter of the reigning duke, whom he married the year after. The court entertained in the most magnificent manner, and the hereditary prince, now the reigning duke, honored me with an invitation. I had met His Highness at an assembly in Soho Square, the day after he had been made a London citizen. It was 22 years since I had been in love with Datchery's mother. I was curious to see the ravages which time had worked on her, but I had reason to repent of my visit, for she had grown terribly ugly. She knew it herself, and a blush of shame appeared on those features which had once been fair. The prince had an army of 6,000 foot in good condition. This army was to be reviewed on a plain at a little distance from the town, and I went to see the spectacle, and was rewarded by having rain dripping down my back the whole time. Among the numerous spectators were many persons of fashion, ladies in handsome dresses, and a good sprinkling of foreigners. I saw the Honorable Miss Chudley, who honored me by addressing me, and asked me, amongst other questions, how long I had left London. She was dressed in Indian muslin, and beneath it she only wore a chemise of fine cambric, and by the time the rain had made her clothes cling to her body, she looked more than naked, but she did not evince any confusion. Most of the ladies sheltered themselves from the rain under elegant tents which had been erected. The troops, who took no notice of the weather, executed their maneuvers, and fired their muskets in a manner which seemed to satisfy good judges. There was nothing further to attract me at Brunswick, and I thought of spending the summer at Berlin, which I concluded would be more amusing than a small provincial town. Wanting an overcoat, I bought the material from a Jew, who offered to discount bills of exchange for me if I had any. I had the bill which Madame du Roumain had sent me, and finding that it would be convenient for me to get it discounted, I gave it to the Israelite, who cashed it, deducting commission at the ordinary rate of 2%. The letter was payable to the order of the Chevalier de Seingalt, and with that name I endorsed it. I thought no more of the matter, but early the next day the same Jew called on me, and told me that I must either return him his money or give sureties for the amount till he had ascertained whether the bill was a forgery or not. I was offended at this piece of impertinence, and feeling certain that the bill was a good one, I told the fellow that he might set his mind at rest and let me alone, as I should not give him any sureties. I must either have the money or the surety, said he, and if you refuse I will have you arrested. Your character is well known. This was too much for me, and raising my cane I gave him a blow on the head which he must have felt for many a long day. I then dressed and dined with Nicolini, without thinking or speaking of this disagreeable incident. The next day, as I was taking a walk outside the town walls, I met the prince on horseback, followed by a single groom. I bowed to him as he passed, but he came up to me and said, "You are leaving Brunswick, Chevalier." "In 2 or 3 days, your highness." "I heard this morning that a Jew has brought a complaint against you for beating him, because he asked you to give him security for a bill of exchange which he was afraid of." "My lord, I cannot answer for the effects of my indignation against a rascal who dared to come and insult me in my own house, but I do know that if I had given him security, I should have impugned my own honor. The impertinent scoundrel threatened to have me arrested, but I know that a just government rules here, and not arbitrary power. You are right, it would be unjust to have you arrested, but he is afraid for his ducats." "He need not be afraid, my lord, for the bill is drawn by a person of honor and of high station in society." "I am delighted to hear it. The Jew said he would never have discounted the bill if you had not mentioned my name." "That's a lie, your highness, name never passed my lips." "He also says that you endorsed the bill with a false name." "Then he lies again, for I signed myself Seingalt, and that name is mine." In short, it is a case of a Jew who has been beaten and is afraid of being duped. I pity such an animal, and I must see what I can do to prevent his keeping you here till he learns the fate of the bill at Amsterdam. As I have not the slightest doubt as to the goodness of the bill, I will take it up myself, and this very morning. Thus you will be able to leave when you like. Farewell, Chevalier, I wish you a pleasant journey." With this compliment the prince left me, without giving me time to answer him. I might have felt inclined to tell him that by taking up the bill he would give the Jew and everyone else to understand that it was a favor done to me, to the great hurt of my honor, and that consequently I should be obliged by his doing nothing of the kind. But though the prince was a man of generosity and magnanimity, he was deficient in that delicate quality which we call tact. This defect, common amongst princes, arises from their education, which places them above the politeness which is considered necessary in ordinary mortals. He could not have treated me worse than he did if he had been certain of my dishonesty, and wished me to understand that I was forgiven, and that he would bear all the consequences of my misdemeanor. With this idea in my head, I said to myself, "Perhaps, indeed, this is exactly what the prince does think. Is it the Jew or me that he pities? If the latter, I think I must give him a lesson, though I do not wish to cause him any humiliation." Feeling deeply humiliated myself, and pondering on my position, I walked away, directing my attention especially to the Duke's concluding words. I thought his wish for a pleasant journey supremely out of place, under the circumstances, in the mouth of one who enjoyed almost absolute power. It was equivalent to an order to leave the town, and I felt indignant at the thought. I therefore resolved to vindicate my honor by neither going away nor remaining. "If I stay," I said to myself, "the Jew will be adjudged to be in the right, and if I go the Duke will think I have profited by his favor, and so to speak, by his present of 50 louis if the bill were protested. I will not let anyone enjoy a satisfaction which is no one due." After these considerations, which I thought worthy of a wiser head than mine, I packed up my trunk, ordered horses, and after a good dinner and the payment of my bill I went to Wolfenbüttel with the idea of spending a week there. I was sure of finding amusement, for Wolfenbüttel contains the 3rd largest library in Europe, and I had long been anxious to see it. The learned librarian, whose politeness was all the better for being completely devoid of affection, told me that not only could I have whatever books I wished to see, but that I could take them to my lodging, not even excepting the manuscripts, which are the chief feature in that fine library. I spent a week in the library, only leaving it to take my meals and go to bed, and I count this week as one of the happiest I have ever spent, for then I forgot myself completely. And in the delight of study, the past, the present, and the future were entirely blotted out. Of some such sort, I think, must be the joys of the redeemed. And now I see that only a few trifling little circumstances and incidents were wanting to make me a perfect sage. And here I must note a circumstance which my readers may scarcely believe, but which for all that is quite true, namely, that I have always preferred virtue to vice, and that when I sinned I did so out of mere lightness of heart, for which, no doubt, I shall be blamed by many persons. But no matter, a man has only to give an account of his actions to two beings, to himself here and to God hereafter. At Wolfenbuttel I gathered a good many hints on the Iliad and Odyssey, which will not be found in any commentator, and of which the great Pope knew nothing. Some of these considerations will be found in my translation of the Iliad. The rest are still in manuscript, and will probably never see the light. However, I burn nothing, not even these memoirs, though I often think of doing so, but the time never comes. At the end of the week, I returned to the same inn at Brunswick, which I had occupied before, and let my godson Datchery know of my arrival. I was delighted to hear that no one suspected that I had spent the fortnight within 5 leagues of Brunswick. Datchery told me that the general belief was that I had returned the Jew his money and got the bill of exchange back. Nevertheless, I felt sure that the bill had been honored at Amsterdam, and that the Duke knew that I had been staying at Wolfenbuttel. Datchery told me that Niccolini was expecting to see me at dinner, and I was not astonished to hear of it, for I had not taken leave of anyone. I accordingly went, and the following incident, which served to justify me in the eyes of all men, took place. We were at the roast when one of the prince's servants came in with the Jew I had beaten. The poor man came up humbly to me and spoke as follows. "I am ordered to come here, sir, to apologize for suspecting the authenticity of the bill of exchange you gave me. I have been punished by being fined the amount of my commission." "I wish that had been your only punishment," said I. He made me a profound bow and went out, saying that I was only too good. When I got back to the inn, I found a letter from Redegond in which she reproached me tenderly for not having been once to see her all the time I had been at Brunswick, and begging me to breakfast with her in a little country house. "I shall not be in my mother's company," she added, "but in that of a young lady of your acquaintance, whom, I am sure, you will be glad to see once more." I liked Redegond, and I had only neglected her at Brunswick because my means did not allow my making her a handsome present. I resolved to accept her invitation, my curiosity being rather stimulated by the account of the young lady. I was exact at the time indicated, and I found Redegond looking charming in a pretty room on the ground floor, and with her was a young artiste whom I had known as a child shortly before I had been put under the Leads. I pretended to be delighted to see her, but I was really quite taken up with Redegond and congratulated her upon her pretty house. She said she had taken it for 6 months, but did not sleep there. After coffee had been served, we were on the point of going out for a stroll, when who should come in but the prince. He smiled pleasantly when he saw us, and apologized to Redegond for interrupting our little party. The appearance of the prince enlightened me as to the position of my delightful fellow countrywoman, and I understood why she had been so precise about the time at which I was to come. Redegond had made the conquest of the worthy prince, who was always disposed to gallantry, but felt it his duty during the first year of his marriage with the King of England's sister to preserve some kind of incognito in his amours. We spent an hour in walking up and down and talking of London and Berlin, but nothing was said of the Jew or the bill of exchange. He was delighted with my warm eulogium of his library at Wolfenbuttel, and laughed with all his heart when I said that unless it had been for the intellectual nourishment I enjoyed, the bad fare at the inn would certainly have reduced me to half my present size. After bidding a graceful farewell to the nymph, the prince left us, and we heard him galloping away on his horse. When I was alone with Redegond, far from begging for new favors, I advised her to be faithful to the prince. But though appearances were certainly not deceitful in this case, she would not admit anything. This was in accordance with her part as young mistress, and I did not reproach her for her want of confidence. I spent the rest of the day at the inn, and started the next morning at daybreak. When I got to Magdeburg, I took a letter of introduction from General Beckwith to an officer. He showed me the fortress and kept me for 3 days, making me taste all the pleasures of the table, women, and gaming. However, I was very moderate and managed to increase my savings in a small degree, contenting myself with modest wagers. From Magdeburg, I went straight to Berlin, without caring to stop at Potsdam, as the king was not there. The fearful Prussian roads with their sandy soil made me take 3 days to do 18 Prussian miles. Prussia is a country of which much could be made with labor and capital, but I do not think it will ever become a really fine country. I put up at the Hôtel de Paris, which was both comfortable and economical. Madame Ruffin, who kept it, had entered into the spirit of her business without losing her French politeness, and thus the inn had got a reputation. As soon as I was in my room, she came to ask me if I were satisfied, and to make divers arrangements for my comfort. There was a table d'hôte, and those who ate in their private rooms paid double. "This arrangement," I said, "may suit you, but for the present it will not suit me. I want to dine in my own room, but I don't want to pay double. I will therefore pay as if I were in the public room, but if you like you need only send me up half the number of dishes." "I agree, on the condition that you sup with me. We will not put it in the accounts, and you will only meet friends at my little suppers." I thought her proposal so curious a one that I had a great inclination to laugh, but finding it at the same time very advantageous, I accepted frankly, and as if we had long been friends. On the first day I was tired, and did not sup with her till the day following. Madame Ruffin had a husband who attended to the cooking, and a son, but neither of them came to these suppers. The first time I went to one of them, I met an elderly but agreeable and sensible gentleman. He lodged in a room adjoining mine, and called himself Baron Tradle. His sister had married the Duke of Curland, Jean Ernest Bayern or Berlin. The Baron, who was extremely pleasant, became my friend, and remained so for the couple of months I spent in Berlin. I also met a Hamburg merchant, named Grieve, and his wife, whom he had just married and had brought to Berlin that she might see the marvels of the warrior king's court. She was as pleasant as her husband, and I paid her an assiduous court. A lively and high-spirited individual called Noel, who was the sole and beloved cook of His Prussian Majesty, was the fourth person. He only came rarely to the suppers on account of his duties in the king's kitchen. As I have said, His Majesty had only this one cook, and Noel had only one scullion to help him. M. Noel, the ambassador of the French Republic at The Hague, is, as I am assured, the son of this cook, who was an excellent man. And here I must say, in despite of my hatred for the French revolutionary government, that I am not at all ill pleased that a man of talents should be enabled to fill exalted offices, which under the old system of privilege were often occupied by fools. If it had not been for the culinary skill of Noel the cook, the famous atheist physician Lametry would not have died of indigestion, for the pie he succeeded in eating in his extremity was made by Noel. Lametry often supped with Madame Ruffin, and I thought it disobliging of him to die so soon, for I should have liked to know him, as he was a learned man and full of mirth. He expired laughing, though it is said that death from indigestion is the most painful of all. Voltaire told me that he thought Lametry the most obstinate atheist in the world, and I could easily believe it after reading his works. The King of Prussia himself pronounced his funeral oration, using the words, "It is not wonderful that he only believed in the existence of matter, for all the spirit in the world was enclosed in his own body." No one but a king would venture on such a sally in a funeral oration. However, Frederick the Great was a deist and not an atheist, but that is of little consequence, since he never allowed the belief in a god to influence his actions in the slightest degree. Some say that an atheist who ponders over the possible existence of a god is better than a deist who never thinks of the deity, but I will not venture to decide this point. The first visit I paid in Berlin was to Calsabigi, the younger brother of the Calsabigi, with whom I had founded the lottery in Paris in 1757. He had left Paris and his wife too, and had set up a lottery in Brussels, but his extravagance was so great that he became a bankrupt in spite of the efforts of Count Cobenzl to keep him going. He fled from Brussels to Berlin and was introduced to the King of Prussia. He was a plausible speaker, and persuaded the monarch to establish a lottery, to make him the manager, and to give him the title of Counselor of State. He promised that the lottery should bring in an annual revenue of at least 200,000 crowns and only asked a percentage of 10% for himself. The lottery had been going for 2 years and had had a great success, as hitherto it had had no large losses. But the king, who knew that the luck might turn, was always in a fidget about it. With this idea, he told Calsabigi that he must carry it on his own responsibility and pay him 100,000 crowns per annum, that being the cost of his Italian theatre. I happened to call on Calsabigi on the very day on which the king intimated to him this decision. After talking over our old relationship and the vicissitudes we had both experienced, he told me what had happened. It seemed an unexpected blow to him. The next drawing, he said, would be at the king's risk, but the public would have to be informed that in future the lottery would be a private one. He wanted capital to the amount of 2 million crowns, for he foresaw that otherwise the lottery would collapse, as people would not risk their money without the certainty of being paid in the event of their winning. He said he would guarantee me an income of 10,000 crowns per annum if I succeeded in making the king change his mind. And by way of encouragement, he recalled to my mind the effect of my persuasive powers at Paris 7 years before. "'Tis a good omen," said he, "and without any superstition I believe that the good genius of the lottery has brought me to Berlin just now." I laughed at his illusions, but I pitied him. I showed him the impossibility of convincing an individual whose only argument was, "I am afraid, and I don't wish to be afraid any longer." He begged me to stay to dinner and introduced me to his wife. This was a double surprise for me, in the first place because I thought General Lamotte, as his first wife was called, to be still living, and in the second place because I recognized in this second wife of his, Mdele Belanger. I addressed the usual compliments to her and inquired after her mother. She replied with a profound sigh and told me not to ask any questions about her family, as she had only bad news to tell me. I had known Madame Belanger at Paris. She was a widow with one daughter and seemed to be well off. Now I saw this daughter, pretty enough and well married, and yet in this doleful humor, and I felt embarrassed and yet curious. After Calsabigi had placed me in a position to entertain a high opinion of the skill of his cook, he showed me his horses and carriages, begging me to take a drive with his wife and come back to supper, which, as he said, was his best meal. When we were in the carriage together, the necessity of talking about something led me to ask the lady by what happy chain of circumstances she found herself the wife of Calsabigi. His real wife is still alive, so I have not the misfortune of occupying that position, but everyone in Berlin thinks I am his lawful wife. 3 years ago I was deprived of my mother and the means of livelihood at one stroke, for my mother had an annuity. None of my relations were rich enough to help me, and wishing to live virtuously above all things I subsisted for 2 years on the sale of my mother's furniture, boarding with a worthy woman who made her living by embroidery. I learnt her art and only went out to Mass on Sundays. I was a prey to melancholy, and when I had spent all I had I went to M. Bria, a Genoese, on whom I thought I could rely. I begged him to get me a place as a mere waiting maid, thinking that I was tolerably competent for such a position. He promised to do what he could for me, and 5 or 6 days afterwards he made me the following proposal. He read me a letter from Calsabigi, of whom I had never heard, in which he charged him to send a virtuous young lady to Berlin. She must be of good birth, good education, and pleasant appearance, as when his aged and infirm wife died he intended to marry her. As such a person would most probably be badly off, Calsabigi begged Embria to give her 50 louis to buy clothes and linen and 50 louis to journey to Berlin with a maid. Embria was also authorized to promise that the young lady should hold the position of Calsabigi's wife and be presented in that character to all his friends, that she should have a waiting maid, a carriage, an allowance of clothes, and a certain monthly amount as pin money to be spent as she chose. He promised, if the arrangement was not found suitable, to set her free at the end of a year, giving her 100 louis, and leaving her in possession of whatever money she might have saved, and such clothes and jewels as he might have given her. In fine, if the lady agreed to live with him till he was able to marry her, Calsabigi promised to execute a deed of gift in her favor to the amount of 10,000 crowns, which the public would believe to be her dowry. And if he died before being able to marry her, she would have a right to claim the aforesaid sum from his estate. With such fine promises did Bria persuade me to leave my native country to come and dishonor myself here, for though everybody treats me as if I were his wife, it is probably known that I am only his mistress. I have been here for 6 months, and I have never had an instant's happiness. Has he not kept the conditions you have mentioned? Conditions? Calsabiga's state of health will kill him long before his wife, and in that case I shall have nothing, for he is loaded with debt, and his creditors would have the first claim on the estate. Besides, I do not like him, and the reason is that he loves me too much. You can understand that. His devotion worries me. At all events, you can return to Paris in 6 months' time, or, in fact, do anything you like when the term stipulated has expired. You will get your 100 louis, and can lay in a pretty stock of linen. If I go to Paris, I shall be dishonored, and if I remain here, I shall be dishonored. In fact, I am very unhappy, and Bria is the cause of my woe. Nevertheless, I can't blame him, as he could not have been aware that his friend's property only consisted of debts. And now the king has withdrawn his countenance, the lottery will fail, and Calsabigi will inevitably become a bankrupt. She had studiously refrained from exaggeration, and I could not help confessing that she was to be pitied. I advised her to try and sell the deed of gift for 10,000 crowns, as it was not likely he would raise any objection. I have thought it over, said she, but to do that I have need of a friend. Of course, I do not expect to dispose of it save at a great loss. I promised to see what I could do for her. There were 4 of us at supper. The 4th person was a young man who had helped in the Paris and Brussels lotteries and had followed Calsabigi to Berlin. He was evidently in love with Belanger, but I did not think his love was crowned with success. At dessert, Calsabigi begged me to give him my opinion of a scheme he had drafted, the aim of which was to bring in a sum of 2 million crowns, so that the credit of the lottery might remain secure. The lady left us to talk business at our ease. She was between 24 and 25, and without having much wit, she possessed a great knowledge of the usages of society, which is better than wit in a woman. In fine, she had all that a man could well desire. The sentiments I felt for her were confined to those of friendship and esteem after the confidence she had placed in me. Calsabiga's project was brief, but clear and well imagined. He invited capitalists not to speculate in the lottery, but to guarantee it for a certain sum. In the case of the lottery's losing, each guarantor would have to share in paying according to the sum named, and in like manner they would share in the profits. I promised to give him my opinion in writing by the next day, and I substituted the following plan for his. When a capital of 1 million would, I judged, be ample. 2, this million should be divided into 100 shares of 10,000 crowns each. 3, each share must be taken up before a notary, who would answer for the shareholder's solvency. 4, all dividends to be paid the 3rd day after the drawing. 5, in case of loss, the shareholder to renew his share. 6, a cashier, chosen by a majority of 4/5 of the shareholders, to have the control of all monies. 7, winning tickets to be paid the day after the drawing. 8, on the eve of a drawing, the shareholders, cashier to have an account of receipts from the lottery cashier, and the former to lock the safe with 3 keys, one of which to remain in his hands, one in the hands of the lottery cashier, and one in the hands of the manager of the lottery. 9, only the simple drawing, the amb and the turn to be retained, the quartern and the quine to be abolished. 10, on the 3 combinations, a shilling to be the minimum, and a crown the maximum stake, the offices to be closed 24 hours before the drawing. 11, 10%, to go to Calsabigi, the manager, all expenses of farming to be paid by him. 12, Calsabigi to be entitled to the possession of 2 shares, without a guarantee being required. I saw by Calsabiga's face that the plan did not please him, but I told him that he would not get shareholders save on these terms, or on terms even less favorable to himself. He had degraded the lottery to the level of birabai. His luxury and extravagance caused him to be distrusted. It was known that he was head over ears in debt, and the king could not banish the fear that he would be cheated in spite of the keenness of his controller general. The last drawing under the king's sanction made everyone in good spirits, for the lottery lost 20,000 crowns. The king sent the money immediately by a privy councillor, but it was said, when he heard the result of the drawing, that he burst out laughing, observing, "I knew it would be so, and I am only too happy to have got quit of it so cheaply." I thought it my duty to go and sup with the director to console him, and I found him in a state of great depression. He could not help thinking that his unhappy drawing would make the task of getting shareholders more difficult than ever. Hitherto the lottery had always been a gainer, but its late loss could not have come at a worse time. Nevertheless, he did not lose heart, and the next morning the public were informed by printed bills that the office would remain closed till a sufficient number of guarantors were found. Chapter 18. Lord Keith's appointment to meet the king in the garden of Sans-Souci. My conversation with Frederick, the great Madame Denis, the Pomeranian cadets Lamberti, go to Midau. My welcome at the court, and my administrative journey. The 5th day after my arrival at Berlin, I presented myself to the Lord Marshal, who since the death of his brother had been styled Lord Keith. I had seen him in London after his return from Scotland, where he had been reinstated in the family estates, which had been confiscated for Jacobinism. Frederick the Great was supposed to have brought this about. Lord Keith lived at Berlin, resting on his laurels and enjoying the blessings of peace. With his old simplicity of manner, he told me he was glad to see me again, and asked if I proposed making any stay at Berlin. I replied that I would willingly do so if the king would give me a suitable office. I asked him if he would speak a word in my favor, but he replied that the king liked to judge men's characters for himself and would often discover merit where no one had suspected its presence, and vice versa. He advised me to intimate to the king in writing that I desired to have the honor of an interview. "When you speak to him," the good old man added, "you may say that you know me, and the king will doubtless address me on the subject, and you may be sure what I say shall not be to your disadvantage." "But, my lord, how can I write to a monarch of whom I know nothing, and who knows nothing of me? I should not have thought of such a step." "I dare say, but don't you wish to speak to him?" "Certainly." "That is enough. Your letter will make him aware of your desire and nothing more." "But will he reply?" "Undoubtedly, he replies to everybody. He will tell you when and where he will see you. His Majesty is now at Sans-Souci. I am curious to know the nature of your interview with the monarch, who, as you can see, is not afraid of being imposed on." When I got home, I wrote a plain but respectful letter to the king, asking where and at what time I could introduce myself to him. In 2 days I received a letter signed, Frederick, in which the receipt of my letter was acknowledged, and I was told that I should find His Majesty in the garden of Sans-Souci at 4 o'clock. As may be imagined, I was punctual to my appointment. I was at Sans-Souci at 3, clad in a simple black dress. When I got into the courtyard, there was not so much as a sentinel to stop me, so I went on, mounted a stair, and opened a door in front of me. I found myself in a picture gallery, and the curator came up to me and offered to show me over it. "I have not come to admire these masterpieces," I replied, "but to see the king, who informed me in writing that I should find him in the garden. He is now at a concert playing the flute. He does so every day after dinner. Did he name any time?" "Yes, 4 o'clock, but he will have forgotten that." "The king never forgets anything. He will keep the appointment, and you will do well to go into the garden and await him." I had been in the garden for some minutes when I saw him appear, followed by his reader and a pretty spaniel. As soon as he saw me, he accosted me, taking off his old hat and pronouncing my name. Then he asked in a terrible voice what I wanted of him. This greeting surprised me, and my voice stuck in my throat. "Well, speak out. Are you not the person who wrote to me?" "Yes, sire, but I have forgotten everything now. I thought that I should not be awed by the majesty of a king, but I was mistaken. My Lord Marshal should have warned me." "Then he knows you. Let us walk. What is it that you want? What do you think of my garden?" His inquiries after my needs and of his garden were simultaneous. To any other person, I should have answered that I did not know anything about gardening, but this would have been equivalent to refusing to answer the question, and no monarch, even if he be a philosopher, could endure that. I therefore replied that I thought the garden superb. "But," he said, "the gardens of Versailles are much finer." "Yes, sire, but that is chiefly on account of the fountains. True, but it is not my fault. There is no water here. I have spent more than 300,000 crowns to get water, but unsuccessfully. 300,000 crowns, sire. If your majesty had spent them all at once, the fountains should be here. Oh, I see you are acquainted with hydraulics. I could not say that he was mistaken, for fear of offending him, so I simply bent my head, which might mean either yes or no. Thank God the king did not trouble to test my knowledge of the science of hydraulics, with which I was totally unacquainted. He kept on the move all the time, and as he turned his head from one side to the other, hurriedly asked me what forces Venice could put into the field in wartime. 20 men of war, sire, and a number of galleys. What are the land forces? 70,000 men, sire, all of whom are subjects of the Republic and assessing each village at one man. That is not true. No doubt you wish to amuse me by telling me these fables. Give me your opinions on taxation. This was the first conversation I had ever had with a monarch. I made a rapid review of the situation and found myself much in the same position as an actor of the improvised comedy of the Italians, who is greeted by the hisses of the gods if he stops short a moment. I therefore replied with all the airs of a doctor of finance that I could say something about the theory of taxation. That's what I want, he replied, for the practice is no business of yours. There are 3 kinds of taxes, considered as to their effects. The first is ruinous, the second a necessary evil, and the third invariably beneficial. Goods, go on. The ruinous impost is the royal tax, the necessary is the military, and the beneficial is the popular. As I had not given the subject any thought, I was in a disagreeable position, for I was obliged to go on speaking, and yet not to talk nonsense. The royal tax, sire, is that which deplenishes the purses of the subject to fill the coffers of the king. And that kind of tax is always ruinous, you think? Always, sire. It prevents the circulation of money, the soul of commerce, and the mainstay of the state. But if the tax be levied to keep up the strength of the army, you say it is a necessary evil. Yes, it is necessary and yet evil, for war is an evil. Quite so, and now about the popular tax. This is always a benefit, for the monarch takes with one hand and gives with the other. He improves towns and roads, founds schools, protects the sciences, cherishes the arts. In fine, he directs this tax towards improving the condition and increasing the happiness of his people. There is a good deal of truth in that. I suppose you know Calsabigi. I ought to, your majesty, as he and I established the Genoa lottery at Paris 7 years ago. In what class would you put this taxation, for you will agree that it is taxation of a kind? Certainly, sire, and not the least important. It is beneficial when the monarch spends his profits for the good of the people. But the monarch may lose. Once in 50. Is that conclusion the result of a mathematical calculation? Yes, sire. Such calculations often prove deceptive. Not so, may it please your majesty, when God remains neutral. What has God got to do with it? Well, sire, we will call it destiny or chance. Good, I may possibly be of your opinion as to the calculation, but I don't like your Genoese lottery. It seems to me an elaborate swindle, and I would have nothing more to do with it, even if it were positively certain that I should never lose. Your majesty is right, for the confidence which makes the people risk their money in a lottery is perfectly fallacious. This was the end of our strange dialogue, and stopping before a building he looked me over, and then, after a short silence, observed, "Do you know that you are a fine man? Is it possible that, after the scientific conversation we have had, your majesty should select the least of the qualities which adorn your lifeguardsmen for remark?" The king smiled kindly and said, "As you know Marshal Keith, I will speak to him of you." With that he took off his hat and bade me farewell. I retired with a profound bow. 3 or 4 days after the marshal gave me the agreeable news that I had found favor in the king's eyes, and that his majesty thought of employing me. I was curious to learn the nature of this employment, and being in no kind of hurry, I resolved to await events in Berlin. The time passed pleasantly enough, for I was either with Calsabigi, Baron Tradle, or my landlady, and when these resources failed me, I used to walk in the park, musing over the events of my life. Calsabigi had no difficulty in obtaining permission to continue the lottery on his own account, and he boldly announced that henceforward he would conduct the lottery on his own risk. His audacity was crowned with success, and he obtained a profit of 100,000 crowns. With this, he paid most of his debts, and gave his mistress 10,000 crowns, she returning the document entitling her to that amount. After this lucky drawing, it was easy to find guarantors, and the lottery went on successfully for 2 or 3 years. Nevertheless, Calsabigi ended by becoming bankrupt and died poor enough in Italy. He might be compared to the Danaids. The more he got, the more he spent. His mistress eventually made a respectable marriage and returned to Paris, where she lived in comfort. At the period of which I am speaking, the Duchess of Brunswick, the king's sister, came to pay him a visit. She was accompanied by her daughter, who married the Crown Prince of Prussia in the following year. I saw the king in a suit of lustring trimmed with gold lace and black silk stockings on his legs. He looked truly comic, and more like a theatrical heavy father than a great king. He came into the hall with his sister on his arm and attracted universal attention, for only very old men could remember seeing him without his uniform and top boots. I was not aware that the famous Madame Denis was at Berlin, and it was therefore an agreeable surprise to me to see her in the ballet one evening, dancing a pas seul in an exquisite manner. We were old friends, and I resolved to pay her a visit the next day. I must tell the reader, supposing I ever have one, that when I was about 12 years old I went to the theater with my mother and saw, not without much heart beating, a girl of 8 who danced a minuet in so ravishing a manner that the whole house applauded loudly. This young dancer, who was the pantaloon's daughter, charmed me to such a degree that I could not resist going to her dressing room to compliment her on her performance. I wore the cassock in those days, and she was astonished when she heard her father order her to get up and kiss me. She kissed me, nevertheless, with much grace, and though I received the compliment with a good deal of awkwardness, I was so delighted that I could not help buying her a little ring from a toy merchant in the theater. She kissed me again with great gratitude and enthusiasm. The pleasantest part about this was that the sequin I had given for the ring belonged to Dr. Gozzi, and so when I went back to him, I was in a pitiable state, for I had not only spent money which did not belong to me, but I had spent it for so small a favor as a kiss. I knew that the next day I should have to give an account of the money he had entrusted to me, and not having the least idea as to what I should say, I had a bad night of it. The next morning everything came out, and my mother made up the sequin to the doctor. I laugh now when I think of this childish piece of gallantry, which was an omen of the extent to which my heart was to be swayed by the fair sex. The toy woman who had sold me the ring came the next day at dinner time to our house, and after producing several rings and trinkets which were judged too dear, she began to praise my generosity, and said that I had not thought the ring I had given to pretty Jeanette too dear. This did my business, and I had to confess the whole, laying my fault to the account of love, and promising not to do such a thing again. But when I uttered the word love, everybody roared with laughter and began to make cruel game of me. I wished myself a mile away and registered an interior resolve never to confess my faults again. The reader knows how well I kept my promise. The pantaloon's little daughter was my mother's goddaughter, and my thoughts were full of her. My mother, who loved me and saw my pain, asked me if I would like the little girl to be asked to supper. My grandmother, however, opposed the idea, and I was obliged to her. The day after this burlesque scene, one returned to Padua, where Bettina soon made me forget the little ballet girl. I saw her again at Charlottenburg, and that was now 17 years ago. I longed to have a talk with her, and to see whether she would remember me, though I did not expect her to do so. I asked if her husband Denis was with her, and they told me that the king had banished him because he ill-treated her. I called on her the day after the performance, and was politely received, but she said she did not think she had had the pleasure of seeing me before. By degrees I told her of the events of her childhood, and how she enchanted all Venice by the grace with which she danced the minuet. She interrupted me by saying that at that time she was only 6 years old. "You could not be more," I replied, "for I was only 10, and nevertheless I fell in love with you, and never have I forgotten the kiss you gave me by your father's order in return for some trifling present I made you. Be quiet, you gave me a beautiful ring, and I kissed you of my own free will. You wore the cassock then. I have never forgotten you. But can it really be you? It is indeed. I am delighted to see you again. But I could never have recognized you, and I suppose you would not have recognized me. No, I should not have known you, unless I had heard your name mentioned. One alters in 20 years, you know. Yes, one cannot expect to have the same face as at 6. You can bear witness that I am not more than 26, though some evil speakers give me 10 years more. You should not take any notice of such calumnies, my dear. You are in the flower of your age and made for the service of love. For my part, I congratulate myself on being able to tell you that you are the first woman that inspired me with a real passion. We could not help becoming affectionate if we continued to keep up the conversation in this style, but experience had taught us that it was well to remain as we were for the present. Madame Denis was still fresh and youthful-looking, though she persisted in abbreviating her age by 10 years. Of course she could not deceive me, and she must have known it. Nevertheless, she liked me to bear outward testimony to her youthfulness. She would have detested me if I had attempted to prove to her what she knew perfectly well, but did not care to confess. No doubt she cared little for my thoughts on the subject, and she may have imagined that I owed her gratitude for diminishing her age, as it enabled me to diminish my own to make our tales agree. However, I did not trouble myself much about it, for it is almost a duty in an actress to disguise her age, as in spite of talent, the public will not forgive a woman for having been born too soon. I thought her behavior augured well, and I hoped she would not make me languish long. She showed me her house, which was all elegance and good taste. I asked her if she had a lover, and she replied with a smile that all Berlin thought so, but that it was nevertheless deceived on the principal point, as the individual in question was more of a father than a lover. But you deserve to have a real lover. I cannot conceive how you can do without one. I assure you I don't trouble myself about it. I am subject to convulsions, which are the plague of my life. I want to try the Teplitz waters, which are said to be excellent for all nervous affections, but the king has refused his permission, which I, nevertheless, hope to obtain next year. I felt ardently disposed, and I thought she was pleased with the restraint I put upon myself. Will you be annoyed, said I, if I call upon you frequently? If you don't mind, I will call myself your niece, or your cousin, and then we can see each other. Do you know that may possibly be true? I would not swear that you were not my sister. This sally made us talk of the friendship that had subsisted between her father and my mother, and we allowed ourselves those caresses which are permitted to near relations, but feeling that things were going too far, we ceased. As she bade me farewell, she asked me to dine with her the next day, and I accepted. As I went back to my inn, I reflected on the strange combinations which made my life one continuous chain of events, and I felt it my duty to give thanks to eternal providence, for I felt that I had been born under a happy star. The next day, when I went to dine with Madame Denis, I found a numerous company assembled. The first person who greeted me with the warmth of an old friend was a young dancer named Aubry, whom I had known at Paris and at Venice. He was famous for having been the lover of one of the most exalted Venetian ladies, and at the same time her husband's pathic. It was said that this scandalous intimacy was of such a nature that Aubry used to sleep between the husband and wife. At the beginning of Lent, the state inquisitors sent him to Trieste. He introduced me to his wife, who danced like himself and was called La Panting. He had married her at St. Petersburg, from which city he had just come, and they were going to spend the winter in Paris. The next person who advanced to greet me was a fat man, who held out his hand and said we had been friends 25 years ago, but that we were so young then that it would be no wonder if we did not know each other. We knew each other at Padua at Dr. Gazzi's, he added. My name is Joseph de Loglio. I remember you, I replied. In those days you were violoncello at the Russian chapel. Exactly, and now I am returning to my native land to leave it no more. I have the honor to introduce you to my wife, who was born at St. Petersburg, but is a daughter of Modenus the violinist, whose reputation is European. In a week I shall be at Dresden, where I hope to have the honor of seeing Madame Casanova, your mother. I was delighted to find myself in such congenial society, but I could see that Madame Denis did not relish these recollections extending over a quarter of a century, and I turned the conversation to the events at St. Petersburg, which had resulted in Catherine the Great ascending the throne. Delaglio told us that he had taken a small part in this conspiracy and had thought it prudent to get out of the way. Fortunately, he added, this was a contingency I had long provided against, and I am in a position to spend the rest of my days in comfort in Italy. Madame Denis then observed, a week ago a Piedmontese named Odar was introduced to me. He had been a chief mover in the conspiracy, and the Empress gave him a present of 100,000 rubles and an order to leave Russia immediately. I heard afterwards that this Odar bought an estate in Piedmont on which he built a fine mansion. In 2 or 3 years it was struck by a thunderbolt, and the unfortunate man was killed in the ruins of his own house. If this was a blow from an almighty hand, it could not, at all events, have been directed by the genius of Russia, for if the unfortunate Peter Roman III had lived, he would have retarded Russian civilization by 100 years. The Empress Catherine rewarded all the foreigners who had assisted her in her plots most magnificently, and showed herself grateful to the Russians who had helped her to mount the throne, while, like a crafty politician, she sent such nobles as she suspected to be averse to revolution out of the country. It was Delaglio and his pretty wife who determined me to betake myself to Russia in case the King of Prussia did not give me any employment. I was assured that I should make my fortune there, and Delaglio promised to give me good instructions. As soon as this worthy man left Berlin, my intimacy with Madame Denis commenced. One night when I was supping with her, she was seized with convulsions which lasted all the night. I did not leave her for a moment, and in the morning, feeling quite recovered, her gratitude finished what my love had begun 26 years before, and our amorous commerce lasted while I stayed at Berlin. We shall hear of her again at Florence 6 years later. Some days after Madame Denis took me to Potsdam to show me all the sights of the town. Our intimacy offended no one, for she was generally believed to be my niece, and the general who kept her either believed the report or, like a man of sense, pretended to believe it. Amongst other notable things I saw at Potsdam was the sight of the king commanding the 1st Battalion of his grenadiers, all picked men, the flower of the Prussian army. The room which we occupied at the inn faced a walk by which the king passed when he came from the castle. The shutters were all closed, and our landlady told us that on one occasion when a pretty dancer called La Reggiana was sleeping in the same room, the king had seen her in puris naturalibus. This was too much for his modesty, and he had ordered the shutters to be closed, and closed they had remained, though this event was 4 years old. The king had some cause to fear, for he had been severely treated by La Barbarina. In the king's bedroom we saw her portrait, that of La Cachua, sister to the actress who became Marchioness d'Argens, and that of Marie Theresa, with whom Frederick had been in love, or rather he had been in love with the idea of becoming emperor. After we had admired the beauty and elegance of the castle, we could not help admiring the way in which the master of the castle was lodged. He had a mean room and slept on a little bed with a screen around it. There was no dressing gown and no slippers. The valet showed us an old cap which the king put on when he had a cold. It looked as if it must be very uncomfortable. His Majesty's bureau was a table covered with pens, paper, half-burnt manuscripts, and an inkpot. Beside it was a sofa. The valet told us that these manuscripts contained the history of the last Prussian war, and the king had been so annoyed by their accidentally getting burnt that he had resolved to have no more to do with the work. He probably changed his mind, for the book, which is little esteemed, was published shortly after his death. 5 or 6 weeks after my curious conversation with the monarch, Marshal Keith told me that His Majesty had been pleased to create me a tutor to the new corps of Pomeranian cadets, which he was just establishing. There were to be 15 cadets and 5 tutors, so that each should have the care of 3 pupils. The salary was 600 crowns and board found. The duty of the tutors was to follow or accompany the cadets wherever they went, court included. I had to be quick in making up my mind, for the 4 others were already installed, and His Majesty did not like to be kept waiting. I asked Lord Keith where the college was, and I promised to give him a reply by the next day. I had to summon all my powers of self-restraint to my assistance when I heard this extravagant proposal, as coming from a man who was so discreet in most things, But my astonishment was increased when I saw the abode of these 15 young noblemen of rich Pomerania. It consisted of 3 or 4 great rooms almost devoid of furniture, several whitewashed bedrooms, containing a wretched bed, a deal table, and 2 deal chairs. The young cadets, boys of 12 or 13, all looked dirty and untidy, and were boxed up in a wretched uniform which matched admirably their rude and rustic faces. They were in company with their 4 governors, whom I took for their servants, and who looked at me in a stupefied manner, not daring to think that I was to be their future colleague. Just as I was going to bid an eternal farewell to this abode of misery, one of the governors put his head out of the window and exclaimed, "The king is riding up." I could not avoid meeting him, and besides, I was glad enough to see him again, especially in such a place. His Majesty came up with his friend Icilius, examined everything, and saw me, but did not honor me with a word. I was elegantly dressed, and wore my cross set with brilliants. But I had to bite my lips so as not to burst out laughing when Frederick the Great got in a towering rage at a chamber utensil which stood beside one of the beds, and which did not appear to be in a very cleanly condition. "Whose bed is this?" cried the monarch. "Mine, sire," answered a trembling cadet. "Good, but it is not you I am angry with. Where is your governor?" The fortunate governor presented himself, and the monarch, after honoring him with the title of blockhead, proceeded to scold him roundly. However, he ended by saying that there was a servant, and that the governor ought to see that he did his work properly. This disgusting scene was enough for me, and I hastened to call on Marshal Keith to announce my determination. The old soldier laughed at the description I gave him of the academy, and said I was quite right to despise such an office, but that I ought, nevertheless, to go and thank the king before I left Berlin. I said I did not feel inclined for another interview with such a man, and he agreed to present my thanks and excuses in my stead. I made up my mind to go to Russia and began my preparations in good earnest. Baron Tradle supported my resolve by offering to give me a letter of introduction to his sister, the Duchess of Kurland. I wrote to M. de Bragadin to give me a letter for a banker at St. Petersburg, and to remit me through him every month a sum which would keep me in comfort. I could not travel without a servant, and chance kindly provided me with one. I was sitting with Madame Ruffin when a young Lorner came in. Like Bias, he bore all his fortune with him, but in his case it was carried under his arm. He introduced himself thus: "Madam, my name is Lambert. I come from Lorraine, and I wish to lodge here." "Very good, sir, but you must pay for your board and lodging every day." "That, madam, is out of the question, for I have not got a farthing, but I shall have some money when I discover who I am." "I am afraid I cannot put you up on those conditions, sir." He was going away with a mortified air, when my heart was touched, and I called him back. "Stay," said I will pay for you today." Happiness beamed over his face. "What have you got in that little bundle?" said I. "2 shirts, a score of mathematical books, and some other trifles." I took him to my room, and finding him tolerably well educated, I asked him how he came to be in such a state of destitution. "I come from Strasbourg," he replied, "and a cadet of a regiment stationed there, having given me a blow in a coffee house, I paid him a visit the next day in his own room and stabbed him there. After this I went home, made up my bundle, and left the town. I walked all the way and lived soberly, so that my money lasted till this morning. Tomorrow I shall write to my mother, who lives at Luneville, and I am sure she will send me some money." "And what do you think of doing?" "I want to become a military engineer, but if needs must I am ready to enlist as a private soldier. I can give you board and lodging till you hear from your mother." "Heaven has sent you in my way," said he, kissing my hand gratefully. I did not suspect him of deceiving me, though he stumbled somewhat in his narrative. However, my curiosity led me to write to M. Schoenberg, who was then at Strasbourg, to inquire if the tale were true. The next day I happened to meet an officer of engineers, who told me that young men of education were so plentiful that they did not receive them into the service unless they were willing to serve as common soldiers. I was sorry for the young man to be reduced so low as that. I began to spend some time with him every day in mathematical calculations, and I conceived the idea of taking him with me to St. Petersburg and broached the subject to him. "It would be a piece of good fortune for me," he replied, "and to show my gratitude I will gladly wait on you as a servant during the journey." He spoke French badly, but as he was a Lorrainer I was not astonished at that. Nevertheless, I was surprised to find that he did not know a word of Latin and that his spelling was of the wildest description. He saw me laughing, but did not seem in the least ashamed. Indeed, he said that he had only gone to school to learn mathematics, and that he was very glad that he had escaped the infliction of learning grammar. Indeed, on every subject besides mathematics, he was profoundly ignorant. He had no manners whatever. In fact, he was a mere peasant. 10 or 12 days later, I received a letter from M. de Schauenberg, saying that the name of Lambert was unknown in Strasbourg, and that no cadet had been killed or wounded. When I showed Lambert this letter, he said that, as he wished to enter the army, he thought it would be of service to him to show that he was brave, adding that, as this lie had not been told with the idea of imposing on me, I should forgive it. "Poverty," said he, "is a rascally teacher that gives a man some bad lessons. I am not a liar by disposition, but I have nevertheless told you a lie on another and a more important matter. I don't expect any money whatever from my poor mother, who rather needs that I should send money to her. So forgive me, and be sure I shall be a faithful servant to you." I was always ready to forgive other men's peccadilloes, and not without cause. I liked Lambert's line of argument, and told him that we would set out in 5 or 6 days. Baron Bodisson, a Venetian who wanted to sell the king a picture by Andrea del Sarto, asked me to come with him to Potsdam, and the desire of seeing the monarch once again made me accept the invitation. When I reached Potsdam, I went to see the parade at which Frederick was nearly always to be found. When he saw me, he came up and asked me in a familiar manner when I was going to start for St. Petersburg. "In 5 or 6 days, if your Majesty has no objection." "I wish you a pleasant journey, but what do you hope to do in that land?" "What I hope to do in this land, namely, to please the sovereign." "Have you got an introduction to the Empress?" "No, but I have an introduction to a banker." "Ah, that's much better. If you pass through Prussia on your return, I shall be delighted to hear of your adventures in Russia." "Farewell, sire." Such was the second interview I had with this great king, whom I never saw again. After I had taken leave of all my friends, I applied to Baron Tradel, who gave me a letter for M. de Keyserling, Lord Chancellor at Midau, and another letter for his sister, the Duchess of Kurland, and I spent the last night with the charming Madame Denis. She bought my postchaise, and I started with 200 ducats in my purse. This would have been ample for the whole journey if I had not been so foolish as to reduce it by half at a party of pleasure with some young merchants at Danzig. I was thus unable to stay a few days at Königsberg, though I had a letter to Field Marshal von Leuld, who was the governor of the place. I could only stay 1 day to dine with this pleasant old soldier, who gave me a letter for his friend General Woyakov, the governor of Riga. I found I was rich enough to arrive at Midau in state, and I therefore took a carriage and 6, and reached my destination in 3 days. At the inn where I put up I found a Florentine artiste named Bregunet, who overwhelmed me with caresses, telling me that I had loved her when I was a boy and wore the cassock. I saw her 6 years later at Florence, where she was living with Madame Denis. The day after my departure from Memel, I was accosted in the open country by a man whom I recognized as a Jew. He informed me that I was on Polish territory, and that I must pay duty on whatever merchandise I had with me. "I am no merchant," said I, "and you will get nothing out of me." "I have the right to examine your effects," replied the Israelite, "and I mean to make use of it." "You are a madman," I exclaimed, and I ordered the postilion to whip him off. But the Jew ran and seized the 4 horses by the bridle and stopped us, and the postilion, instead of whipping him, waited with Teutonic calm for me to come and send the Jew away. I was in a furious rage, and leaping out with my cane in one hand and a pistol in the other, I soon put the Jew to flight after applying about a dozen good sound blows to his back. I noticed that during the combat my fellow traveler, my Archimedes in ordinary, who had been asleep all the way, did not offer to stir. I reproached him for his cowardice, but he told me that he did not want the Jew to say that we had set on him 2 to 1. I arrived at Midau 2 days after this burlesque adventure and got down at the inn facing the castle. I had only 3 ducats left. The next morning I called on M. de Keyserling, who read the Baron de Tredel's letter and introduced me to his wife, and left me with her to take the Baron's letter to his sister. Madame de Keyserling ordered a cup of chocolate to be brought me by a beautiful young Polish girl, who stood before me with lowered eyes as if she wished to give me the opportunity of examining her at ease. As I looked at her, a whim came into my head, and, as the reader is aware, I have never resisted any of my whims. However, this was a curious one. As I have said, I had only 3 ducats left, but after I had emptied the cup of chocolate, I put it back on the plate and the 3 ducats with it. The Chancellor came back and told me that the Duchess could not see me just then, but that she invited me to a supper and ball she was giving that evening. I accepted the supper and refused the ball, on the pretext that I had only summer clothes and a black suit. It was in the beginning of October, and the cold was already commencing to make itself felt. The Chancellor returned to the court, and I to my inn. Half an hour later, a chamberlain came to bring me Her Highness's compliments, and to inform me that the ball would be a masked one, and that I could appear in domino. "You can easily get one from the Jews," he added. He further informed me that the ball was to have been a full-dress one, but that the Duchess had sent word to all the guests that it would be masked, as a stranger who was to be present had sent on his trunks. "I am sorry to have caused so much trouble," said I. "Not at all," he replied. "The masked ball will be much more relished by the people." He mentioned the time it was to begin, and left me. No doubt the reader will think that I found myself in an awkward predicament, and I will be honest and confess I was far from being at my ease. However, my good luck came to my assistance. As Prussian money, which is the worst in Germany, is not current in Russia, a Jew came and asked me if I had any Friedrich store, offering to exchange them against ducats without putting me to any loss. "I have only ducats," I replied, "and therefore I cannot profit by your offer." "I know it, sir, and you give them away very cheaply." Not understanding what he meant, I simply gazed at him, and he went on to say that he would be glad to let me have 200 ducats if I would kindly give him a bill on St. Petersburg for rubles to that amount. I was somewhat surprised at the fellow's trustfulness, but after pretending to think the matter over I said that I was not in want of ducats, but that I would take 100 to oblige him. He counted out the money gratefully, and I gave him a bill on the banker, Demetrio Papanelopoulou, for whom Delaglio had given me a letter. The Jew went his way, thanking me, and saying that he would send me some beautiful dominoes to choose from. Just then I remembered that I wanted silk stockings, and I sent Lambert after the Jew to tell him to send some. When he came back, he told me that the landlord had stopped him to say that I scattered my ducats broadcast, as the Jew had informed him that I had given 3 ducats to Madame de Keyserling's maid. This, then, was the key to the mystery, and it made me lose myself in wonder at the strangeness of the decrees of fortune. I should not have been able to get a single crown at Middow if it had not been for the way in which I scattered my 3 remaining ducats. No doubt the astonished girl had published my generosity all over the town, and the Jew, intent on money-making, had hastened to offer his ducats to the rich nobleman who thought so little of his money. I repaired to court at the time appointed, and M. de Keyserling immediately presented me to the Duchess, and she to the Duke, who was the celebrated Bayern or Berlin, the former favorite of Anna Ivanovna. He was 6 feet in height, and still preserved some traces of having been a fine man, but old age had laid its heavy hand on him. I had a long talk with him the day after the ball. A quarter of an hour after my arrival, the ball began with a polonaise. I was a stranger with introductions, so the Duchess asked me to open the ball with her. I did not know the dance, but I managed to acquit myself honorably in it, as the steps are simple and lend themselves to the fancy of the dancer. After the polonaise, we danced minuets, and a somewhat elderly lady asked me if I could dance the King Conqueror, so I proceeded to execute it with her. It had gone out of fashion since the time of the Regency, but my companion may have shone in it in those days. All the younger ladies stood round and watched us with admiration. After a square dance, in which I had as partner M'Deal, de Manteufel, the prettiest of the Duchess's maids of honor, Her Highness told me that supper was ready. I came up to her and offered my arm, and presently found myself seated beside her at a table laid for 12, where I was the only gentleman. However, the reader need not envy me, the ladies were all elderly dowagers, who had long lost the power of turning men's heads. The Duchess took the greatest care of my comforts, and at the end of the repast, gave me with her own hands a glass of liqueur, which I took for Tokay and praised accordingly, but it turned out to be only old English ale. I took her back to the ball when we rose from table. The young chamberlain who had invited me told me the names of all the ladies present, but I had no time to pay my court to any of them. The next day I dined with M. de Keyserling, and handed Lambert over to a Jew to be clothed properly. The day after I dined with the Duke with a party consisting only of men. The old prince made me do most of the talking, and towards the end of the dinner the conversation fell upon the resources of the country, which was rich in minerals and semi-minerals. I took it into my head to say that these resources ought to be developed, and that they would become precious if that were done. To justify this remark, I had to speak upon the matter as if I had made it my principal study. An old chamberlain, who had the control of the mines, after allowing me to exhaust my enthusiasm, began to discuss the question himself, made divers objections, but seemed to approve of many of my remarks. If I had reflected when I began to speak in this manner that I should have to act up to my words, I should certainly have said much less. But as it was, the Duke fancied that I knew much more than I cared to say. The result was that, when the company had risen from the table, he asked me if I could spare him a fortnight on my way to St. Petersburg. I said I should be glad to oblige him, and he took me to his closet and said that the chamberlain who had spoken to me would conduct me over all the mines and manufactories in his duchies, and that he would be much obliged if I would write down any observations that struck me. I agreed to his proposal, and said I would start the next day. The Duke was delighted with my compliance, and gave the chamberlain the necessary orders, and it was agreed that he should call for me at daybreak with a carriage and 6. When I got home, I made my preparations, and told Lambert to be ready to accompany me with his case of instruments. I then informed him of the object of the journey, and he promised to assist me to the best of his ability, though he knew nothing about mines, and still less of the science of administration. We started at daybreak, with a servant on the box and 2 others preceding us on horseback, armed to the teeth. We changed horses every 2 or 3 hours, and the chamberlain having brought plenty of wine, we refreshed ourselves now and again. The tour lasted a fortnight, and we stopped at 5 iron and copper manufactories. I found it was not necessary to have much technical knowledge to make notes on what I saw. All I required was a little sound argument, especially in the matter of economy, which was the Duke's main object. In one place I advised reforms, and in another I counseled the employment of more hands as likely to benefit the revenue. In one mine where 30 convicts were employed, I ordered the construction of a short canal, by which 3 wheels could be turned and 20 men saved. Under my direction, Lambert drew the plans, and made the measurements with perfect accuracy. By means of other canals, I proposed to drain whole valleys, with a view to obtain the sulfur with which the soil was permeated. I returned to Middow quite delighted at having made myself useful, and at having discovered in myself a talent which I had never suspected. I spent the following day in making a fair copy of my report, and in having the plans done on a larger scale. The day after I took the whole to the Duke, who seemed well pleased, and as I was taking leave of him at the same time, he said he would have me drive to Riga in one of his carriages, and he gave me a letter for his son, Prince Charles, who was in garrison there. The worthy old man told me to say plainly whether I should prefer a jewel or a sum of money of equivalent value. From a philosopher like your Highness, I replied, I am not afraid to take money, for it may be more useful to me than jewels. Without more ado, he gave me a draft for 400 Albertsthalers, which I got cashed immediately, the Albertsthaler being worth half a ducat. I bade farewell to the Duchess, and dined a second time with M. de Keyserling. The next day the young chamberlain came to bring me the Duke's letter, to wish me a pleasant journey, and to tell me that the court carriage was at my door. I set out well pleased with the assistance the stuttering Lambert had given me, and by noon I was at Riga. The first thing I did was to deliver my letter of introduction to Prince Charles. Episode 25, Russia and Poland. Chapter 19. My stay at Riga Campione, St. Helen de Sagan arrival of the Empress I leave Riga, and go to St. Petersburg I, see Society I, by Zara. Prince Charles de Bayern, the younger son of the Duke of Kurland, Major General in the Russian service, Knight of the Order of St. Alexander Nevsky, gave me a distinguished reception after reading his father's letter. He was 36 years of age, pleasant-looking without being handsome, and polite and well-mannered, and he spoke French extremely well. In a few sentences, he let me know what he could do for me if I intended to spend some time at Riga. His table, his friends, his pleasures, his horses, his advice, and his purse, all these were at my service, and he offered them with the frankness of the soldier and the geniality of the prince. "I cannot offer you a lodging," he said, "because I have hardly enough room for myself, but I will see that you get a comfortable apartment somewhere." The apartment was soon found, and I was taken to it by one of the prince's aides-de-camp. I was scarcely established when the prince came to see me and made me dine with him just as I was. It was an unceremonious dinner, and I was pleased to meet Campioni, of whom I have spoken several times in these memoirs. He was a dancer, but very superior to his fellows, and fit for the best company, polite, witty, intelligent, and a libertine in a gentlemanly way. He was devoid of prejudices, and fond of women, good cheer, and heavy play, and knew how to keep an even mind both in good and evil fortune. We were mutually pleased to see each other again. Another guest, a certain Baron de Saint Helene from Savoy, had a pretty but very insignificant wife. The Baron, a fat man, was a gamester, a gourmand, and a lover of wine. Add that he was a past master in the art of getting into debt and lulling his creditors into a state of false security, and you have all his capacities, for in all other respects he was a fool in the fullest sense of the word. An aide-de-camp and the prince's mistress also dined with us. This mistress, who was pale, thin, and dreamy-looking, but also pretty, might be 20 years old. She hardly ate anything, saying that she was ill and did not like anything on the table. Discontent showed itself on her every feature. The prince endeavored, but all in vain, to make her eat and drink. She refused everything disdainfully. The prince laughed good-humoredly at her in such a manner as not to wound her feelings. We spent 2 hours pleasantly enough at table, and after coffee had been served, the prince, who had business, shook me by the hand and left me with Campioni, telling me always to regard his table as my last resource. This old friend and fellow countryman took me to his house to introduce me to his wife and family. I did not know that he had married a second time. I found the so-called wife to be an Englishwoman, thin, but full of intelligence. She had a daughter of 11, who might easily have been taken for 15. She, too, was marvelously intelligent, and danced, sang, and played on the piano, and gave such glances that showed that nature had been swifter than her years. She made a conquest of me, and her father congratulated me to my delight, but her mother offended her dreadfully by calling her baby. I went for a walk with Campioni, who gave me a good deal of information, beginning with himself. "I have lived for 10 years, he said, with that woman. Betty, whom you admired so much, is not my daughter, the others are my children by my Englishwoman. I have left St. Petersburg for 2 years, and I live here well enough and have pupils who do me credit. I play with the prince, sometimes winning and sometimes losing, but I never win enough to enable me to satisfy a wretched creditor I left at St. Petersburg, who persecutes me on account of a bill of exchange. He may put me in prison any day, and I am always expecting him to do so. Is the bill for a large sum? 500 rubles. That is only 2,000 francs. Yes, but unfortunately I have not got it. You ought to annul the debt by paying small sums on account. The rascal won't let me. Then what do you propose doing? Win a heavy sum, if I can, and escape into Poland. The Baron de Saint Helene will run away, too, if he can, for he only lives on credit. The prince is very useful to us, as we are able to play at his house, but if we get into difficulty, he could not extricate us, as he is heavily in debt himself. He always loses at play. His mistress is expensive and gives him a great deal of trouble by her ill humor. Why is she so sour? She wants him to keep his word, for he promised to get her married at the end of 2 years, and on the strength of this promise, she let him give her 2 children. The 2 years have passed by and the children are there, and she will no longer allow him to have anything to do with her for fear of having a 3rd child. Can't the prince find her a husband? He did find her a lieutenant, but she won't hear of anybody under the rank of major. The prince gave a state dinner to General Woyakov, for whom I had a letter, Baroness Korff, Madame Itinoff, and to a young lady who was going to marry Baron Budberg, whom I had known at Florence, Turin, and Augsburg, and whom I may possibly have forgotten to mention. All these friends made me spend 3 weeks very pleasantly, and I was especially pleased with old General Woyakov. This worthy man had been at Venice 50 years before, when the Russians were still called Muscovites, and the founder of St. Petersburg was still alive. He had grown old like an oak, without changing his horizons. He thought the world was just the same as it had been when he was young, and was eloquent in his praise of the Venetian government, imagining it to be still the same as he had left it. At Riga, an English merchant named Collins told me that the so-called Baron de Stanow, who had given me the forged bill of exchange, had been hanged in Portugal. This baron was a poor clerk, and the son of a small tradesman, and had left his desk in search of adventure, and thus he had ended. May God have mercy upon his soul. One evening, a Russian, on his way from Poland, where he had been executing some commission for the Russian court, called on the prince, played, and lost 20,000 rubles on his word of honor. Campioni was the dealer. The Russian gave bills of exchange in payment of his debts, but as soon as he got to St. Petersburg, he dishonored his own bills and declared them worthless, not caring for his honor or good faith. The result of this piece of knavery was not only that his creditors were defrauded, but gaming was henceforth strictly forbidden in the officers' quarters. This Russian was the same that betrayed the secrets of Elizabeth Petrovna when she was at war with Prussia. He communicated to Peter, the Empress's nephew and heir presumptive, all the orders she sent to her generals, and Peter, in his turn, passed on the information to the Prussian king whom he worshipped. On the death of Elizabeth, Peter put this traitor at the head of the Department for Commerce, and the fellow actually made known, with the Tsar's sanction, the service for which he had received such a reward, and thus, instead of looking upon his conduct as disgraceful, he gloried over it. Peter could not have been aware of the fact that, though it is sometimes necessary to reward treachery, the traitor himself is always abhorred and despised. I have remarked that it was Campioni who dealt, but he dealt for the prince who held the bank. I had certain claims, but as I remarked that I expected nothing and would gladly sell my expectations for 100 rubles, the prince took me at my word and gave me the amount immediately. Thus, I was the only person who made any money by our night's play. Catherine Roman, too, wishing to show herself to her new subjects, over whom she was in reality supreme, though she had put the ghost of a king in the person of Stanislas Poniatowski, her former favorite, on the throne of Poland, came to Riga, and it was then I saw this great sovereign for the first time. I was a witness of the kindness and affability with which she treated the Livonian nobility, and of the way in which she kissed the young ladies, who had come to kiss her hand, upon the mouth. She was surrounded by the Orloffs, and by other nobles who had assisted in placing her on the throne. For the comfort and pleasure of her loyal subjects, the Empress graciously expressed her intention of holding a bank at faro of 10,000 rubles. Instantly the table and the cards were brought forward, and the piles of gold placed in order. She took the cards, pretended to shuffle them, and gave them to the first comer to cut. She had the pleasure of seeing her bank broken at the first deal, and indeed this result was to be expected, as anybody not an absolute idiot could see how the cards were going. The next day the Empress set out for Midau, where triumphal arches were erected in her honor. They were made of wood, as stone is scarce in Poland, and indeed there would not have been time to build stone arches. The day after her arrival, great alarm prevailed, for news came that a revolution was ready to burst out at St. Petersburg, and some even said that it had begun. The rebels wished to have forth from his prison the hapless Ivan Ivanovitch, who had been proclaimed emperor in his cradle, and dethroned by Elizabeth Petrovna. 2 officers to whom the guardianship of the prince had been confided had killed the poor innocent monarch when they saw that they would be overpowered. The assassination of the innocent prince created such a sensation that the wary Pannon, fearing for the results, sent courier after courier to the Empress urging her to return to St. Petersburg and show herself to the people. Catherine was thus obliged to leave Midau 24 hours after she had entered it, and after hastening back to the capital, she arrived only to find that the excitement had entirely subsided. For politic reasons, the assassins of the wretched Ivan were rewarded, and the bold man who had endeavored to rise by her fall was beheaded. The report ran that Catherine had concerted the whole affair with the assassins, but this was speedily set down as a calumny. The Tsarina was strong-minded, but neither cruel nor perfidious. When I saw her at Riga, she was 35 and had reigned 2 years. She was not precisely handsome, but nevertheless her appearance was pleasing, her expression kindly, and there was about her an air of calm and tranquility which never left her. At about the same time, a friend of Baron de Saint Helene arrived from St. Petersburg on his way to Warsaw. His name was Marquis Dragon, but he called himself Dragon. He came from Naples, was a great gamester, a skilled swordsman, and was always ready to extract himself from a difficulty by a duel. He had left St. Petersburg because the Orloffs had persuaded the Empress to prohibit games of chance. It was thought strange that the prohibition should come from the Orloffs, as gaming had been their principal means of gaining a livelihood before they entered on the more dangerous and certainly not more honorable profession of conspiracy. However, this measure was really a sensible one. Having been gamesters themselves, they knew that gamesters are mostly knaves, and always ready to enter into any intrigue or conspiracy, provided it assures them some small gain. There could not have been better judges of gaming and its consequences than they were. But though a gamester may be a rogue, he may still have a good heart, and it is only just to say that this was the case with the Orloffs. Alexis gained the slash which adorns his face in a tavern, and the man who gave the blow had just lost to him a large sum of money, and considered his opponent's success to be rather the result of dexterity than fortune. When Alexis became rich and powerful, instead of revenging himself, he hastened to make his enemy's fortune. This was nobly done. Dragon, whose first principle was always to turn up the best card, and whose second principle was never to shirk a duel, had gone to St. Petersburg in 1759 with the Baron de Saint Helene. Elizabeth was still on the throne, but Peter, Duke of Holstein, the heir presumptive, had already begun to loom large on the horizon. Dragon used to frequent the fencing school, where the prince was a frequent visitor, and there encountered all comers successfully. The Duke got angry, and one day he took up a foil and defied the Neapolitan Marquis to a combat. Dragon accepted and was thoroughly beaten, while the Duke went off in triumph, for he might say from henceforth that he was the best fencer in St. Petersburg. When the prince had gone, Dragon could not withstand the temptation of saying that he had only let himself be beaten for fear of offending his antagonist, and this boast soon got to the Grand Duke's ears. The great man was terribly enraged, and swore he would have him banished from St. Petersburg if he did not use all his skill, and at the same time he sent an order to Dragon to be at the fencing school the next day. The impatient Duke was the first to arrive, and Dragon was not long in coming. The prince began reproaching him for what he had said the day before, but the Neapolitan, far from denying the fact, expressed himself that he had felt himself obliged to show his respect for his prince by letting him wrap him about for upwards of 2 hours. "Very good," said the Duke, "but now it is your turn, and if you don't do your best I will drive you from St. Petersburg." "My lord, your highness shall be obeyed. I shall not allow you to touch me once, but I hope you will deign to take me under your protection." The two champions passed the whole morning with the foils, and the Duke was hit 100 times without being able to touch his antagonist. At last, convinced of Dragon's superiority, he threw down his foil and shook him by the hand, and made him his fencer in ordinary, with the rank of major in his regiment of Holsteiners. Shortly after, Dragon, having won the good graces of the Duke, obtained leave to hold a banquet pharaoh in his court, and in 3 or 4 years he amassed a fortune of 100,000 rubles, which he took with him to the court of King Stanislas, where games of all sorts were allowed. When he passed through Riga, St. Helene introduced him to Prince Charles, who begged him to call on him the next day, and to show his skill with the foils against himself and some of his friends. I had the honor to be of the number, and thoroughly well he beat us, for his skill was that of a demon. I was vain enough to become angry at being hit at every pass, and told him that I should not be afraid to meet him at a game of sharps. He was calmer, and replied by taking my hand and saying, "With the naked sword I fence in quite another style, and you are quite right not to fear anyone, for you fence very well." Dragon set out for Warsaw the next day, but he unfortunately found the place occupied by more cunning Greeks than himself. In 6 months they had relieved him of his 100,000 rubles, but such is the lot of gamesters. No craft can be more wretched than theirs. A week before I left Riga, where I stayed 2 months, Campioni fled by favor of the good Prince Charles, and in a few days the Baron de St. Helene followed him without taking leave of a noble army of creditors. He only wrote a letter to the Englishman Collins, to whom he owed 1,000 crowns, telling him that like an honest man he had left his debts where he had contracted them. We shall hear more of these three persons in the course of 2 years. Campioni left me his traveling carriage, which obliged me to use 6 horses on my journey to St. Petersburg. I was sorry to leave Betty, and I kept up an epistolary correspondence with her mother throughout the whole of my stay at St. Petersburg. I left Riga with the thermometer indicating 15 degrees of frost, but though I traveled day and night, not leaving the carriage for the 60 hours for which my journey lasted, I did not feel the cold in the least. I had taken care to pay all the stages in advance, and Marshal Braun, governor of Livonia, had given me the proper passport. On the box seat was a French servant who had begged me to allow him to wait on me for the journey in return for a seat beside the coachman. He kept his word and served me well, and though he was but ill-clad, he bore the horrible cold for 2 days and 3 nights without appearing to feel it. It is only a Frenchman who can bear such trials. A Russian in similar attire would have been frozen to death in 24 hours, despite plentiful doses of corn brandy. I lost sight of this individual when I arrived at St. Petersburg, but I met him again 3 months after, richly dressed, and occupying a seat beside mine at the table of M. de Chernichev. He was the uchidal of the young count, who sat beside him. But I shall have occasion to speak more at length of the office of uchidal, or tutor, in Russia. As for Lambert, who was beside me in the carriage, he did nothing but eat, drink, and sleep the whole way, seldom speaking, for he stammered, and could only talk about mathematical problems, on which I was not always in the humor to converse. He was never amusing, never had any sensible observation to make on the varied scenes through which we passed. In short, he was a fool and wearisome to all save himself. I was only stopped once, and that was at Nawa, where the authorities demanded a passport, which I did not possess. I told the governor that as I was a Venetian and only traveled for pleasure, I did not conceive a passport would be necessary, my republic not being at war with any other power and Russia having no embassy at Venice. Nevertheless, I added, if your excellency wills it, I will turn back. But I shall complain to Marshal Braun, who gave me the passport for posting, knowing that I had not the political passport. After rubbing his forehead for a minute, the governor gave me a pass, which I still possess, and which brought me into St. Petersburg, without my having to allow the custom house officers to inspect my trunks. Between Coppery and St. Petersburg, there is only a wretched hut for the accommodation of travelers. The country is a wilderness, and the inhabitants do not even speak Russian. The district is called Ingria, and I believe the jargon spoken has no affinity with any other language. The principal occupation of the peasants is robbery, and the traveler does well not to leave any of his effects alone for a moment. I got to St. Petersburg just as the first rays of the sun began to gild the horizon. It was in the winter solstice, and the sun rose at the extremity of an immense plain at 24 minutes past 9. So I am able to state that the longest night in Russia consists of 18 hours and 3/4. I got down in a fine street called the Maliani. I found a couple of empty rooms, which the people of the house furnished with 2 beds, 4 chairs, and 2 small tables, and rented to me very cheaply. Seeing the enormous stoves, I concluded they must consume a vast amount of wood, but I was mistaken. Russia is the land of stoves as Venice is that of cisterns. I have inspected the interior of these stoves in summertime as minutely as if I wished to find out the secret of making them. They are 12 feet high by 6 broad, and are capable of warming a vast room. They are only refueled once in 24 hours, for as soon as the wood is reduced to the state of charcoal, a valve is shut in the upper part of the stove. It is only in the houses of noblemen that the stoves are refueled twice a day, because servants are strictly forbidden to close the valve, and for a very good reason. If a gentleman chance to come home and order his servants to warm his room before he goes to bed, and if the servant is careless enough to close the valve before the wood is reduced to charcoal, then the master sleeps his last sleep, being suffocated in 3 or 4 hours. When the door is opened in the morning, he is found dead, and the poor devil of a servant is immediately hanged. whatever he may say. This sounds severe and even cruel, but it is a necessary regulation, or else a servant would be able to get rid of his master on the smallest provocation. After I had made an agreement for my board and lodging, both of which were very cheap, now St. Petersburg is as dear as London, I brought some pieces of furniture which were necessaries for me, but which were not as yet much in use in Russia, such as a commode, a bureau, and sea. German is the language principally spoken in St. Petersburg, and I did not speak German much better then than I do now, so I had a good deal of difficulty in making myself understood, and usually excited my auditors to laughter. After dinner, my landlord told me that the court was giving a masked ball to 5,000 persons to last 60 hours. He gave me a ticket and told me I only needed to show it at the entrance of the imperial palace. I decided to use the ticket, for I felt that I should like to be present at so numerous an assembly, and as I had my domino still by me, a mask was all I wanted. I went to the palace in a sedan chair and found an immense crowd assembled, and dancing going on in several halls in each of which an orchestra was stationed. There were long counters loaded with eatables and drinkables at which those who were hungry or thirsty ate or drank as much as they liked. Gaiety and freedom reigned everywhere, and the light of 1,000 wax candles illuminated the hall. Everything was wonderful, and all the more so from its contrast with the cold and darkness that were without. All at once I heard a masker beside me say to another, "There's the Tsarina." We soon saw Gregory Orloff, for his orders were to follow the Empress at a distance. I followed the masker, and I was soon persuaded that it was really the Empress, for everybody was repeating it, though no one openly recognized her. Those who really did not know her jostled her in the crowd, and I imagined that she would be delighted at being treated thus, as it was a proof of the success of her disguise. Several times I saw her speaking in Russian to one masker and another. No doubt she exposed her vanity to some rude shocks, but she had also the inestimable advantage of hearing truths which her courtiers would certainly not tell her. The masker who was pronounced to be Orloff followed her everywhere, and did not let her out of his sight for a moment. He could not be mistaken, as he was an exceptionally tall man and had a peculiar carriage of the head. I arrested my progress in a hall where the French square dance was being performed, and suddenly there appeared a masker disguised in the Venetian style. The costume was so complete that I at once set him down as a fellow countryman, for very few strangers can imitate us so as to escape detection. As it happened, he came and stood next to me. "One would think you were a Venetian," I said to him in French. "So I am. Like myself. I am not jesting. No more am I." "Then let us speak in Venetian. Do you begin, and I will reply." We began our conversation, but when he came to the word sabato, Saturday, which is a sabo in Venetian, I discovered that he was a real Venetian, but not from Venice itself. He said I was right, and that he judged from my accent that I came from Venice. "Quite so," said I. "I thought Bernardi was the only Venetian besides myself in St. Petersburg. You see you are mistaken. My name is Count Volpati di Treviso. Give me your address, and I will come and tell you who I am, for I cannot do so here." Here it is. After leaving the Count, I continued my progress through this wonderful hall, and 2 or 3 hours after I was attracted by the voice of a female masker speaking Parisian French in a high falsetto, such as is common at an opera ball. I did not recognize the voice, but I knew the style, and felt quite certain that the masker must be one of my old friends, for she spoke with the intonations and phraseology which I had rendered popular in my chief places of resort at Paris. I was curious to see who it could be, and not wishing to speak before I knew her, I had the patience to wait till she lifted her mask, and this occurred at the end of an hour. What was my surprise to see Madame Barrett, the stocking seller of the Rue Saint-Honor. My love awoke from its long sleep, and coming up to her I said, in a falsetto voice, "I am your friend of the Hotel Delbuef." She was puzzled and looked the picture of bewilderment. I whispered in her ear, Gilbert Barrett, Rue des Prouvers, and certain other facts which could only be known to herself and a fortunate lover. She saw I knew her inmost secrets, and drawing me away, she begged me to tell her who I was. "I was your lover, and a fortunate one too," I replied. "But before I tell you my name, with whom are you and how are you?" "Very well, but pray do not divulge what I tell you. I left Paris with M. Danglade, counselor in the court of Rouen. I lived happily enough for some time with him, and then left him to go with a theatrical manager, who brought me here as an actress under the name of de Langlade, and now I am kept by Count Arzueski, the Polish ambassador. And now tell me who you are." Feeling sure of enjoying her again, I lifted my mask. She gave a cry of joy and exclaimed, "My good angel has brought you to St. Petersburg." "How do you mean?" "Arzueski is obliged to go back to Poland, and now I count on you to get me out of the country, for I can no longer continue in a station for which I was not intended, since I can neither sing nor act." She gave me her address, and I left her delighted with my discovery. After having passed half an hour at the counter, eating and drinking of the best, I returned to the crowd and saw my fair stocking seller talking to Count Volpatti. He had seen her with me and hastened to inquire my name of her. However, she was faithful to our mutual promise and told him I was her husband, though the Venetian did not seem to give the least credence to this piece of information. At last I was tired and left the ball, and went to bed intending to go to Mass in the morning. I slept for some time and woke, but as it was still dark I turned on the other side and went to sleep again. At last I awoke again, and seeing the daylight stealing through my double windows, I sent for a hairdresser, telling my man to make haste as I wanted to hear Mass on the first Sunday after my arrival in St. Petersburg. "But sir," said he, "the first Sunday was yesterday. We are at Monday now." "What's Monday?" "Yes, sir." I had spent 27 hours in bed, and after laughing at the mishap, I felt as if I could easily believe it, for my hunger was like that of a cannibal. This is the only day which I really lost in my life, but I do not weep like the Roman emperor, I laugh. But this is not the only difference between Titus and Casanova. I called on Demetrio Papanelopoulo, the Greek merchant who was to pay me 100 rubles a month. I was also commended to him by M. Delaglio, and I had an excellent reception. He begged me to come and dine with him every day, paid me the rubles for the month due, and assured me that he had honored my bill drawn at Middow. He also found me a reliable servant and a carriage at 18 rubles or 6 ducats per month. Such cheapness has, alas, departed forever. The next day, as I was dining with the worthy Greek and young Bernardi, who was afterwards poisoned, Count Volpatti came in with the dessert, and told us how he had met a Venetian at the ball who had promised to come and see him. "The Venetian would have kept his promise," said I, "if he had not had a long sleep of 27 hours. I am the Venetian, and am delighted to continue our acquaintance." The Count was about to leave, and his departure had already been announced in the St. Petersburg Gazette. The Russian custom is not to give a traveler his passports till a fortnight has elapsed after the appearance of his name in the paper. This regulation is for the advantage of tradesmen, while it makes foreigners think twice before they contract any debts. The next day I took a letter of introduction to M. Pietro Ivanovich Melusino, colonel and afterwards general of artillery. The letter was written by Madame Delaglio, who was very intimate with Melusino. I was most politely welcomed, and after presenting me to his pleasant wife, he asked me once for all to sup with him every night. The house was managed in the French style, and both play and supper were conducted without any ceremony. I met there Melusino's elder brother, the procurator of the Holy Synod and husband of the Princess Dolgorauki. Pharaoh went on, and the company was composed of trustworthy persons who neither boasted of their gains nor bewailed their losses to anyone, and so there was no fear of the government discovering this infringement of the law against gaming. The bank was held by Baron Lefort, son of the celebrated admiral of Peter the Great. Lefort was an example of the inconstancy of fortune. He was then in disgrace on account of a lottery which he had held at Moscow to celebrate the coronation of the Empress, who had furnished him with the necessary funds. The lottery had been broken, and the fact was attributed to the baron's supposed dishonesty. I played for small stakes and won a few rubles. I made friends with Baron Lefort at supper, and he afterwards told me of the vicissitudes he had experienced. As I was praising the noble calmness with which a certain prince had lost 1,000 rubles to him, he laughed and said that the fine gamester I had mentioned played upon credit, but never paid. How about his honor? It is not affected by the non-payment of gaming debts. It is an understood thing in Russia that one who plays on credit and loses may pay or not pay as he wishes, and the winner only makes himself ridiculous by reminding the loser of his debt. Then the holder of the bank has the right to refuse to accept bets which are not backed by ready money. Certainly, and nobody has a right to be offended with him for doing so. Gaming is in a very bad state in Russia. I know young men of the highest rank whose chief boast is that they know how to conquer fortune. That is, to cheat. One of the Matishkins goes so far as to challenge all foreign cheats to master him. He has just received permission to travel for 3 years, and it is an open secret that he wishes to travel that he may exercise his skill. He intends returning to Russia laden with the spoils of the dupes he has made. A young officer of the guards named Zinoviev, a relation of the Orloffs, whom I had met at Melusino's, introduced me to Macartney, the English ambassador, a young man of parts and fond of pleasure. He had fallen in love with a young lady of the Chitrov family and maid of honor to the Empress, and finding his affection reciprocated a baby was the result. The Empress disapproved strongly of this piece of English freedom and had the ambassador recalled, though she forgave her maid of honor. This forgiveness was attributed to the young lady's skill in dancing. I knew the brother of this lady, a fine and intelligent young officer. I had the good fortune to be admitted to the court, and there I had the pleasure of seeing M. Deal, Chitrov dancing, and also M. Deal, Sivers, now princess, whom I saw again at Dresden 4 years ago with her daughter, an extremely genteel young princess. I was enchanted with M. Deal Sivers and felt quite in love with her, but as we were never introduced, I had no opportunity of declaring my passion. Putini, the castrato, was high in her favor, as indeed he deserved to be, both for his talents and the beauties of his person. The worthy Papanelopoulo introduced me to Alsuif, one of the ministers, a man of wit and letters, and only one of the kind whom I met in Russia. He had been an industrious student at the University of Uppsala and loved wine, women, and good cheer. He asked me to dine with Locatelli at Catherinehof, one of the imperial mansions, which the Empress had assigned to the old theatrical manager for the remainder of his days. He was astonished to see me, and I was more astonished still to find that he had turned taverner, for he gave an excellent dinner every day to all who cared to pay a ruble, exclusive of wine. M. Dalsuif introduced me to his colleague in the ministry, Teplov, whose vice was that he loved boys, and his virtue that he had strangled Peter Roman III. Madame Mecker, the dancer, introduced me to her lover, Gelikin, also a minister. He had spent 20 years of his life in Siberia. A letter from Delaglio got me a warm welcome from the castrato Luini, a delightful man who kept a splendid table. He was the lover of Kalana, the singer, but their affection seemed to me a torment, for they could scarce live together in peace for a single day. At Luini's house, I met another castrato, Maliko, a great friend of the chief huntsman, Narishkin, who also became one of my friends. This Narishkin, a pleasant and a well-informed man, was the husband of the famous Maria Pavlovna. It was at the chief huntsman's splendid table that I met Kalajiso Plato, now Archbishop of Novgorod, and then chaplain to the Empress. This monk was a Russian, and a master of ruses, understood Greek and spoke Latin and French, and was what would be called a fine man. It was no wonder that he rose to such a height, as in Russia the nobility never lower themselves by accepting church dignities. Delaglio had given me a letter for the Princess Dashkoff, and I took it to her country house at the distance of 3 versts from St. Petersburg. She had been exiled from the capital, because, having assisted Catherine to ascend the throne, she claimed to share it with her. I found the princess mourning for the loss of her husband. She welcomed me kindly and promised to speak to M. Panin on my behalf, and 3 days later she wrote to me that I could call on that nobleman as soon as I liked. This was a specimen of the Empress's magnanimity. She had disgraced the princess, but she allowed her favorite minister to pay his court to her every evening. I have heard, on good authority, that Panin was not the princess's lover, but her father. She is now the president of the Academy of Science, and I suppose the literati must look upon her as another Minerva, or else they would be ashamed to have a woman at their head. For completeness' sake, the Russians should get a woman to command their armies, but Joan d'Arcs are scarce. Melusino and I were present at an extraordinary ceremony on the day of the Epiphany, namely the blessing of the Neva, then covered with 5 feet of ice. After the benediction of the waters, children were baptized by being plunged into a large hole which had been made in the ice. On the day on which I was present, the priest happened to let one of the children slip through his hands. "Druga," he cried. That is, give me another. But my surprise may be imagined when I saw that the father and mother of the child were in an ecstasy of joy. They were certain that the babe had been carried straight to heaven. Happy ignorance. I had a letter from the Florentine Madame Bregency for her friend the Venetian Roccolini, who had left Venice to go and sing at the St. Petersburg Theatre, though she did not know a note of music and had never appeared on the stage. The Empress laughed at her and said she feared there was no opening in St. Petersburg for her peculiar talents, but the Roccolini, who was known as La Vicenza, was not the woman to lose heart for so small a check. She became an intimate friend of a Frenchwoman named Prote, the wife of a merchant who lived with the chief huntsman. She was at the same time his mistress and the confidant of his wife Maria Petrovna, who did not like her husband, and was very much obliged to the Frenchwoman for delivering her from the conjugal importunities. This Prote was one of the handsomest women I have ever seen, and undoubtedly the handsomest in St. Petersburg at that time. She was in the flower of her age. She had at once a wonderful taste for gallantry and for all the mysteries of the toilette. In dress, she surpassed everyone, and as she was witty and amusing, she captivated all hearts. Such was the woman whose friend and procuress La Vicenza had become. She received the applications of those who were in love with Madame Prote and passed them on, while, whether a lover's suit was accepted or not, the procuress got something out of him. I recognized Signora Roccolini as soon as I saw her, but as 20 years had elapsed since our last meeting, she did not wonder at my appearing not to know her, and made no efforts to refresh my memory. Her brother was called Montelato, and he it was who tried to assassinate me one night in St. Mark's Square, as I was leaving the Ridotto. The plot that would have cost me my life, if I had not made my escape from the window, was laid in the Roccolini's house. She welcomed me as a fellow countryman in a strange land, told me of her struggles, and added that now she had an easy life of it, and associated with the pleasantest ladies in St. Petersburg. I am astonished that you have not met the fair Madame Prote at the chief huntsman S, for she is the darling of his heart. Come and take coffee with me tomorrow, and you shall see a wonder. I kept the appointment, and I found the lady even more beautiful than the Venetian's praises of her had led me to expect. I was dazzled by her beauty, but not being a rich man, I felt that I must set my wits to work if I wanted to enjoy her. I asked her name, though I knew it quite well, and she replied, Prote. I am glad to hear it, madam, said I, for you thereby promised to be mine. How so? Said she, with a charming smile. I explained the pun and made her laugh. I told her amusing stories and let her know the effect that her beauty had produced on me, and that I hoped time would soften her heart to me. The acquaintance was made, and thenceforth I never went to Narishkin S without calling on her, either before or after dinner. The Polish ambassador returned about that time, and I had to forgo my enjoyment of the fair Anglade, who accepted a very advantageous proposal which was made her by Count Braun. This charming Frenchwoman died of the smallpox a few months later, and there can be no doubt that her death was a blessing, as she would have fallen into misery and poverty after her beauty had once decayed. I desired to succeed with Madame Prote, and with that idea I asked her to dinner at Locatelli, S with Luini, Colonna, Zinoev, Signora Vicenza, and a violinist, her lover. We had an excellent dinner washed down with plenty of wine, and the spirits of the company were wound up to the pitch I desired. After the repast, each gentleman went apart with his lady, and I was on the point of success when an untoward accident interrupted us. We were summoned to see the proofs of Luini's prowess. He had gone out shooting with his dogs and guns. As I was walking away from Catherinehof with Zinoev, I noticed a young countrywoman whose beauty astonished me. I pointed her out to the young officer, and we made for her, but she fled away with great activity to a little cottage, where we followed her. We went in and saw the father, mother, and some children, and in a corner the timid form of the fair maiden. Zinoev, who, by the way, was for 20 years Russian ambassador at Madrid, had a long conversation in Russian with the father. I did not understand what was said, but I guessed it referred to the girl because, when her father called her, she advanced submissively and stood modestly before us. The conversation over, Zinoev went out, and I followed him after giving the master of the house a ruble. Zinoev told me what had passed, saying that he had asked the father if he would let him have the daughter as a maidservant, and the father had replied that it should be so with all his heart, but that he must have 100 rubles for her, as she was still a virgin. So you see, added Zinoev, the matter is quite simple. How simple? Why, yes, only 100 rubles. And supposing me to be inclined to give that sum, then she would be your servant, and you could do anything you liked with her, except kill her. And supposing she is not willing. That never happens, but if it did, you could have beaten her. Well, if she is satisfied and I enjoy her, can I still continue to keep her? You will be her master, I tell you, and can have her arrested if she attempts to escape, unless she can return the 100 rubles you gave for her. What must I give her per month? Nothing, except enough to eat and drink. You must also let her go to the baths on Saturday and to the church on Sunday. Can I make her come with me when I leave St. Petersburg? No, unless you obtain permission and find a surety, for though the girl would be your slave, she would still be a slave to the Empress. Very good, then will you arrange this matter for me? I will give the 100 rubles, and I promise you I will not treat her as a slave. But I hope you will care for my interests, as I do not wish to be duped. I promise you shall not be duped. I will see to everything. Would you like her now? No, tomorrow. Very good, then tomorrow it shall be. We returned to St. Petersburg in a phaeton, and the next day at 9 o'clock I called on Zinoev, who said he was delighted to do me this small service. On the way he said that if I liked he could get me a perfect seraglio of pretty girls in a few days. No, said I, one is enough, and I gave him the 100 rubles. We arrived at the cottage, where we found the father, mother, and daughter. Zinoev explained his business crudely enough, after the custom of the country, and the father thanked St. Nicholas for the good luck he had sent him. He spoke to his daughter, who looked at me and softly uttered the necessary yes. Zinoev then told me that I ought to ascertain that matters were intact, as I was going to pay for a virgin. I was afraid of offending her, and would have nothing to do with it. But Zinoev said the girl would be mortified if I did not examine her, and that she would be delighted if I place her in a position to prove before her father and mother that her conduct had always been virtuous. I therefore made the examination as modestly as I could, and I found her to be intact. To tell the truth, I should not have said anything if things had been otherwise. Zinoev then gave the 100 rubles to the father, who handed them to his daughter, and she only took them to return them to her mother. My servant and coachman were then called in to witness as arrangement of which they knew nothing. I called her Zara, and she got into the carriage and returned with me to St. Petersburg in her coarse clothes, without a chemise of any kind. After I had dropped Zinoev at his lodging, I went home, and for 4 days I was engaged in collecting and arranging my slave's toilet, not resting till I had dressed her modestly in the French style. In less than 3 months, she had learned enough Italian to tell me what she wanted and to understand me. She soon loved me, and afterwards she got jealous. But we shall hear more of her in the following chapter. Chapter 20. Krevikower-Bombeck Journey to Moscow. My adventures at St. Petersburg. The day on which I took Zara, I sent Lambert away, for I did not know what to do with him. He got drunk every day, and when in his cups he was unbearable. Nobody would have anything to say to him except as a common soldier, and that is not an enviable position in Russia. I got him a passport for Berlin and gave him enough money for the journey. I heard afterwards that he entered the Austrian service. In May, Zara had become so beautiful that when I went to Moscow, I dared not leave her behind me, so I took her in place of a servant. It was delicious to me to hear her chattering in the Venetian dialect I had taught her. On a Saturday, I would go with her to the bath, where 30 of 40 naked men and women were bathing together without the slightest constraint. This absence of shame must arise, I should imagine, from native innocence, but I wondered that none looked at Zara, who seemed to me the original of the statue of Psyche I had seen at the Villa Borghese at Rome. She was only 14, so her breast was not yet developed, and she bore about her few traces of puberty. Her skin was as white as snow, and her ebony tresses covered the whole of her body, save in a few places where the dazzling whiteness of her skin shone through. Her eyebrows were perfectly shaped, and her eyes, though they might have been larger, could not have been more brilliant or more expressive. If it had not been for her furious jealousy and her blind confidence in fortune-telling by cards, which she consulted every day, Zara would have been a paragon among women, and I should never have left her. A young and distinguished-looking Frenchman came to St. Petersburg with a young Parisian named La Rivière, who was tolerably pretty but quite devoid of education, unless it were that education common to all the girls who sell their charms in Paris. This young man came to me with a letter from Prince Charles of Curland, who said that if I could do anything for the young couple, he would be grateful to me. They arrived just as I was breakfasting with Zara. "You must tell me," said I to the young Frenchman, "in what way I can be of use to you." "By admitting us to your company and introducing us to your friends." "Well, I am a stranger here, and I will come and see you, and you can come and see me, and I shall be delighted, but I never dine at home. As to my friends, you must feel that, being a stranger, I could not introduce you and the lady. Is she your wife? People will ask me who you are and what you are doing at St. Petersburg. What am I to say? I wonder Prince Charles did not send you to someone else. I am a gentleman of Lorraine, and Madame La Rivière is my mistress, and my object in coming to St. Petersburg is to amuse myself. Then I don't know to whom I could introduce you under the circumstances, but I should think you will be able to find plenty of amusement without knowing anyone. The theaters, the streets, and even the court entertainments are open to everyone. I suppose you have plenty of money." "That's exactly what I haven't got, and I don't expect any either." "Well, I have not much more, but you really astonish me. How could you have been so foolish as to come here without money?" "Well, my mistress said we could do with what money we got from day to day. She induced me to leave Paris without a farthing, and up to now it seems to me that she is right. We have managed to get on somehow." "Then she has the purse." "My purse," said she, "is in the pockets of my friends." "I understand, and I am sure you have no difficulty in finding the wherewithal to live. If I had such a purse, it should be opened for you, but I am not a rich man." Baumbach, a citizen of Hamburg, whom I had known in England whence he had fled on account of his debts, had come to St. Petersburg and entered the army. He was the son of a rich merchant and kept up a house, a carriage, and an army of servants. He was a lover of good cheer, women, and gambling, and contracted debts everywhere. He was an ugly man, but full of wit and energy. He happened to call on me just as I was addressing the strange traveler whose purse was in the pocket of her friends. I introduced the couple to him, telling the whole story, the item of the purse excepted. The adventure was just to Baumbach's taste, and he began making advances to Madame La Rivière, who received them in a thoroughly professional spirit, and I was inwardly amused and felt that her axiom was a true one. Baumbach asked them to dine with him the next day, and begged them to come and take an unceremonious dinner the same day with him at Krasnokabak. I was included in the invitation, and Zara, not understanding French, asked me what we were talking about, and on my telling her expressed a desire to accompany me. I gave in to appease her, for I knew the wish proceeded from jealousy, and that if I did not consent I should be tormented by tears, ill humor, reproaches, melancholy, etc. This had occurred several times before, and so violent had she been that I had been compelled to conform to the custom of the country and beat her. Strange to say, I could not have taken a better way to prove my love. Such is the character of the Russian women. After the blows had been given, by slow degrees she became affectionate again, and a love encounter sealed the reconciliation. Baumbach left us to make his preparations in high spirits, and while Zara was dressing, Madame Rivière talked in such a manner as to make me almost think that I was absolutely deficient in knowledge of the world. The astonishing thing was that her lover did not seem in the least ashamed of the part he had to play. He might say that he was in love with the Messalina, but the excuse would not have been admissible. The party was a merry one. Baumbach talked to the adventuress, Zara sat on my knee, and Crevecoeur ate and drank, laughed in season and out of season, and walked up and down. The crafty Madame Rivière incited Baumbach to risk 25 rubles at quins. He lost and paid pleasantly, and only got a kiss for his money. Zara, who was delighted to be able to watch over me and my fidelity, jested pleasantly on the Frenchwoman and the complaisance of her lover. This was altogether beyond her comprehension, and she could not understand how he could bear such deeds as were done before his face. The next day I went to Baumbach by myself, as I was sure of meeting young Russian officers who would have annoyed me by making love to Zara in their own language. I found the two travelers and the brothers Lunin, then lieutenants but now generals. The younger of them was as fair and pretty as any girl. He had been the beloved of the minister Teplov, and, like a lad of wit, he not only was not ashamed, but openly boasted that it was his custom to secure the goodwill of all men by his caresses. He had imagined the rich citizen of Hamburg to be of the same tastes as Teplov, and he had not been mistaken. And so he degraded me by forming the same supposition. With this idea, he seated himself next to me at table, and behaved himself in such a manner during dinner that I began to believe him to be a girl in man's clothes. After dinner, as I was sitting at the fire between him and the Frenchman, I imparted my suspicions to him. But jealous of the superiority of his sex, he displayed proof of it on the spot, and forthwith got hold of me and put himself in a position to make my happiness and his own, as he called it. I confess, to my shame, that he might perhaps have succeeded, if Madame la Rivière, indignant at this encroachment of her peculiar province, had not made him desist. Lunin the elder, Crèvecœur, and Bombac, who had been for a walk, returned at nightfall with 2 or 3 friends, and easily consoled the Frenchman for the poor entertainment the younger Lunin and myself had given him. Bombac held a bank at Faro, which only came to an end at 11, when the money was all gone. We then supped, and the real orgy began, in which La Rivière bore the brunt in a manner that was simply astonishing. I and my friend Lunin were merely spectators, and poor Crèvecœur had gone to bed. We did not separate till daybreak. I got home and, fortunately for myself, escaped the bottle which Zara flung at my head, and which would infallibly have killed me if it had hit me. She threw herself onto the ground and began to strike it with her forehead. I thought she had gone mad, and wondered whether I had better call for assistance, but she became quiet enough to call me assassin and traitor, with all the other abusive epithets that she could remember. To convict me of my crime, she showed me 25 cards, placed in order, and on them she displayed the various enormities of which I had been guilty. I let her go on till her rage was somewhat exhausted, and then, having thrown her divining apparatus into the fire, I looked at her in pity and anger, and said that we must part the next day, as she had narrowly escaped killing me. I confessed that I had been with Bombac, and that there had been a girl in the house, but I denied all the other sins of which she accused me. I then went to sleep without taking the slightest notice of her, in spite of all she said and did to prove her repentance. I woke after a few hours to find her sleeping soundly, and I began to consider how I could best rid myself of the girl, who would probably kill me if we continued living together. Whilst I was absorbed in these thoughts, she awoke, and falling at my feet wept and professed her utter repentance, and promised never to touch another card as long as I kept her. At last I could resist her entreaties no longer, so I took her in my arms and forgave her, and we did not part till she had received undeniable proofs of the return of my affection. I intended to start for Moscow in 3 days, and she was delighted when she heard she was to go. 3 circumstances had won me this young girl's furious affection. In the first place, I often took her to see her family, with whom I always left a rouble. In the second, I made her eat with me, and in the third, I had beaten her 3 or 4 times when she had tried to prevent me going out. In Russia, beating is a matter of necessity, for words have no force whatever. A servant, mistress, or courtesan understands nothing but the lash. Words are altogether thrown away, but a few good strokes are entirely efficacious. The servant, whose soul is still more enslaved than his body, reasons somewhat as follows, after he has had a beating. My master has not sent me away, but beaten me. Therefore he loves me, and I ought to be attached to him. It is the same with the Russian soldier, and in fact with everybody. Honor stands for nothing, but with the knout and brandy one can get anything from them except heroical enthusiasm. Papinella Pillow laughed at me when I said that, as I liked my Cossack, I should endeavor to correct him with words only when he took too much brandy. If you do not beat him, he said, he will end by beating you, and he spoke the truth. One day, when he was so drunk as to be unable to attend on me, I began to scold him and threatened him with the stick if he did not mend his ways. As soon as he saw my cane lifted, he ran at me and got hold of it, and if I had not knocked him down immediately, he would doubtless have beaten me. I dismissed him on the spot, there is not a better servant in the world than a Russian. He works without ceasing, sleeps in front of the door of his master's bedroom to be always ready to fulfill his orders, never answering his reproaches, incapable of theft. But after drinking a little too much brandy, he becomes a perfect monster, and drunkenness is the vice of the whole nation. A coachman knows no other way of resisting the bitter cold to which he is exposed than by drinking rye brandy. It sometimes happens that he drinks till he falls asleep, and then there is no awaking for him in this world. Unless one is very careful, it is easy to lose an ear, the nose, a cheek, or a lip by frost bites. One day as I was walking out on a bitterly cold day, a Russian noticed that one of my ears was frozen. He ran up to me and rubbed the affected part with a handful of snow till the circulation was restored. I asked him how he had noticed my state, and he said he had remarked the livid whiteness of my ear, and this, he said, was always a sign that the frost had taken it. What surprised me most of all is that sometimes the part grows again after it has dropped off. Prince Charles of Kurland assured me that he had lost his nose in Siberia and that it had grown again the next summer. I have been assured of the truth of this by several Russians. About this time, the Empress made the architect Rinaldi, who had been 50 years in St. Petersburg, build her an enormous wooden amphitheater so large as to cover the whole of the space in front of the palace. It would contain 100,000 spectators, and in it, Catherine intended to give a vast tournament to all the knights of her empire. There were to be 4 parties of 100 knights each, and all the cavaliers were to be clad in the national costume of the nations they represented. All the Russians were informed of this great festival, which was to be given at the expense of the sovereign, and the princes, counts, and barons were already arriving with their chargers from the most remote parts of the empire. Prince Charles of Kurland wrote informing me of his intention to be present. It had been ordained that the tournament should take place on the first fine day, and this precaution was a very wise one, for, excepting in the season of the hard frosts, a day without rain or snow or wind is a marvel. In Italy, Spain, and France, one can reckon on fine weather, and bad weather is the exception, but it is quite the contrary in Russia. Ever since I have known this home of frost and the cold north wind, I laugh when I hear traveling Russians talking of the fine climate of their native country. However, it is a pardonable weakness. Most of us prefer mine to thine. Nobles affect to consider themselves of purer blood than the peasants from whom they sprang, and the Romans and other ancient nations pretended that they were the children of the gods, to draw a veil over their actual ancestors who were doubtless robbers. The truth is that during the whole year 1756 there was not one fine day in Russia, or in Hungary at all events, and the mere proofs of this statement may be found in the fact that the tournament was not held in that year. It was postponed till the next, and the princes, counts, barons, and knights spent the winter in the capital, unless their purses forbade them to indulge in the luxuries of court life. The dear Prince of Kurland was in this case, to my great disappointment. Having made all arrangements for my journey to Moscow, I got into my sleeping carriage with Zara, having a servant behind who could speak both Russian and German. For 24 rubles the Shavakik, hirer out of horses, engaged to carry me to Moscow in 6 days and 7 nights with 6 horses. This struck me as being extremely cheap. The distance is 72 Russian stages, almost equivalent to 500 Italian miles or 160 French leagues. We set out just as a cannon shot from the citadel announced the close of day. It was towards the end of May, in which month there is literally no night at St. Petersburg. Without the report of the cannon, no one would be able to tell when the day ended and the night began. One can read a letter at midnight, and the moonlight makes no appreciable difference. This continual day lasts for 8 weeks, and during that time no one lights a candle. At Moscow it is different. A candle is always necessary at midnight if one wished to read. We reached Novgorod in 48 hours, and here the Shavakik allowed us a rest of 5 hours. I saw a circumstance there which surprised me very much, though one has no business to be surprised at anything if one travels much, and especially in a land of half-savages. I asked the Shavakik to drink, but he appeared to be in great melancholy. I inquired what was the matter, and he told Zara that one of his horses had refused to eat, and that it was clear that if he could not eat, he could not work. We followed him into the stable, and found the horse looking oppressed by care, its head lowered and motionless. It had evidently got no appetite. His master began a pathetic oration, looking tenderly at the animal as if to arouse it to a sense of duty, and then taking its head and kissing it lovingly, he put it into the manger, but to no purpose. Then the man began to weep bitterly, but in such a way that I had the greatest difficulty to prevent myself laughing, for I could see that he wept in the hope that his tears might soften the brute's heart. When he had wept some time, he again put the horse's head into the manger, but again to no purpose. At this, he got furious and swore to be avenged. He led the horse out of the stable, tied it to a post, and beat it with a thick stick for a quarter of an hour so violently that my heart bled for the poor animal. At last the Shavakik was tired out, and taking the horse back to the stable, he fastened up his head once more, and to my astonishment it began to devour its provender with the greatest appetite. At this the master jumped for joy, laughed, sang, and committed 1,000 extravagancies, as if to show the horse how happy it had made him. I was beside myself with astonishment, and concluded that such treatment would have succeeded nowhere but in Russia, where the stick seems to be the panacea or universal medicine. They tell me, however, that the stick is gradually going out of fashion. Peter the Great used to beat his generals black and blue, and in his days a lieutenant had to receive with all submission the cuffs of his captain, who bent before the blows of his major, who did the same to his colonel, who received chastisement from his general. So I was informed by old General Woyakov, who was a pupil of Peter the Great, and had often been beaten by the great emperor, the founder of St. Petersburg. It seems to me that I have scarcely said anything about this great and famous capital, which in my opinion is built on somewhat precarious foundations. No one but Peter could have thus given the lie to nature by building his immense palaces of marble and granite on mud and shifting sand. They tell me that the town is now in its manhood, to the honor of the great Catherine, but in the year 1765 it was still in its minority, and seemed to me only to have been built with the childish aim of seeing it fall into ruins. Streets were built with the certainty of having to repair them in 6 months' time. The whole place proclaimed itself to be the whim of a despot. If it is to be durable, constant care will be required, for nature never gives up its rights and reasserts them when the constraint of man is withdrawn. My theory is that sooner or later the soil must give way and drag the vast city with it. We reached Moscow in the time the Shavakik had promised. As the same horses were used for the whole journey, it would have been impossible to travel more quickly. A Russian told me that the Empress Elizabeth had done the journey in 52 hours. "You mean that she issued a ukase to the effect that she had done it," said a Russian of the old school, "and if she had liked, she could have traveled more quickly still. It was only a question of the wording of the ukase." Even when I was in Russia, it was not allowable to doubt the infallibility of a ukase, and to do so was equivalent to high treason. One day I was crossing a canal at St. Petersburg by a small wooden bridge. Melisino Papanelopoulo and some other Russians were with me. I began to abuse the wooden bridge, which I characterized as both mean and dangerous. One of my companions said that on such a day it would be replaced by a fine stone bridge, as the Empress had to pass there on some state occasion. The day named way 3 weeks off, and I said plainly that it was impossible. One of the Russians looked askance at me and said there was no doubt about it, as a ukase had been published ordering that the bridge should be built. I was going to answer him, but Papanelopoulo gave my hand a squeeze and whispered, "Tassai, hush." The bridge was not built, but I was not justified, for the Empress published another ukase in which she declared it to be her gracious pleasure that the bridge should not be built till the following year. If anyone would see what a pure despotism is like, let him go to Russia. The Russian sovereigns use the language of despotism on all occasions. One day I saw the Empress, dressed in man's clothes, going out for a ride. Her master of the horse, Prince Ripnin, held the bridle of the horse, which suddenly gave him a kick which broke his ankle bone. The Empress instantly ordained that the horse should be taken away, and that no one should mount it again under pain of death. All official positions in Russia have military rank assigned to them, and this sufficiently indicates the nature of the government. The coachman-in-chief of Her Imperial Highness holds the rank of colonel, as also does her chief cook. The castrato Luini was a lieutenant colonel, and the painter Toretti only a captain, because he had only 800 rubles a year, while the coachman had 3,000. The sentinels at the doors of the palace have their muskets crossed, and ask those who wish to pass through what is their rank. When I was asked this question, I stopped short, but the quick-witted officer asked me how much I had a year, and on my replying, at a hazard 3,000 rubles, he gave me the rank of general, and I was allowed to pass. I saw the Tsarina for a moment. She stopped at the door and took off her gloves to give her hands to be kissed by the officer and the 2 sentinels. By such means as this, she had won the affection of the corps, commanded by Gregorius Gregorovich Orloff, on which her safety depended in case of revolution. I made the following notes when I saw the Empress hearing Mass in her chapel. The proto-papa, or bishop, received her at the door to give her the holy water, and she kissed his episcopal ring, while the prelate, whose beard was a couple of feet in length, lowered his head to kiss the hands of his temporal, sovereign, and spiritual head. For in Russia, the he or she on the throne is the spiritual as well as temporal head of the church. She did not evidence the least devotion during Mass. Hypocrisy did not seem to be one of her vices. Now she smiled at one of her suite, now at another, and occasionally she addressed the favorite, not because she had anything to say to him, but to make him an object of envy to the others. One evening, as she was leaving the theater where Metastasio's Olympiade had been performed, I heard her say, "The music of that opera has given the greatest pleasure to everyone, so of course I am delighted with it, but it wearies me, nevertheless. Music is a fine thing, but I cannot understand how anyone who is seriously occupied can love it passionately. I will have Buranello here, and I wonder whether he will interest me in music, but I am afraid nature did not constitute me to feel all its charms." She always argued in that way. In due time I will set down her words to me when I returned from Moscow. When I arrived at that city, I got down at a good inn, where they gave me 2 rooms and a coach house for my carriage. After dinner, I hired a small carriage and a guide who could speak French. My carriage was drawn by 4 horses, for Moscow is a vast city composed of 4 distinct towns, and many of the streets are rough and ill-paved. I had 5 or 6 letters of introduction, and I determined to take them all. I took Zara with me, as she was as curious to see everything as a girl of 14 naturally is. I do not remember what feast the Greek church was keeping on that day, but I shall never forget the terrific bell-ringing with which my ears were assailed, for there are churches everywhere. The country people were engaged in sowing their grain, to reap it in September. They laughed at our southern custom of sowing 8 months earlier, as unnecessary and even prejudicial to the crops, but I do not know where the right lies. Perhaps we may both be right, for there is no master to compare with experience. I took all the introductions I had received from Narishkin, Prince Ripnin, the worthy Panilopullo, and Melusino's brother. The next morning, the whole of the persons at whose houses I had left letters called on me. They all asked Zara and myself to dinner, and I accepted the invitation of the first comer, M. Dinidov, and promised to dine with the rest on the following days. Zara, who had been tutored by me to some extent, was delighted to show me that she was worthy of the position she occupied. She was exquisitely dressed, and won golden opinions everywhere, for our hosts did not care to inquire whether she were my daughter, my mistress, or my servant, for in this matter, as in many others, the Russians are excessively indulgent. Those who have not seen Moscow have not seen Russia, for the people of St. Petersburg are not really Russians at all. Their court manners are very different from their manners, au natural, and it may be said with truth that the true Russian is as a stranger in St. Petersburg. The citizens of Moscow, and especially the rich ones, speak with pity of those who for one reason or another had expatriated themselves, and with them to expatriate oneself is to leave Moscow, which they consider as their native land. They look on St. Petersburg with an envious eye and call it the ruin of Russia. I do not know whether this is a just view to take of the case. I merely repeat what I have heard. In the course of a week, I saw all the sights of Moscow, the manufacturers, the churches, the remains of the old days, the museums, the libraries, of no interest to my mind, not forgetting the famous bell. I noticed that their bells are not allowed to swing like ours, but are motionless, being rung by a rope attached to the clapper. I thought the Moscow women more handsome than those of St. Petersburg, and I attribute this to the great superiority of the air. They are gentle and accessible by nature, and to obtain the favor of a kiss on the lips, one need only make a show of kissing their hands. There was good fare and plenty, but no delicacy in its composition or arrangement. Their table is always open to friends and acquaintances, and a friend may bring in 5 or 6 persons to dinner, and even at the end of the meals you will never hear a Russian say, "We have had dinner, you have come too late." Their souls are not black enough for them to pronounce such words as this. Notice is given to the cook, and the dinner begins over again. They have a delicious drink, the name of which I do not remember, but it is much superior to the sherbet of Constantinople. The numerous servants are not given water, but a light, nourishing, and agreeable fluid which may be purchased very cheaply. They all hold Saint Nicholas in the greatest reverence, only praying to God through the mediation of this saint, whose picture is always suspended in the principal room of the house. A person coming in makes first a bow to the image and then a bow to the master, and if perchance the image is absent, the Russian, after gazing all round, stands confused and motionless, not knowing what to do. As a general rule, the Muscovites are the most superstitious Christians in the world. Their liturgy is in Greek, of which the people understand nothing, and the clergy, themselves extremely ignorant, gladly leave them completely in the dark on all matters connected with religion. I could never make them understand that the only reason for the Roman Christians making the sign of the cross from left to right, while the Greeks make it from right to left, is that we say Spiritus Sancti, while they say Agen Pneuma. If you said Pneuma Agen, I used to say, then you would cross yourself like us, and if we said Sancti Spiritus, we should cross ourselves like you. The adjective, replied my interlocutor, should always precede the substantive, for we should never utter the name of God without first giving him some honorable epithet. Such are nearly all the differences which divide the two churches, without reckoning the numerous idle tales which they have as well as ourselves, and which are by no means the least cherished articles of their faith. We returned to St. Petersburg by the way we had come, but Zara would have liked me never to leave Moscow. She had become so much in love with me by force of constant association that I could not think without a pang of the moment of separation. The day after our arrival in the capital, I took her to her home, where she showed her father all the little presents I had given her, and told him of the honor she had received as my daughter, which made the good man laugh heartily. The first piece of news I heard was that a ukase had been issued, ordering the erection of a temple dedicated to God in the mosque opposite to the house where I resided. The Empress had entrusted Rinaldi, the architect, with the erection. He asked her what emblem he should put above the portal, and she replied, "No emblem at all, only the name of God in large letters." "I will put a triangle." "No triangle at all, but only the name of God in whatever language you like, and nothing more." The second piece of news was that Baumbach had fled and had been captured at Midau, where he believed himself in safety. M. de Simolia had arrested him. It was a grave case, for he had deserted. However, he was given his life and sent into barracks at Kamchatka. Crevecoeur and his mistress had departed, carrying some money with them, and a Florentine adventurer named Bellotti had fled with 18,000 rubles belonging to Papinella Piolo. But a certain Bori, the worthy Greek's factotum, had caught him at Midau and brought him back to St. Petersburg, where he was now in prison. Prince Charles of Kurland arrived about this time, and I hastened to call upon him as soon as he advised me of his coming. He was lodging in a house belonging to Count Dimidoff, who owned large iron mines and had made the whole house of iron, from attic to basement. The prince had brought his mistress with him, but she was still in an ill humor, and he was beginning to get heartily sick of her. The man was to be pitied, for he could not get rid of her without finding her a husband, and this husband became more difficult to find every day. When the prince saw how happy I was with my Zara, he could not help thinking how easily happiness may be won. But the fatal desire for luxury and empty show spoils all, and renders the very sweets of life as bitter as gall. I was indeed considered happy, and I liked to appear so, but in my heart I was wretched. Ever since my imprisonment under the Leads, I had been subject to hemorrhoids, which came on 3 or 4 times a year. At St. Petersburg, I had a serious attack, and the daily pain and anxiety embittered my existence. A vegetarian doctor called Sanapios, for whom I had sent, gave me the sad news that I had a blind or incomplete fistula in the rectum, and according to him nothing but the cruel pistary would give me any relief, and indeed he said I had no time to lose. I had to agree, in spite of my dislike to the operation. But fortunately, the clever surgeon whom the doctor summoned pronounced that if I would have patience, nature itself would give me relief. I had much to endure, especially from the severe dieting to which I was subjected, but which doubtless did me good. Colonel Melusino asked me to be present at a review which was to take place at 3 versts from St. Petersburg, and was to be succeeded by a dinner to 24 guests, given by General Orloff. I went with the prince, and saw a cannon fired 20 times in a minute, testing the performance with my watch. My neighbor at dinner was the French ambassador. Wishing to drink deeply, after the Russian fashion, and thinking the Hungarian wine as innocent as champagne, he drank so bravely that at the end of dinner he had lost the use of his legs. Count Orloff made him drink still more, and then he fell asleep and was laid on a bed. The gaiety of the meal gave me some idea of Russian wit. I did not understand the language, so M. Zinoviev translated the curious sallies to me, while the applause they had raised was still resounding. Melusino rose to his feet, holding a large goblet full of Hungarian wine in his hand. There was a general silence to listen to him. He drank the health of General Orloff in these words: "May you die when you become rich." The applause was general, for the allusion was to the unbounded generosity of Orloff. The general's reply struck me as better still, but it was equally rugged in character. He, too, took a full cup, and turning to Melusino said, "May you never die till I slay you." The applause was furious, for he was their host and their general. The Russian wit is of the energetic kind, devoid of grace. All they care about is directness and vigor. Voltaire had just sent the Empress his Philosophy of History, which he had written for her and dedicated to her. A month after, an edition of 3,000 copies came by sea and was sold out in a week, for all the Russians who knew a little French were eager to possess a copy of the work. The leaders of the Voltairians were 2 noblemen, named, respectively, Stroganoff and Shuvalov. I have seen verses written by the former of these as good as Voltaire's own verses, and 20 years later I saw an ode by the latter of which Voltaire would not have been ashamed. But the subject was ill chosen, for it treated of the death of the great philosopher who had so studiously avoided using his pen on melancholy themes. In those days, all Russians with any pretensions to literature read nothing but Voltaire, and when they had read all his writings, they thought themselves as wise as their master. To me, they seemed pygmies mimicking a giant. I told them that they ought to read all the books from which Voltaire had drawn his immense learning, and then, perhaps, they might become as wise as he. I remember the saying of a wise man at Rome, "Beware of the man of one book." I wonder whether the Russians are more profound now, but that is a question I cannot answer. At Dresden, I knew Prince Biloselsky, who was on his way back to Russia after having been ambassador at Turin. He was the author of an admirable work on metaphysics and the analysis of the soul and reason. Count Panin was the tutor of Paul Petrovitch, heir presumptive to the throne. The young prince had a severe master and dared not even applaud an air at the opera unless he first received permission to do so from his mentor. When a courier brought the news of the sudden death of Francis I, Emperor of Germany and of the Holy Roman Empire, the Tsarina being at Tsarskoe Selo, the Count Minister Tutor was in the palace with his pupil, then 11 years old. The courier came at noon and gave the dispatch into the hands of the minister, who was standing in the midst of a crowd of courtiers of whom I was one. The Prince Imperial was at his right hand. The minister read the dispatch in a low voice and then said, "This is news indeed. The Emperor of the Romans has died suddenly." He then turned to Paul and said to him, "Full court mourning, which your highness will observe for 3 months longer than the empress." "Why so?" said Paul. "Because, as Duke of Holstein, your highness has a right to attend the diet of the empire, a privilege," he added, turning to us, "which Peter the Great desired in vain." I noted the attention with which the Grand Duke Paul listened to his mentor, and the care with which he concealed his joy at the news. I was immensely pleased with this way of giving instruction. I said as much to Prince Lobkowitz, who was standing by me, and he refined on my praises. This prince was popular with everyone. He was even preferred to his predecessor, Prince Esterhazy, and this was saying a great deal, for Esterhazy was adored in Russia. The gay and affable manner of Prince Lobkowitz made him the life and soul of all the parties at which he was present. He was a constant courtier of the Countess Braun, the reigning beauty, and everyone believed his love had been crowned with success, though no one could assert as much positively. There was a great review held at a distance of 12 or 14 versts from St. Petersburg, at which the Empress and all her train of courtiers were present. The houses of the 2 or 3 adjoining villages were so few and small that it would be impossible for all the company to find a lodging. Nevertheless, I wished to be present chiefly to please Zara, who wanted to be seen with me on such an occasion. The review was to last 3 days, there were to be fireworks, and a mine was to be exploded besides the evolutions of the troops. I went in my traveling carriage, which would serve me for a lodging if I could get nothing better. We arrived at the appointed place at 8 o'clock in the morning. The evolutions lasted till noon. When they were over, we went towards a tavern and had our meals served to us in the carriage, as all the rooms in the inn were full. After dinner, my coachman tried in vain to find me a lodging, so I disposed myself to sleep all night in the carriage, and so I did for the whole time of the review, and fared better than those who had spent so much money to be ill-lodged. Melusino told me that the Empress thought my idea a very sensible one. As I was the only person who had a sleeping carriage, which was quite a portable house in itself, I had numerous visitors, and Zara was radiant to be able to do the honors. I had a good deal of conversation during the review with Count Tott, brother of the nobleman who was employed at Constantinople and known as Baron Tott. We had known each other at Paris, and afterwards at The Hague, where I had the pleasure of being of service to him. He had come to St. Petersburg with Madame de Soltikoff, whom he had met at Paris and whose lover he was. He lived with her, went to court, and was well received by everyone. 2 or 3 years after, the Empress ordered him to leave St. Petersburg on account of the troubles in Poland. It was said that he kept up a correspondence with his brother, who was endeavoring to intercept the fleet under the command of Alexis Orloff. I never heard what became of him after he left Russia, where he obliged me with the loan of 500 rubles, which I have not yet been able to return to him. M. Maruzzi, by calling a Venetian merchant, and by birth a Greek, having left trade to live like a gentleman, came to St. Petersburg when I was there and was presented at court. He was a fine-looking man and was admitted to all the great houses. The Empress treated him with distinction because she had thoughts of making him her agent at Venice. He paid his court to the Countess Braun, but he had rivals there who were not afraid of him. He was rich enough, but did not know how to spend his money. And avarice is a sin which meets with no pity from the Russian ladies. I went to Zarsko Selo, Peterhof, and Kronstadt, for if you want to say you have been in a country, you should see as much as possible of it. I wrote notes and memorandums on several questions with the hope of their procuring me a place in the civil service, and all my productions were laid before the Empress, but with no effect. In Russia, they do not think much of foreigners unless they have specially summoned them. Those who come of their own account rarely make much, and I suspect the Russians are right. Chapter 21. I see the Empress my conversations with her the Valville I leave Zai, leave St. Petersburg, and arrive at Warsaw the Princes Adam Czartoryski, and Sulkowski the King of Poland theatrical intrigues by Aniki. I thought of leaving Russia at the beginning of the autumn, but I was told by M. Panin and Alsuif that I ought not to go without having spoken to the Empress. I should be sorry to do so, I replied, but as I can't find anyone to present me to her, I must be resigned. At last, Panin told me to walk in a garden frequented by Her Majesty at an early hour, and he said that meeting me, as it were by chance, she would probably speak to me. I told him I should like him to be with her, and he accordingly named a day. I repaired to the garden, and as I walked about I marveled at the statuary it contained, all the statues being made of the worst stone and executed in the worst possible taste. The names cut beneath them gave the whole the air of a practical joke. A weeping statue was Democritus, another, with grinning mouth, was labeled Heraclitus, an old man with a long beard was Sappho, and an old woman, Avicenna, and so on. As I was smiling at this extraordinary collection, I saw the Tsarina, preceded by Count Gregorius Orloff and followed by 2 ladies approaching. Count Panin was on her left hand. I stood by the hedge to let her pass, but as soon as she came up to me she asked, smilingly, if I had been interested in the statues. I replied, following her steps, that I presumed they had been placed there to impose on fools or to excite the laughter of those acquainted with history. From what I can make out, she replied, the secret of the matter is that my worthy aunt was imposed on, and indeed she did not trouble herself much about such trifles. But I hope you have seen other things in Russia less ridiculous than these statues. I entertained the sovereign for more than an hour with my remarks on the things of note I had seen in St. Petersburg. The conversation happened to turn on the King of Prussia, and I sang his praises, but I censured his terrible habit of always interrupting the person whom he was addressing. Catherine smiled and asked me to tell her about the conversation I had had with this monarch, and I did so to the best of my ability. She was then kind enough to say that she had never seen me at the Kortag, which was a vocal and instrumental concert given at the palace and open to all. I told her that I had only attended once, as I was so unfortunate as not to have a taste for music. At this, she turned to Pannon and said smilingly that she knew someone else who had the same misfortune. If the reader remembers what I heard her say about music as she was leaving the opera, he will pronounce my speech to have been a very courtier-like one, and I confess it was. But who can resist making such speeches to a monarch, and above all, a monarch in petticoats? The Tsarina turned from me to speak to M. Besk, who had just come up, and as M. Pannon left the garden I did so too, delighted with the honor I had had. The Empress, who was a woman of moderate height and yet of a majestic appearance, thoroughly understood the art of making herself loved. She was not beautiful, but yet she was sure of pleasing by her geniality and her wit, and also by that exquisite tact which made one forget the awfulness of the sovereign in the gentleness of the woman. A few days after, Count Parton told me that the Empress had twice asked after me, and that this was a sure sign I had pleased her. He advised me to look out for another opportunity of meeting her, and said that for the future she would always tell me to approach whenever she saw me, and that if I wanted some employment she might possibly do something for me. Though I did not know what employ I could ask for in that disagreeable country, I was glad to hear that I could have easy access to the court. With that idea, I walked in the garden every day, and here follows my second conversation with the Empress. She saw me at a distance and sent an officer to fetch me into her presence. As everybody was talking of the tournament, which had to be postponed on account of the bad weather, she asked me if this kind of entertainment could be given at Venice. I told her some amusing stories on the subject of shows and spectacles, and in this relation I remarked that the Venetian climate was more pleasant than the Russian, for at Venice fine days were the rule, while at St. Petersburg they were the exception, though the year is younger there than anywhere else. Yes, she said, in your country it is 11 days older. Would it not be worthy of your Majesty to put Russia on an equality with the rest of the world in this respect, by adopting the Gregorian calendar? All the Protestants have done so, and England, who adopted it 14 years ago, has already gained several millions. All Europe is astonished that the old style should be suffered to exist in a country where the sovereign is the head of the church, and whose capital contains an academy of science. It is thought that Peter the Great, who made the year begin in January, would have also abolished the old style if he had not been afraid of offending England, which then kept trade and commerce alive throughout your vast empire. You know, she replied with a sly smile, that Peter the Great was not exactly a learned man. He was more than a man of learning. The immortal Peter was a genius of the first order. Instinct supplied the place of science with him. His judgment was always in the right. His vast genius, his firm resolve, prevented him from making mistakes and helped him to destroy all those abuses which threatened to oppose his great designs. Her Majesty seemed to have heard me with great interest, and was about to reply when she noticed two ladies whom she summoned to her presence. To me, she said, "I shall be delighted to reply to you at another time," and then turned towards the ladies. The time came in 8 or 10 days, when I was beginning to think she had had enough of me, for she had seen me without summoning me to speak to her. She began by saying what I desired should be done was done already. All the letters sent to foreign countries and all the important state records are marked with both dates. But I must point out to your Majesty that by the end of the century, the difference will be of 12 days, not 11. Not at all, we have seen to that. The last year of this century will not be counted as a leap year. It is fortunate that the difference is one of 11 days, for as that is the number which is added every year to the epoch. Our epochs are almost the same. As to the celebration of Easter, that is a different question. Your equinox is on March the 21st, ours on the 10th, and the astronomers say we are both wrong. Sometimes it is we who are wrong and sometimes you, as the equinox varies. You know you are not even in agreement with the Jews, whose calculation is said to be perfectly accurate. And, in fine, this difference in the time of celebrating Easter does not disturb in any way public order or the progress of the government. Your Majesty's words fill me with admiration, but the festival of Christmas. I suppose you are going to say that we do not celebrate Christmas in the winter solstice as should properly be done. We know it, but it seems to me a matter of no account. I would rather bear with this small mistake than grievously afflict vast numbers of my subjects by depriving them of their birthdays. If I did so, there would be no open complaints uttered, as that is not the fashion in Russia. But they would say in secret that I was an atheist, and that I disputed the infallibility of the Council of Nice. You may think such complaints matter for laughter, but I do not, for I have much more agreeable motives for amusement. The Tsarina was delighted to mark my surprise. I did not doubt for a moment that she had made a special study of the whole subject. Al-Suif told me, a few days after, that she had very possibly read a little pamphlet on the subject, the statements of which exactly coincided with her own. He took care to add, however, that it was very possible Her Highness was profoundly learned on the matter, but this was merely a courtier's phrase. What she said was spoken modestly and energetically, and her good humor and pleasant smile remained unmoved throughout. She exercised a constant self-control over herself, and herein appeared the greatness of her character, for nothing is more difficult. Her demeanor, so different from that of the Prussian king, showed her to be the greater sovereign of the two. Her frank geniality always gave her the advantage, while the short, curt manners of the king often exposed him to being made a dupe. In an examination of the life of Frederick the Great, one cannot help paying a deserved tribute to his courage, but at the same time, one feels that if it had not been for repeated turns of good fortune, he must have succumbed, whereas Catherine was little indebted to the favors of the blind deity. She succeeded in enterprises which, before her time, would have been pronounced impossibilities, and it seemed her aim to make men look upon her achievements as of small account. I read in one of our modern journals, those monuments of editorial self-conceit, that Catherine the Great died happily as she had lived. Everybody knows that she died suddenly on her close stool. By calling such a death happy, the journalist hints that it is the death he himself would wish for. Everyone to his taste, and we can only hope that the editor may obtain his wish. But who told this silly fellow that Catherine desired such a death? If he regards such a wish as natural to a person of her profound genius, I would ask who told him that men of genius consider a sudden death to be a happy one. Is it because that is his opinion, and are we to conclude that he is therefore a person of genius? To come to the truth, we should have to interrogate the late Empress and ask her some such question as, "Are you well pleased to have died suddenly?" She would probably reply, "What a foolish question! Such might be the wish of one driven to despair, or of someone suffering from a long and grievous malady. Such was not my position, for I enjoyed the blessings of happiness and good health. No worse fate could have happened to me. My sudden death prevented me from concluding several designs which I might have brought to a successful issue if God had granted me the warning of a slight illness. But it was not so. I had to set out on the long journey at a moment's notice, without the time to make any preparations. Is my death any the happier from my not foreseeing it? Do you think me such a coward as to dread the approach of what is common to all? I tell you that I should have accounted myself happy if I had had a respite of but a day. Then I should not complain of the divine justice. Does your Highness accuse God of injustice, then? What boots it, since I am a lost soul? Do you expect the damned to acknowledge the justice of the decree which has consigned them to eternal woe? No doubt it is a difficult matter, but I should have thought that a sense of the justice of your doom would have mitigated the pains of it. Perhaps so, but a damned soul must be without consolation forever. In spite of that, there are some philosophers who call you happy in your death by virtue of its suddenness. Not philosophers, but fools, for in its suddenness was the pain and woe. Well said, but may I ask your Highness if you admit the possibility of a happy eternity after an unhappy death, or of an unhappy doom after a happy death? Such suppositions are inconceivable. The happiness of futurity lies in the ecstasy of the soul in feeling freed from the trammels of matter, and unhappiness is the doom of a soul which was full of remorse at the moment it left the body. But enough, for my punishment forbids my farther speech. Tell me, at least, what is the nature of your punishment? An everlasting weariness, farewell. After this long and fanciful digression, the reader will no doubt be obliged by my returning to this world. Count Panin told me that in a few days the Empress would leave for her country house, and I determined to have an interview with her, foreseeing that it would be for the last time. I had been in the garden for a few minutes when heavy rain began to fall, and I was going to leave, when the Empress summoned me into an apartment on the ground floor of the palace, where she was walking up and down with Gregorovitch and a maid of honor. "I had forgotten to ask you," she said, graciously, "if you believe the new calculation of the calendar to be exempt from error." "No, Your Majesty, but the error is so minute that it will not produce any sensible effect for the space of 9 or 10,000 years." I thought so, and in my opinion Pope Gregory should not have acknowledged any mistake at all. The Pope, however, had much less difficulty in carrying out his reform than I should have with my subjects, who are too fond of their ancient usages and customs. Nevertheless, I am sure Your Majesty would meet with obedience. "No doubt, but imagine the grief of my clergy in not being able to celebrate the numerous saints' days, which would fall on the 11 days to be suppressed. You have only one saint for each day, but we have a dozen at least. I may remark also that all ancient states and kingdoms are attached to their ancient laws. I have heard that your Republic of Venice begins the year in March, and that seems to me, as it were, a monument and memorial of its antiquity, and, indeed, the year begins more naturally in March than in January. But does not this usage cause some confusion?" "None at all, Your Majesty. The letters M.V., which we adjoin to all dates in January and February, render all mistakes impossible. Venice is also noteworthy for its peculiar system of heraldry, by the amusing form under which it portrays its patron saint, and by the 5 Latin words with which the evangelist is invoked, in which, as I am told, there is a grammatical blunder which has become respectable by its long standing. But is it true that you do not distinguish between the day and night hours?" "It is, Your Majesty, and what is more, we reckon the day from the beginning of the night. Such is the force of custom, which makes us admire what other nations think ridiculous. You see no inconvenience in your division of the day, which strikes me as most inconvenient. You would only have to look at your watch, and you would not need to listen for the cannon shot, which announces the close of day. Yes, but for this one advantage you have over us, we have 2 over you. We know that at 12 o'clock it is either midday or midnight. The Tsarina spoke to me about the fondness of the Venetians for games of chance, and asked if the Genoa lottery had been established there. I have been asked," she added, "to allow the lottery to be established in my own dominions, but I should never permit it except on the condition that no stake should be below a ruble, and then the poor people would not be able to risk their money in it." I replied to this discreet observation with a profound inclination of the head, and thus ended my last interview with the famous Empress who reigned 35 years without committing a single mistake of any importance. The historian will always place her amongst great sovereigns, though the moralist will always consider her, and rightly, as one of the most notable of dissolute women. A few days before I left, I gave an entertainment to my friends at Catherinehof, winding up with a fine display of fireworks, a present from my friend Melisino. My supper for 30 was exquisite, and my ball a brilliant one. In spite of the tenuity of my purse, I felt obliged to give my friends this mark of my gratitude for the kindness they had lavished on me. I left Russia with the actress Valville, and I must here tell the reader how I came to make her acquaintance. I happened to go to the French play, and to find myself seated next to an extremely pretty lady who was unknown to me. I occasionally addressed an observation to her referring to the play or actors, and I was immensely delighted with her spirited answers. Her expression charmed me, and I took the liberty of asking her if she were a Russian. "No, thank God," she replied. "I am a Parisian and an actress by occupation. My name is Valville, but I don't wonder I am unknown to you, for I have been only a month here and have played but once." "How is that?" "Because I was so unfortunate as to fail to win the Tsarina's favor. However, as I was engaged for a year, she has kindly ordered that my salary of 100 rubles shall be paid monthly. At the end of the year, I shall get my passport and go." I am sure the Empress thinks she is doing you a favor in paying you for nothing. Very likely, but she does not remember that I am forgetting how to act all this time. You ought to tell her that. I only wish she would give me an audience. That is unnecessary. Of course, you have a lover. No, I haven't. It's incredible to me. They say the incredible often happens. I am very glad to hear it myself. I took her address and sent her the following note the next day. Madam, I should like to begin an intrigue with you. You have inspired me with feelings that will make me unhappy unless you reciprocate them. I beg to take the liberty of asking myself to sup with you, but please tell me how much it will cost me. I am obliged to leave for Warsaw in the course of a month, and I shall be happy to offer you a place in my traveling carriage. I shall be able to get you a passport. The bearer of this has orders to wait, and I hope your answer will be as plainly worded as my question. In 2 hours, I received this reply. Sir, as I have the knack of putting an end to an intrigue when it has ceased to amuse me, I have no hesitation in accepting your proposal. As to the sentiments with which you say I have inspired you, I will do my best to share them and to make you happy. Your supper shall be ready, and later on we will settle the price of the dessert. I shall be delighted to accept the place in your carriage if you can obtain my expenses to Paris as well as my passport. And finally, I hope you will find my plane speaking on a match with yours. Goodbye, till the evening. I found my new friend in a comfortable lodging, and we accosted each other as if we had been old acquaintances. I shall be delighted to travel with you, said she, but I don't think you will be able to get my passport. I have no doubt as to my success, I replied, if you will present to the Empress the petition I shall draft for you. I will surely do so, said she, giving me writing materials. I wrote out the following petition. Your Majesty, I venture to remind your Highness that my enforced idleness is making me forget my art, which I have not yet learnt thoroughly. Your Majesty's generosity is therefore doing me an injury, and your Majesty would do me a great benefit in giving me permission to leave St. Petersburg. Nothing more than that. Not a word. You say nothing about the passport and nothing about the journey money. I am not a rich woman. Do you only present this petition, and, unless I am very much mistaken, you will have not only your journey money, but also your year's salary. Oh, that would be too much. Not at all. You do not know Catherine, but I do. Have this copied and presented in person. I will copy it out myself, for I can write a good enough hand. Indeed, it almost seems as if I had composed it. It is exactly my style. I believe you are a better actor than I am, and from this evening I shall call myself your pupil. Come, let us have some supper, that you may give me my first lesson. After a delicate supper, seasoned by pleasant and witty talk, Madame Valville granted me all I could desire. I went downstairs for a moment to send away my coachman and to instruct him what he was to say to Zara, whom I had forewarned that I was going to Kronstadt and might not return till the next day. My coachman was a Ukrainian on whose fidelity I could rely, but I knew that it would be necessary for me to be off with the old love before I was on with the new. Madame Valville was like most young Frenchwomen of her class. She had charms which she wished to turn to account and a passable education. Her ambition was to be kept by one man, and the title of mistress was more pleasing in her ears than that of wife. In the intervals of 4 amorous combats, she told me enough of her life for me to divine what it had been. Clerval, the actor, had been gathering together a company of actors at Paris, and making her acquaintance by chance and finding her to be intelligent, he assured her that she was a born actress, though she had never suspected it. The idea had dazzled her, and she had signed the agreement. She started from Paris with 6 other actors and actresses, of whom she was the only one that had never played. I thought, she said, it was like what is done at Paris, where a girl goes into the chorus or the ballet without having learnt to sing or dance. What else could I think? After an actor like Clerval had assured me I had a talent for acting and had offered me a good engagement. All he required of me was that I should learn by heart and repeat certain passages which I rehearsed in his presence. He said I made a capital soubrette, and he certainly could not have been trying to deceive me, but the fact is he was deceived himself. A fortnight after my arrival, I made my first appearance, and my reception was not a flattering one. Perhaps you were nervous. Nervous? Not in the least. Clerval said that if I could have put on the appearance of nervousness, the Empress, who is kindness itself, would certainly have encouraged me. I left her the next morning after I had seen her copy out the petition. She wrote a very good hand. "I shall present it today," said she. I wished her good luck, and arranged to sup with her again on the day I meant to part with Zara. All French girls who sacrifice to Venus are in the same style as the Valville. They are entirely without passion or love, but they are pleasant and caressing. They have only one object, and that is their own profit. They make and unmake an intrigue with a smiling face and without the slightest difficulty. It is their system, and if it be not absolutely the best, it is certainly the most convenient. When I got home, I found Zara submissive but sad, which annoyed me more than anger would have done, for I loved her. However, it was time to bring the matter to an end, and to make up my mind to endure the pain of parting. Rinaldi, the architect, a man of 70, but still vigorous and sensual, was in love with her, and he had hinted to me several times that he would be only too happy to take her over and to pay double the sum I had given for her. My answer had been that I could only give her to a man she liked, and that I meant to make her a present of the 100 rubles I had given for her. Rinaldi did not like this answer, as he had not very strong hopes of the girl taking a fancy to him. However, he did not despair. He happened to call on me on the very morning on which I had determined to give her up, and as he spoke Russian perfectly, he gave Zara to understand how much he loved her. Her answer was that he must apply to me, as my will was law to her, but that she neither liked nor disliked anyone else. The old man could not obtain any more positive reply and left us with but feeble hopes, but commending himself to my good offices. When he had gone, I asked Zara whether she would not like me to leave her to the worthy man, who would treat her as his own daughter. She was just going to reply when I was handed a note from Madame Valville, asking me to call on her, as she had a piece of news to give me. I ordered the carriage immediately, telling Zara that I should not be long. "Very good," she replied. "I will give you a plain answer when you come back." I found Madame Valville in a high state of delight. "Long live the petition," she exclaimed as soon as she saw me. I waited for the Empress to come out of her private chapel. I respectfully presented my petition, which she read as she walked along, and then told me with a kindly smile to wait a moment. I waited, and Her Majesty returned me the petition initialed in her own hand and bade me take it to M. Gelagin. This gentleman gave me an excellent reception, and told me that the sovereign hand ordered him to give me my passport, my salary for a year, and 100 ducats for the journey. The money will be forwarded in a fortnight, as my name will have to be sent to the Gazette. Madame Valville was very grateful, and we fixed the day of our departure. 3 or 4 days later I sent in my name to the Gazette. I had promised Zara to come back, so telling my new love that I would come and live with her as soon as I had placed the young Russian in good hands, I went home, feeling rather curious to hear Zara's determination. After Zara had supped with me in perfect good humor, she asked if M. Rinaldi would pay me back the money I had given for her. I said he would, and she went on. "It seems to me that I am worth more than I was, for I have all your presents, and I know Italian. You are right, dear, but I don't want it to be said that I have made a profit on you. Besides, I intend to make you a present of the 100 rubles. As you are going to make me such a handsome present, why not send me back to my father's house? That would be still more generous. If M. Rinaldi really loves me, he can come and talk it over with my father. You have no objection to his paying me whatever sum I like to mention." "Not at all. On the contrary, I shall be very glad to serve your family, and all the more as Rinaldi is a rich man." "Very good, you will be always dear to me in my memory. You shall take me to my home tomorrow, and now let us go to bed." Thus it was that I parted with this charming girl, who made me live soberly all the time I was at St. Petersburg. Zinoev told me that if I had liked to deposit a small sum as security, I could have taken her with me. But I had thought the matter over, and it seemed to me that as Zara grew more beautiful and charming, I should end by becoming a perfect slave to her. Possibly, however, I should not have looked into matters so closely if I had not been in love with Madame Valville. Zara spent the next morning in gathering together her belongings, now laughing and now weeping, and every time that she left her packing to give me a kiss, I could not resist weeping myself. When I restored her to her father, the whole family fell on their knees around me. Alas for poor human nature! Thus it is degraded by the iron heel of oppression. Zara looked oddly in the humble cottage, where one large mattress served for the entire family. Rinaldi took everything in good part. He told me that since the daughter would make no objection, he had no fear of the father doing so. He went to the house the next day, but he did not get the girl till I had left St. Petersburg. He kept her for the remainder of his days and behaved very handsomely to her. After this melancholy separation, Madame Valville became my sole mistress, and we left the Russian capital in the course of a few weeks. I took an Armenian merchant into my service. He had lent me 100 ducats and cooked very well in the Eastern style. I had a letter from the Polish resident to Prince Augustus Sulkowski and another from the English ambassador for Prince Adam Czartoryski. The day after we left St. Petersburg, we stopped at Kopri to dine. We had taken with us some choice viands and excellent wines. 2 days later, we met the famous chapel master, Galuppi or Burinelli, who was on his way to St. Petersburg with 2 friends and an artiste. He did not know me, and was astonished to find a Venetian dinner awaiting him at the inn, as also to hear a greeting in his mother tongue. As soon as I had pronounced my name, he embraced me with exclamations of surprise and joy. The roads were heavy with rain, so we were a week in getting to Riga, and when we arrived I was sorry to hear that Prince Charles was not there. From Riga, we were 4 days before getting to Königsberg, where Madame Valville, who was expected at Berlin, had to leave me. I left her my Armenian, to whom she gladly paid the 100 ducats I owed him. I saw her again 2 years later, and shall speak of the meeting in due time. We separated like good friends, without any sadness. We spent the night at Kleinrupp near Riga, and she offered to give me her diamonds, her jewels, and all that she possessed. We were staying with the Countess Lowenwald, to whom I had a letter from the Princess Dolgorauki. This lady had in her house, in the capacity of governess, the pretty English woman whom I had known as Campione's wife. She told me that her husband was at Warsaw, and that he was living with Villiers. She gave me a letter for him, and I promised to make him send her some money, and I kept my word. Little Betty was as charming as ever, but her mother seemed quite jealous of her and treated her ill. When I reached Königsberg, I sold my traveling carriage and took a place in a coach for Warsaw. We were 4 in all, and my companions only spoke German and Polish, so that I had a dreadfully tedious journey. At Warsaw, I went to live with Villiers, where I hoped to meet Campione. It was not long before I saw him, and found him well in health and in comfortable quarters. He kept a dancing school and had a good many pupils. He was delighted to have news of Fanny and his children. He sent them some money, but had no thoughts of having them at Warsaw, as Fanny wished. He assured me she was not his wife. He told me that Tomatis, the manager of the comic opera, had made a fortune, and had in his company a Milanese dancer named Cadai, who enchanted all the town by her charms rather than her talent. Games of chance were permitted, but he warned me that Warsaw was full of card sharpers. A Veronese named Girapoldi, who lived with an officer from Lorraine called Bachelier, held a bank at Faro at her house, where a dancer, who had been the mistress of the famous Afflicio at Vienna, brought customers. Major Satyr, whom I have mentioned before, kept another gaming house, in company with his mistress, who came from Saxony. The Baron de St. Helene was also in Warsaw, but his principal occupation was to contract debts which he did not mean to pay. He also lived in Villiers' house with his pretty and virtuous young wife, who would have nothing to say to us. Campione told me of some other adventurers, whose names I was very glad to know that I might the better avoid them. The day after my arrival I hired a man and a carriage, the latter being an absolute necessity at Warsaw, where in my time, at all events, it was impossible to go on foot. I reached the capital of Poland at the end of October, 1765. My first call was on Prince Adam Czartoryski, Lieutenant of Podolia, for whom I had an introduction. I found him before a table covered with papers, surrounded by 40 or 50 persons, in an immense library which he had made into his bedroom. He was married to a very pretty woman, but had not yet had a child by her because she was too thin for his taste. He read the long letter I gave him, and said in elegant French that he had a very high opinion of the writer of the letter, but that as he was very busy just then he hoped I would come to supper with him if I had nothing better to do. I drove off to Prince Sulkowski, who had just been appointed ambassador to the court of Louis Roman XV. The prince was the elder of 4 brothers and a man of great understanding, but a theorist in the style of the Abbé Saint Pierre. He read the letter and said he wanted to have a long talk with me, but that being obliged to go out, he would be obliged if I would come and dine with him at 4 o'clock. I accepted the invitation. I then went to a merchant named Skimpinski, who was to pay me 50 ducats a month on Papanelopoulos' order. My man told me that there was a public rehearsal of a new opera at the theater, and I accordingly spent 3 hours there, knowing none and unknown to all. All the actresses were pretty, but especially the cat-eye, who did not know the first elements of dancing. She was greatly applauded, above all by Prince Ripnin, the Russian ambassador, who seemed a person of the greatest consequence. Prince Sulkowski kept me at table for 4 mortal hours, talking on every subject except those with which I happened to be acquainted. His strong points were politics and commerce, and as he found my mind a mere void on these subjects, he shone all the more and took quite a fancy to me, as I believe, because he found me such a capital listener. About 9 o'clock, having nothing better to do, a favorite phrase with the Polish noblemen, I went to Prince Adam, who after pronouncing my name introduced me to the company. There were present Monsignor Krasinski, the Prince Bishop of Warmia, the chief Prothonotarz Arzuewski, whom I had known at St. Petersburg, the Palatin Oginski, General Roniker, and 2 others whose barbarous names I have forgotten. The last person to whom he introduced me was his wife, with whom I was very pleased. A few moments after, a fine-looking gentleman came into the room, and everybody stood up. Prince Adam pronounced my name, and turning to me said, coolly, "That's the king." This method of introducing a stranger to a sovereign prince was assuredly not an overwhelming one, but it was nevertheless a surprise, and I found that an excess of simplicity may be as confusing as the other extreme. At first I thought the prince might be making a fool of me, but I quickly put aside the idea and stepped forward and was about to kneel, but His Majesty gave me his hand to kiss with exquisite grace, and as he was about to address me, Prince Adam showed him the letter of the English ambassador, who was well known to the king. The king read it, still standing, and began to ask me questions about the Tsarina and the court, appearing to take great interest in my replies. When supper was announced, the king continued to talk, and led me into the supper room, and made me sit down at his right hand. Everybody ate heartily except the king, who appeared to have no appetite, and myself, who had no right to have any appetite, even if I had not dined well with Prince Sulkowski, for I saw the whole table hushed to listen to my replies to the king's questions. After supper, the king began to comment very graciously on my answers. His Majesty spoke simply, but with great elegance. As he was leaving, he told me he should always be delighted to see me at his court, and Prince Adam said that if I liked to be introduced to his father, I had only to call at 11 o'clock the next morning. The King of Poland was of a medium height, but well made. His face was not a handsome one, but it was kindly and intelligent. He was rather short-sighted, and his features in repose bore a somewhat melancholy expression, but in speaking, the whole face seemed to light up. All he said was seasoned by a pleasant wit. I was well enough pleased with this interview, and returned to my inn, where I found Campioni seated amongst several guests of either sex, and after staying with them for half an hour, I went to bed. At 11 o'clock the next day I was presented to the great Russian paladin. He was in his dressing gown, surrounded by his gentlemen in the national costume. He was standing up and conversing with his followers in a kindly but grave manner. As soon as his son Adam mentioned my name, he unbent and gave me a most kindly yet dignified welcome. His manners were not awful, nor did they inspire one with familiarity, and I thought him likely to be a good judge of character. When I told him that I had only gone to Russia to amuse myself and see good company, he immediately concluded that my aims in coming to Poland were of the same kind, and he told me that he could introduce me to a large circle. He added that he should be glad to see me to dinner and supper whenever I had no other engagements. He went behind a screen to complete his toilette, and soon appeared in the uniform of his regiment, with a fair peruke in the style of the late King Augustus Roman II. He made a collective bow to everyone, and went to see his wife, who was recovering from a disease which would have proved fatal if it had not been for the skill of Riemann, a pupil of the great Boerhaave. The lady came of the now extinct family of Enoff, whose immense wealth she brought to her husband. When he married her, he abandoned the Maltese order, of which he had been a knight. He won his bride by a duel with pistols on horseback. The lady had promised that her hand should be the conqueror's guerdon, and the prince was so fortunate as to kill his rival. Of this marriage, there issued Prince Adam and a daughter, now a widow, and known under the name of Lubomirska, but formerly under that of Strasnikowa, that being the title of the office her husband held in the royal army. It was this Prince Palatine and his brother, the High Chancellor of Lithuania, who first brought about the Polish troubles. The two brothers were discontented with their position at the court where Count Brule was supreme, and put themselves at the head of the plot for dethroning the king, and for placing on the throne, under Russian protection, their young nephew, who had originally gone to St. Petersburg as an attaché at the embassy, and afterwards succeeded in winning the favor of Catherine, then Grand Duchess, but soon to become Empress. This young man was Stanislas Poniatowski, son of Constance Czartoryski and the celebrated Poniatowski, the friend of Charles Roman III. As luck would have it, a revolution was unnecessary to place him on the throne, for the king died in 1763 and gave place to Prince Poniatowski, who was chosen king on the 6th of September, 1776, under the title of Stanislaus Augustus. He had reigned 2 years at the time of my visit. And I found Warsaw in a state of gaiety, for a diet was to be held, and everyone wished to know how it was that Catherine had given the Poles a native king. At dinner time, I went to the paladins and found 3 tables, at each of which there were places for 30, and this was the usual number entertained by the prince. The luxury of the court paled before that of the paladin's house. Prince Adam said to me, "Chevalier, your place will always be at my father's table." This was a great honor, and I felt it. The prince introduced me to his handsome sister and to several palatins and starosts. I did not fail to call on all these great personages, so in the course of a fortnight, I found myself a welcome guest in all the best houses. My purse was too lean to allow of my playing or consoling myself with a theatrical beauty, so I fell back on the library of Monseigneur Zalewski, the Bishop of Kiowa, for whom I had taken a great liking. I spent almost all my mornings with him, and it was from this prelate that I learnt all the intrigues and complots by which the ancient Polish constitution, of which the bishop was a great admirer, had been overturned. Unhappily, his firmness was of no avail, and a few months after I left Warsaw, the Russian tyrants arrested him, and he was exiled to Siberia. I lived calmly and peaceably, and still look back upon those days with pleasure. I spent my afternoons with the paladin playing tresette, an Italian game of which he was very fond, and which I played well enough for the paladin to like to have me as a partner. In spite of my sobriety and economy, I found myself in debt 3 months after my arrival, and I did not know where to turn for help. The 50 ducats per month, which were sent me from Venice, were insufficient, for the money I had to spend on my carriage, my lodging, my servant, and my dress brought me down to the lowest ebb, and I did not care to appeal to anyone. But fortune had a surprise in store for me, and hitherto she had never left me. Madame Schmidt, whom the king, for good reasons of his own, had accommodated with apartments in the palace, asked me one evening to sup with her, telling me that the king would be of the party. I accepted the invitation, and I was delighted to find the delightful Bishop Kraswiski, the Abbé Gigiotti, and 2 or 3 other amateurs of Italian literature. The king, whose knowledge of literature was extensive, began to tell anecdotes of classical writers, quoting manuscript authorities which reduced me to silence and which were possibly invented by him. Everyone talked except myself, and as I had had no dinner I ate like an ogre, only replying by monosyllables when politeness obliged me to say something. The conversation turned on Horace, and everyone gave his opinion on the great materialist's philosophy, and the Abbé Gigiotti obliged me to speak by saying that unless I agreed with him, I should not keep silence. "If you take my silence for consent to your extravagant eulogium of Horace," I said, "you are mistaken, for in my opinion the nec cum venari volet pomata pangs, of which you think so much, is to my mind a satire devoid of delicacy. Satire and delicacy are hard to combine. Not for Horace, who succeeded in pleasing the great Augustus and rendering him immortal as the protector of learned men. Indeed, other sovereigns seemed to vie with him by taking his name and even by disguising it. The king, who had taken the name of Augustus himself, looked grave, and said, "What sovereigns have adopted a disguised form of the name Augustus?" "The first king of Sweden, who called himself Gustavus, which is only an anagram of Augustus." "That is a very amusing idea, and worth more than all the tales we have told. Where did you find that?" "In a manuscript at Wolfenbüttel." The king laughed loudly, though he himself had been citing manuscripts, but he returned to the charge and said, "Can you cite any passage of Horace, not in manuscript, where he shows his talent for delicacy and satire?" "Sir, I could quote several passages, but here is one which seems to me very good. 'Coram rege,' says the poet, 'sua de paupertate tacens, plus quam posens ferent.'" "True indeed," said the king with a smile. Madame Schmidt, who did not know Latin and inherited curiosity from her mother, and eventually from Eve, asked the bishop what it meant, and he thus translated it. "They that speak not of their necessities in the presence of a king gain more than they that are ever asking." The lady remarked that she saw nothing satirical in this. After this, it was my turn to be silent again, but the king began to talk about Ariosto and expressed a desire to read it with me. I replied with an inclination of the head and Horace's words, "Tempora quoram." Next morning, as I was coming out from Mass, the generous and unfortunate Stanislas Augustus gave me his hand to kiss, and at the same time slid a roll of money into my hand, saying, "Thank no one but Horace, and don't tell anyone about it." The roll contained 200 ducats, and I immediately paid off my debts. Since then, I went almost every morning to the king's closet, where he was always glad to see his courtiers, but there was no more said about reading Ariosto. He knew Italian, but not enough to speak it, and still less to appreciate the beauties of the great poet. When I think of this worthy prince, and of the great qualities he possessed as a man, I cannot understand how he came to commit so many errors as a king. Perhaps the least of them all was that he allowed himself to survive his country. As he could not find a friend to kill him, I think he should have killed himself. But indeed, he had no need to ask a friend to do him this service. He should have imitated the great Kosciuszko and entered into life eternal by the sword of a Russian. The carnival was a brilliant one. All Europe seemed to have assembled at Warsaw to see the happy being whom fortune had so unexpectedly raised to a throne, but after seeing him all were agreed that, in his case at all events, the deity had been neither blind nor foolish. Perhaps, however, he liked showing himself rather too much. I have detected him in some distress on his being informed that there was such a thing as a stranger in Warsaw who had not seen him. No one had any need of an introduction, for his court was, as all courts should be, open to everyone, and when he noticed a strange face, he was the first to speak. Here I must set down an event which took place towards the end of January. It was, in fact, a dream, and, as I think I have confessed before, superstition had always some hold on me. I dreamt I was at a banquet, and one of the guests threw a bottle at my face, that the blood poured forth, that I ran my sword through my enemy's body and jumped into a carriage and rode away. Prince Charles of Kurland came to Warsaw and asked me to dine with him at Prince Paninsky's, the same that became so notorious, and was afterwards proscribed and shamefully dishonored. His was a hospitable house, and he was surrounded by his agreeable family. I had never called on him, as he was not a persona grata to the king or his relations. In the course of the dinner, a bottle of champagne burst, and a piece of broken glass struck me just below the eye. It cut a vein, and the blood gushed over my face, over my clothes, and even over the cloth. Everybody rose, my wound was bound up, the cloth was changed, and the dinner went on merrily. I was surprised at the likeness between my dream and this incident, while I congratulated myself on the happy difference between them. However, it all came true after a few months. Madame Binetti, whom I had last seen in London, arrived at Warsaw with her husband and Pick the dancer. She had a letter of introduction to the king's brother, who was a general in the Austrian service, and then resided at Warsaw. I heard that the day they came, when I was at supper at the Palatine-S. The king was present, and said he should like to keep them in Warsaw for a week and see them dance, if 1,000 ducats could do it. I went to see Madame Binetti and to give her the good news the next morning. She was very much surprised to meet me in Warsaw, and still more so at the news I gave her. She called Pick, who seemed undecided, but as we were talking it over, Prince Poniatowski came in to acquaint them with His Majesty's wishes, and the offer was accepted. In 3 days Pick arranged a ballet, The costumes, the scenery, the music, the dancers all were ready, and Tomatis put it on handsomely to please his generous master. The couple gave such satisfaction that they were engaged for a year. The cat-eye was furious, as Madame Binetti threw her completely into the shade and, worse still, drew away her lovers. Tomatis, who was under the cat-eye's influence, made things so unpleasant for Madame Binetti that the two dancers became deadly enemies. In 10 or 12 days, Madame Binetti was settled at a well-furnished house. Her plate was simple but good, her cellar full of excellent wine, her cook an artist and her adorers numerous, amongst them being Mossieski and Branicki, the king's friends. The pit was divided into two parties, for the cat-eye was resolved to make a stand against the newcomer, though her talents were not to be compared to Madame Binetti's. She danced in the first ballet, and her rival in the second. Those who applauded the first greeted that second in dead silence, and vice versa. I had great obligations towards Madame Binetti, but my duty also drew me towards the cat-eye, who numbered in her party all the Czartoryskas and their following, Prince Lubomirski, and other powerful nobles. It was plain that I could not desert to Madame Binetti without earning the contempt of the other party. Madame Binetti reproached me bitterly, and I laid the case plainly before her. She agreed that I could not do otherwise, but begged me to stay away from the theater in future, telling me that she had got a rod and pickle for Tomatis which would make him repent of his impertinence. She called me her oldest friend, and indeed I was very fond of her, and cared nothing for the cat-eye despite her prettiness. Xavier Branicki, the royal postali, Knight of the White Eagle, Colonel of Uhlans, the king's friend, was the chief adorer of Madame Binetti. The lady probably confided her displeasure to him and begged him to take vengeance on the manager, who had committed so many offenses against her. Count Branicki in his turn probably promised to avenge her quarrel and, if no opportunity of doing so arose, to create an opportunity. At least, this is the way in which affairs of this kind are usually managed, and I can find no better explanation for what happened. Nevertheless, the way in which the Pole took vengeance was very original and extraordinary. On the 20th of February, Branicki went to the opera and, contrary to his custom, went to the cat-eye's dressing room and began to pay his court to the actress, Tomatis being present. Both he and the actress concluded that Branicki had had a quarrel with her rival, and though she did not much care to place him in the number of her adorers, she yet gave him a good reception, for she knew it would be dangerous to despise his suit openly. When the cat-eye had completed her toilet, the gallant postali offered her his arm to take her to her carriage, which was at the door. Tomatis followed, and I too was there, awaiting my carriage. Madame Cat-eye came down, the carriage door was opened, she stepped in, and Branicki got in after her, telling the astonished Tomatis to follow them in the other carriage. Tomatis replied that he meant to ride in his own carriage and begged the colonel to get out. Branicki paid no attention and told the coachman to drive on. Tornatis forbade him to stir, and the man, of course, obeyed his master. The gallant postali was therefore obliged to get down, but he bade his hussar give Tomatis a box on the ear, and this order was so promptly and vigorously obeyed that the unfortunate man was on the ground before he had time to recollect that he had a sword. He got up eventually and drove off, but he could eat no supper, no doubt because he had a blow to digest. I was to have supped with him, but after this scene, one had really not the face to go. I went home in a melancholy and reflective mood, wondering whether the whole had been concerted, but I concluded that this was impossible, as neither Branicki nor Binetti could have foreseen the impoliteness and cowardice of Tomatis. In the next chapter, the reader will see how tragically the matter ended. Chapter 22. My duel with Branicki. My journey to Leopold and return to Warsaw, received the order to leave my departure with the unknown one. On reflection, I concluded that Branicki had not done an ungentlemanly thing in getting into Tomatis's carriage. He had merely behaved with impetuosity, as if he were the cat-eye's lover. It also appeared to me that, considering the affront he had received from the jealous Italian, the box on the ear was a very moderate form of vengeance. A blow is bad, of course, but not so bad as death, and Branicki might very well have run his sword through the manager's body. Certainly, if Branicki had killed him, he would have been stigmatized as an assassin, for though Tomatis had a sword, the Polish officer's servants would never have allowed him to draw it. Nevertheless, I could not help thinking that Tomatis should have tried to take the servant's life, even at the risk of his own. He wanted no more courage for that than in ordering the king's favorite to come out of the carriage. He might have foreseen that the Polish noble would be stung to the quick, and would surely attempt to take speedy vengeance. The next day the encounter was the subject of all conversations. Tomates remained indoors for a week, calling for vengeance in vain. The king told him he could do nothing for him, as Branicki maintained he had only given insult for insult. I saw Tomates, who told me in confidence that he could easily take vengeance, but that it would cost him too dear. He had spent 40,000 ducats on the two ballets, and if he had avenged himself, he would have lost it nearly all, as he would be obliged to leave the kingdom. The only consolation he had was that his great friends were kinder to him than ever, and the king himself honored him with peculiar attention. Madame Binetti was triumphant. When I saw her, she condoled with me ironically on the mishap that had befallen my friend. She wearied me, but I could not guess that Branicki had only acted at her instigation, and still less that she had a grudge against me. Indeed, if I had known it, I should only have laughed at her, for I had nothing to dread from her bravo's dagger. I had never seen him nor spoken to him. He could have no opportunity for attacking me. He was never with the king in the morning and never went to the Palatines to supper, being an unpopular character with the Polish nobility. This Branicki was said to have been originally a Cossack, Branki by name. He became the king's favorite and assumed the name of Branicki, pretending to be of the same family as the illustrious marshal of that name who was still alive. But he, far from recognizing the pretender, ordered his shield to be broken up and buried with him as the last of the race. However that may be, Branicki was the tool of the Russian party, the determined enemy of those who withstood Catherine's design of Russianizing the ancient Polish constitution. The king liked him out of habit, and because he had peculiar obligations to him. The life I lived was really exemplary. I indulged neither in love affairs nor gaming. I worked for the king, hoping to become his secretary. I paid my court to the Princess Palatine, who liked my company, and I played tresette with the Palatin himself. On the 4th of March, St. Casimir's Eve, there was a banquet at court to which I had the honor to be invited. Casimir was the name of the king's eldest brother, who held the office of Grand Chamberlain. After dinner, the king asked me if I intended going to the theater, where a Polish play was to be given for the first time. Everybody was interested in this novelty, but it was a matter of indifference to me as I did not understand the language, and I told the king as much. "Never mind," said he, "come in my box." This was too flattering an invitation to be refused, so I obeyed the royal command and stood behind the king's chair. After the second act, a ballet was given, and the dancing of Madame Carracci, a Piedmontese, so pleased His Majesty that he went to the unusual pains of clapping her. I only knew the dancer by sight, for I had never spoken to her. She had some talents. Her principal admirer was Count Paninsky, who was always reproaching me when I dined with him for visiting the other dancers to the exclusion of Madame Carracci. I thought of his reproach at the time, and determined to pay her a visit after the ballet to congratulate her on her performance and the king's applause. On my way I passed by Madame Binetti's dressing room, and seeing the door open I stayed a moment. Count Branicki came up, and I left with a bow and passed on to Madame Carracci's dressing room. She was astonished to see me, and began with kindly reproaches for my neglect, to which I replied with compliments, and then giving her a kiss I promised to come and see her. Just as I embraced her who should enter but Branicki, whom I had left a moment before with Madame Binetti. He had clearly followed me in the hopes of picking a quarrel. He was accompanied by Bininski, his lieutenant colonel. As soon as he appeared, politeness made me stand up and turn to go, but he stopped me. "It seems to me I have come at a bad time. It looks as if you loved this lady." "Certainly, my lord. Does not your excellency consider her as worthy of love?" "Quite so, but as it happens I love her too, and I am not the man to bear any rivals. As I know that, I shall love her no more." "Then you give her up." "With all my heart, for everyone must yield to such a noble as you are." "Very good, but I call a man that yields a coward." "Isn't that rather a strong expression?" As I uttered these words I looked proudly at him and touched the hilt of my sword. 3 or 4 officers were present and witnessed what passed. I had hardly gone 4 paces from the dressing room when I heard myself called Venetian coward. In spite of my rage, I restrained myself and turned back, saying, coolly and firmly, that perhaps a Venetian coward might kill a brave Pole outside the theater. And without awaiting a reply, I left the building by the chief staircase. I waited vainly outside the theater for a quarter of an hour with my sword in my hand, for I was not afraid of losing 40,000 ducats like Tomates. At last, half perishing with cold, I called my carriage and drove to the Palatin S, where the king was to sup. The cold and loneliness began to cool my brain, and I congratulated myself on my self-restraint in not drawing my sword in the actress's dressing room. And I felt glad that Branicki had not followed me down the stairs, for his friend Baininski had a saber, and I should probably have been assassinated. Although the Poles are polite enough, there is still a good deal of the old leaven in them. They are still Dacians and Samaritans at dinner, in war, and in friendship, as they call it, but which is often a burden hardly to be borne. They can never understand that a man may be sufficient company for himself, and that it is not right to descend on him in a troop and ask him to give them dinner. I made up my mind that Madame Bainetti had excited Branicki to follow me, and possibly to treat me as he had treated Tomates. I had not received a blow, certainly, but I had been called a coward. I had no choice but to demand satisfaction, but I also determined to be studiously moderate throughout. In this frame of mind, I got down at the Palatin S, resolved to tell the whole story to the king, leaving to His Majesty the task of compelling his favorite to give me satisfaction. As soon as the Palatin saw me, he reproached me in a friendly manner for keeping him waiting, and we sat down to tresette. I was his partner, and committed several blunders. When it came to losing a second game, he said, "Where is your head tonight?" "My lord, it is 4 leagues away." A respectable man ought to have his head in the game, and not at a distance of 4 leagues. With these words, the prince threw down his cards and began to walk up and down the room. I was rather startled, but I got up and stood by the fire, waiting for the king. But after I had waited thus for half an hour, a chamberlain came from the palace, and announced that His Majesty could not do himself the honor of supping with my lord that night. This was a blow for me, but I concealed my disappointment. Supper was served, and I sat down as usual at the left hand of the Palatin, who was annoyed with me and showed it. We were 18 at table, and for once I had no appetite. About the middle of the supper, Prince Gaspard Lubomirski came in and chanced to sit down opposite me. As soon as he saw me, he condoled with me in a loud voice for what had happened. "I am sorry for you," said he, "but Branicki was drunk, and you really shouldn't count what he said as an insult." "What has happened?" became at once the general question. I held my tongue, and when they asked Lubomirski, he replied that as I kept silence, it was his duty to do the same. Thereupon the Palatin, speaking in his friendliest manner, said to me, "What has taken place between you and Branicki?" "I will tell you the whole story, my lord, in private after supper." The conversation became indifferent, and after the meal was over, the Palatin took up his stand by the small door by which he was accustomed to leave the room, and there I told him the whole story. He sighed, condoled with me, and added, "You had good reasons for being absent-minded at cards. May I presume to ask your Excellency's advice? I never give advice in these affairs, in which you must do everything or nothing." The Palatin shook me by the hand, and I went home and slept for 6 hours. As soon as I awoke, I sat up in bed, and my first thought was everything or nothing. I soon rejected the latter alternative, and I saw that I must demand a duel to the death. If Branicki refused to fight, I should be compelled to kill him, even if I were to lose my head for it. Such was my determination, to write to him proposing a duel at 4 leagues from Warsaw, this being the limit of the Starostia, in which dueling was forbidden on pain of death. I wrote as follows, for I have kept the rough draft of the letter to this day. Warsaw, March 5, 1766, 5 a.m. My lord, yesterday evening, your Excellency insulted me with a light heart, without my having given you any cause or reason for doing so. This seems to indicate that you hate me and would gladly efface me from the land of the living. I both can and will oblige you in this matter. Be kind enough, therefore, to drive me in your carriage to a place where my death will not subject your lordship to the vengeance of the law, in case you obtain the victory, and where I shall enjoy the same advantage if God give me grace to kill your lordship. I should not make this proposal unless I believe your lordship to be of a noble disposition. I have the honor to be, etc. I sent this letter an hour before daybreak to Brannicki's lodging in the palace. My messenger had orders to give the letter into the count's own hands, to wait for him to rise, and also for an answer. In half an hour I received the following answer. Sir, I accept your proposal, and shall be glad if you will have the kindness to inform me when I shall have the honor of seeing you. I remain, sir, etc. I answered this immediately, informing him I would call on him the next day, at 6 o'clock in the morning. Shortly after, I received a second letter, in which he said that I might choose the arms and place, but that our differences must be settled in the course of the day. I sent him the measure of my sword, which was 32 inches long, telling him he might choose any place beyond the ban. In reply, I had the following. Sir, you will greatly oblige me by coming now. I have sent my carriage. I have the honor to be, etc. I replied that I had business all the day, and that as I had made up my mind not to call upon him, except for the purpose of fighting, I begged him not to be offended if I took the liberty of sending back his carriage. An hour later Brannicki called in person, leaving his suite at the door. He came into the room, requested some gentlemen who were talking with me to leave us alone, locked the door after them, and then sat down on my bed. I did not understand what all this meant, so I took up my pistols. Don't be afraid, said he. I am not come to assassinate you, but merely to say that I accept your proposal, on condition only that the duel shall take place today. If not, never. It is out of the question. I have letters to write and some business to do for the king. That will do afterwards. In all probability you will not fall, and if you do I am sure the king will forgive you. Besides, a dead man need fear no reproaches. I want to make my will. Come, you needn't be afraid of dying. It will be time enough for you to make your will in 50 years. But why should your excellency not wait till tomorrow? I don't want to be caught. You have nothing of the kind to fear from me. I dare say, but unless we make haste the king will have us both arrested. How can he, unless you have told him about our quarrel? Ah, you don't understand. Well, I am quite willing to give you satisfaction, but it must be today or never. Very good. This duel is too dear to my heart for me to leave you any pretext for avoiding it. Call for me after dinner, for I shall want all my strength. Certainly, for my part one like a good supper after, better than a good dinner before. Everyone to his taste. True, by the way, why did you send me the length of your sword? I intend to fight with pistols, for I never use swords with unknown persons. What do you mean? I beg of you to refrain from insulting me in my own house. I do not intend to fight with pistols, and you cannot compel me to do so, for I have your letter giving me the choice of weapons. Strictly speaking, no doubt you are in the right, but I am sure you are too polite not to give way, when I assure you that you will lay me under a great obligation by doing so. Very often the first shot is a miss, and if that is the case with both of us, I promise to fight with swords as long as you like. Will you oblige me in the matter? Yes, for I like your way of asking, though, in my opinion, a pistol duel is a barbarous affair. I accept, but on the following conditions. You must bring 2 pistols, charge them in my presence, and give me the choice. If the first shot is a miss, we will fight with swords till the first blood or to the death, whichever you prefer. Call for me at 3 o'clock and choose some place where we shall be secure from the law. Very good. You are a good fellow. Allow me to embrace you. Give me your word of honor not to say a word about it to anyone, for if you did we should be arrested immediately. You need not be afraid of my talking. The project is too dear to me. Good, farewell till 3 o'clock. As soon as the brave braggart had left me, I placed the papers I was doing for the king apart, and went to Campione, in whom I had great confidence. Take this packet to the king, I said, if I happen to be killed. You may guess, perhaps, what is going to happen, but do not say a word to anyone, or you will have me for your bitterest enemy, as it would mean loss of honor to me. I understand. You may reckon on my discretion, and I hope the affair may be ended honorably and prosperously for you. But take a piece of friendly advice: don't spare your opponent, were it the king himself, for it might cost you your life. I know that by experience. I will not forget, farewell. We kissed each other, and I ordered an excellent dinner, for I had no mind to be sent to Pluto fasting. Campioni came in to dinner at 1 o'clock, and at dessert I had a visit from 2 young counts, with their tutor, Bertrand, a kindly Swiss. They were witnesses to my cheerfulness and the excellent appetite with which I ate. At 2:30, I dismissed my company and stood at the window to be ready to go down directly Branicki's carriage appeared. He drove up in a traveling carriage, and 2 grooms leading saddle horses went in front, followed by his 2 aides-de-camp and 2 hussars. Behind his carriage stood 4 servants. I hastened to descend and found my enemy was accompanied by a lieutenant general and an armed footman. The door was opened, the general gave me his place, and I ordered my servants not to follow me but to await my orders at the house. You might want them, said Branicki. They had better come along. If I had as many as you, I would certainly agree to your proposition, but as it is I shall do still better without any at all. If need be, your Excellency will see that I am tended by your own servants. He gave me his hand, and assured me they should wait on me before himself. I sat down, and we went off. It would have been absurd if I had asked where we were going, so I held my tongue, for at such moments a man should take heed to his words. Branicki was silent, and I thought the best thing I could do would be to engage him in a trivial conversation. Does your Excellency intend spending the spring at Warsaw? I had thought of doing so, but you may possibly send me to pass the spring somewhere else. Oh, I hope not. Have you seen any military service? Yes, but may I ask why your Excellency asks me the question for? I had no particular reason. It was only for the sake of saying something. We had driven about half an hour when the carriage stopped at the door of a large garden. We got down and, following the post alley, reached a green arbor which, by the way, was not at all green on that 5th of March. In it was a stone table on which the footman placed 2 pistols, 1.5 feet long, with a powder flask and scales. He weighed the powder, loaded them equally, and laid them down crosswise on the table. This done, Branicki said boldly, "Choose your weapon, sir." At this the general called out, "Is this a duel, sir?" "Yes." "You cannot fight here, you are within the ban." "No matter." "It does matter, and I, at all events, refuse to be a witness. I am on guard at the castle, and you have taken me by surprise. Be quiet, I will answer for everything. I owe this gentleman satisfaction, and I mean to give it him here." Casanova," said the general, "you cannot fight here." "Then why have I been brought here? I shall defend myself wherever I am attacked." "Lay the whole matter before the king, and you shall have my voice in your favor." "I am quite willing to do so, General, if His Excellency will say that he regrets what passed between us last night." Branicki looked fiercely at me, and said wrathfully that he had come to fight and not to parley. "General," said I, "you can bear witness that I have done all in my power to avoid this duel." The general went away with his head between his hands, and throwing off my cloak I took the first pistol that came to my hand. Branicki took the other, and said that he would guarantee upon his honor that my weapon was a good one. "I am going to try its goodness on your head," I answered. He turned pale at this, threw his sword to one of his servants and bared his throat, and I was obliged, to my sorrow, to follow his example, for my sword was the only weapon I had, with the exception of the pistol. I bared my chest also, and stepped back 5 or 6 paces, and he did the same. As soon as we had taken up our positions, I took off my hat with my left hand, and begged him to fire first. Instead of doing so immediately, he lost 2 or 3 seconds in sighting, aiming, and covering his head by raising the weapon before it. I was not in a position to let him kill me at his ease, so I suddenly aimed and fired on him just as he fired on me. That I did so is evident, as all the witnesses were unanimous in saying that they only heard one report. I felt I was wounded in my left hand, and so put it into my pocket, and I ran towards my enemy who had fallen. All of a sudden, as I knelt beside him, 3 bare swords were flourished over my head, and 3 noble assassins prepared to cut me down beside their master. Fortunately, Branicki had not lost consciousness or the power of speaking, and he cried out in a voice of thunder, "Scoundrels, have some respect for a man of honor." This seemed to petrify them. I put my right hand under the Pistoli's armpit, while the general helped him on the other side, and thus we took him to the inn, which happened to be near at hand. Branicki stooped as he walked and gazed at me curiously, apparently wondering where all the blood on my clothes came from. When we got to the inn, Branicki laid himself down in an armchair. We unbuttoned his clothes and lifted up his shirt, and he could see himself that he was dangerously wounded. My ball had entered his body by the 7th rib on the right hand and had gone out by the 2nd false rib on the left. The two wounds were 10 inches apart, and the case was of an alarming nature, as the intestines must have been pierced. Branicki spoke to me in a weak voice. "You have killed me, so make haste away, as you are in danger of the gibbet. The duel was fought in the ban, and I am a high court officer and a knight of the White Eagle. So lose no time, and if you have not enough money, take my purse." I picked up the purse which had fallen out and put it back in his pocket, thanking him, and saying it would be useless to me, for if I were guilty I was content to lose my head. "I hope," I added, "that your wound will not be mortal, and I am deeply grieved at your obliging me to fight." With these words I kissed him on his brow and left the inn, seeing neither horses nor carriage, nor servant. They had all gone off for doctor, surgeon, priest, and the friends and relatives of the wounded man. I was alone and without any weapon, in the midst of a snow-covered country. My hand was wounded, and I had not the slightest idea which was the way to Warsaw. I took the road which seemed most likely, and after I had gone some distance, I met a peasant with an empty sleigh. "Warsaw," I cried, showing him a ducat. He understood me and lifted a coarse mat, with which he covered me when I got into the sleigh, and then set off at a gallop. All at once Branicki, Branicki's bosom friend, came galloping furiously along the road with his bare sword in his hand. He was evidently running after me. Happily, he did not glance at the wretched sleigh in which I was, or else he would undoubtedly have murdered me. I got at last to Warsaw, and went to the house of Prince Adam Czartoryski to beg him to shelter me, but there was nobody there. Without delay, I determined to seek refuge in the convent of the Recollets, which was handy. I rang at the door of the monastery, and the porter, seeing me covered with blood, hastened to shut the door, guessing the object of my visit. But I did not give him the time to do so, but honoring him with a hearty kick, forced my way in. His cries attracted a troop of frightened monks. I demanded sanctuary, and threatened them with vengeance if they refused to grant it. One of their number spoke to me, and I was taken to a little den which looked more like a dungeon than anything else. I offered no resistance, feeling sure that they would change their tune before very long. I asked them to send for my servants, and when they came I sent for a doctor and campioni. Before the surgeon could come, the Palatine of Polduccia was announced. I had never had the honor of speaking to him, but after hearing the history of my duel, he was so kind as to give me all the particulars of a duel he had fought in his youthful days. Soon after came the Palatine of Kalisz, Prince Jablonowski, Prince Sanguska, and the Palatine of Wilna, who all joined in a chorus of abuse of the monks who had lodged me so scurvily. The poor religious excused themselves by saying that I had ill-treated their porter, which made my noble friends laugh, but I did not laugh, for my wound was very painful. However, I was immediately moved into 2 of their best guest rooms. The ball had pierced my hand by the metacarpus under the index finger and had broken the first phalanges. Its force had been arrested by a metal button on my waistcoat, and it had only inflicted a slight wound on my stomach close to the navel. However, there it was, and it had to be extracted, for it pained me extremely. An empiric named Gendron, the first surgeon my servants had found, made an opening on the opposite side of my hand which doubled the wound. While he was performing this painful operation, I told the story of the duel to the company, concealing the anguish I was enduring. What a power vanity exercises on the moral and physical forces! If I had been alone, I should probably have fainted. As soon as the empiric Gendron was gone, the Palatine's surgeon came in and took charge of the case, calling Gendron a low fellow. At the same time, Prince Lubomirski, the husband of the Palatine's daughter, arrived and gave us all a surprise by recounting the strange occurrences which had happened after the duel. Baininski came to where Branicki was lying, and seeing his wound rode off furiously on horseback, swearing to strike me dead wherever he found me. He fancied I would be with Tomatis, and went to his house. He found Tomatis with his mistress, Prince Lubomirski, and Count Myszkinski, but no Casanova was visible. He asked where I was, and on Tomatis replying that he did not know, he discharged a pistol at his head. At this dastardly action, Count Moskzinski seized him and tried to throw him out of the window, but the madman got loose with 3 cuts of his saber, one of which slashed the count on the face and knocked out 3 of his teeth. After this exploit, Prince Lubomirsky continued, he seized me by the throat and held a pistol to my head, threatening to blow out my brains if I did not take him in safety to the court where his horse was, so that he might get away from the house without any attack being made on him by Tomatis' servants, and I did so immediately. Moskzinski is in the doctor's hands and will be laid up for some time. As soon as it was reported that Branicki was killed, his Uhlans began to ride about the town swearing to avenge their colonel and to slaughter you. It is very fortunate that you took refuge here. The chief marshal has had the monastery surrounded by 200 dragoons, ostensibly to prevent your escape, but in reality to defend you from Branicki's soldiers. The doctors say that the postali is in great danger if the ball has wounded the intestines, but if not, they answer for his recovery. His fate will be known tomorrow. He now lies at the Lord Chamberlain S., not daring to have himself carried to his apartments at the palace. The king has been to see him, and the general who was present told his majesty that the only thing that saved your life was your threat to aim at Branicki's head. This frightened him, and to keep your ball from his head, he stood in such an awkward position that he missed your vital parts. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have shot you through the heart, for he can split a bullet into 2 halves by firing against the blade of a knife. It was also a lucky thing for you that you escaped by Ninsky, who never thought of looking for you in the wretched sleigh. My lord, the most fortunate thing for me is that I did not kill my man outright. Otherwise, I should have been cut to pieces just as I went to his help by 3 of his servants, who stood over me with drawn swords. However, the postali ordered them to leave me alone. I am sorry for what has happened to your highness and Count Moskzinski, and if Tomatis was not killed by the madman, it is only because the pistol was only charged with powder. That's what I think, for no one heard the bullet, but it was a mere chance. Quite so. Just then an officer of the Palatin, S. came to me with a note from his master, which ran as follows. Read what the king says to me, and sleep well. The king's note was thus conceived. Branicki, my dear uncle, is dangerous wounded. My surgeons are doing all they can for him, but I have not forgotten Casanova. You may assure him that he is pardoned, even if Branicki should die. I kissed the letter gratefully, and showed it to my visitors, who lauded this generous man truly worthy of being a king. After this pleasant news, I felt in need of rest, and my lords left me. As soon as they were gone, Campioni, who had come in before and had stood in the background, came up to me and gave me back the packet of papers, and with tears of joy congratulated me on the happy issue of the duel. Next day I had shoals of visitors, and many of the chiefs of the party opposed to Branicki sent me purses full of gold. The persons who brought the money on behalf of such a lord or lady said that being a foreigner I might be in need of money, and that was their excuse for the liberty they had taken. I thanked and refused them all, and sent back at least 4,000 ducats, and was very proud of having done so. Campioni thought it was absurd, and he was right, for I repented afterwards of what I had done. The only present I accepted was a dinner for 4 persons, which Prince Adam Czartoryski sent me in every day, though the doctor would not let me enjoy it, he being a great believer in diet. The wound in my stomach was progressing favorably, but on the 4th day the surgeon said my hand was becoming gangrened, and they agreed that the only remedy was amputation. I saw this announced in the court gazette the next morning, but as I had other views on the matter, I laughed heartily at the paragraph. The sheet was printed at night, after the king had placed his initials to the copy. In the morning, several persons came to condole with me, but I received their sympathy with great irreverence. I merely laughed at Count Clary, who said I would surely submit to the operation. And just as he uttered the words, the 3 surgeons came in together. Well, gentlemen, said I, you have mustered in great strength. Why is this? My ordinary surgeon replied that he wished to have the opinion of the other 2 before proceeding to amputation, and they would require to look at the wound. The dressing was lifted, and gangrene was declared to be undoubtedly present, and execution was ordered that evening. The butchers gave me the news with radiant faces, and assured me I need not be afraid as the operation would certainly prove efficacious. Gentlemen, I replied. "You seem to have a great many solid scientific reasons for cutting off my hand, but one thing you have not got, and that is my consent. My hand is my own, and I am going to keep it." "Sir, it is certainly gangrened. By tomorrow the arm will begin to mortify, and then you will have to lose your arm." "Very good. If that proves so, you shall cut off my arm, but I happen to know something of gangrene, and there is none about me." "You cannot know as much about it as we do." "Possibly, but as far as I can make out, you know nothing at all." "That's rather a strong expression." "I don't care whether it be strong or weak. You can go now." In a couple of hours, everyone whom the surgeons had told of my obstinacy came pestering me. Even the Prince Palatine wrote to me that the king was extremely surprised at my lack of courage. This stung me to the quick, and I wrote the king a long letter, half in earnest and half in jest, in which I laughed at the ignorance of the surgeons and at the simplicity of those who took whatever they said for gospel truth. I added that as an arm without a hand would be quite as useless as no arm at all. I meant to wait till it was necessary to cut off the arm. My letter was read at court, and people wondered how a man with gangrene could write a long letter of 4 pages. Lubomirsky told me kindly that I was mistaken in laughing at my friends, for the 3 best surgeons in Warsaw could not be mistaken in such a simple case. "My lord, they are not deceived themselves, but they want to deceive me." "Why should they?" "To make themselves agreeable to Branicki, who is in a dangerous state, and might possibly get better if he heard that my hand had been taken off." "Really, that seems an incredible idea to me." "What will your Highness say on the day when I am proved to be right?" "I shall say you are deserving of the highest praise, but the day must first come." "We shall see this evening, and I give you my word that if any gangrene has attacked the arm, I will have it cut off tomorrow morning." 4 surgeons came to see me. My arm was pronounced to be highly edematous and of a livid color up to the elbow, but when the lint was taken off the wound I could see for myself that it was progressing admirably. However, I concealed my delight. Prince Augustus Sulkowski and the Abbé Gouvel were present, the latter being attached to the Palatine's court. The judgment of the surgeons was that the arm was gangrened and must be amputated by the next morning at latest. I was tired of arguing with these rascals, so I told them to bring their instruments and that I would submit to the operation. At this, they went away in high glee to tell the news at the court, to Branicki, to the Palatine, and so forth. I merely gave my servants orders to send them away when they came. I can dwell no more on this matter, though it is interesting enough to me. However, the reader will no doubt be obliged to me by my simply saying that a French surgeon in Prince Sulkowski's household took charge of the case in defiance of professional etiquette, and cured me perfectly, so I have my hand and my arm to this day. On Easter Day, I went to Mass with my arm in a sling. My cure had only lasted 3 weeks, but I was not able to put the hand to any active employment for 18 months afterwards. Everyone was obliged to congratulate me on having held out against the amputation, and the general consent declared the surgeons grossly ignorant, while I was satisfied with thinking them very great knaves. I must here set down an incident which happened 3 days after the duel. I was told that a Jesuit father from the bishop of the diocese wanted to speak to me in private, and I had him shewn in and asked him what he wanted. "I have come from my lord bishop," said he, "to absolve you from the ecclesiastical censure, which you have incurred by dueling." "I am always delighted to receive absolution, father, but only after I have confessed my guilt. In the present case, I have nothing to confess. I was attacked, and I defended myself. Pray thank my lord for his kindness. If you like to absolve me without confession, I shall be much obliged. If you do not confess, I cannot give you absolution, but you can do this. Ask me to absolve you, supposing you have fought a duel." "Certainly, I shall be glad if you will absolve me, supposing I have fought a duel." The delightful Jesuit gave me absolution in similar terms. He was like his brethren never at a loss when a loophole of any kind is required. 3 days before I left the monastery, that is on Holy Thursday, the marshal withdrew my guard. After I had been to Mass on Easter Day, I went to court, and as I kissed the king's hand, he asked me, as had been arranged, why I wore my arm in a sling. I said I had been suffering from a rheum, and he replied with a meaning smile, "Take care not to catch another." After my visit to the king, I called on Branicki, who had made daily inquiries after my health and had sent me back my sword. He was condemned to stay in bed for 6 weeks longer at least, for the wad of my pistol had got into the wound, and in extracting it, the opening had to be enlarged, which retarded his recovery. The king had just appointed him chief huntsman, not so exalted an office as chamberlain, but a more lucrative one. It was said he had got the place because he was such a good shot. But if that were the reason, I had a better claim to it, for I had proved the better shot for one day at all events. I entered an enormous anteroom in which stood officers, footmen, pages, and lacqueys, all gazing at me with the greatest astonishment. I asked if my lord was to be seen and begged the doorkeeper to send in my name. He did not answer, but sighed and went into his master's room. Directly after, he came out and begged me, with a profound bow, to step in. Branicki, who was dressed in a magnificent gown and supported by pillows and cushions, greeted me by taking off his nightcap. He was as pale as death. "I have come here, my lord," I began, "to offer you my service, and to assure you how I regret that I did not pass over a few trifling words of yours. You have no reason to reproach yourself, M. Casanova. Your Excellency is very kind. I am also come to say that by fighting with me, you have done me an honor which completely swallows up all offense, and I trust that you will give me your protection for the future. I confess I insulted you, but you will allow that I have paid for it. As to my friends, I openly say that they are my enemies unless they treat you with respect. Beninsky has been cashiered and his nobility taken from him. He is well served. As to my protection, you have no need of it. The king esteems you highly, like myself and all men of honor. Sit down, we will be friends. A cup of chocolate for this gentleman. You seem to have got over your wound completely." "Quite so, my lord, except as to the use of my fingers, and that will take some time." "You were quite right to withstand those rascally surgeons, and you had good reason for your opinion that the fools thought to please me by rendering you one-handed. They judged my heart by their own. I congratulate you on the preservation of your hand, but I have not been able to make out how my ball could have wounded you in the hand after striking your stomach." Just then the chocolate was brought, and the chamberlain came in and looked at me with a smile. In 5 minutes the room was full of lords and ladies who had heard I was with Branicki and wanted to know how we were getting on. I could see that they did not expect to find us on such good terms and were agreeably surprised. Branicki asked the question which had been interrupted by the chocolate and the visitors over again. "Your Excellency will allow me to assume the position I was in, as I received your fire." "Pray do so." I rose and placed myself in the position, and he said he understood how it was. A lady said, "You should have put your hand behind your body." "Excuse me, madam, but I thought it better to put my body behind my hand." This sally made Branicki laugh, but his sister said to me, "You wanted to kill my brother, for you aimed at his head." "God forbid, madam. My interest lay in keeping him alive to defend me from his friends." "But you said you were going to fire at his head." "That's a mere figure of speech, just as one says, 'I'll blow your brains out.' The skilled duelist, however, always aims at the middle of the body. The head does not offer a large enough surface." "Yes," said Branicki, "your tactics were superior to mine, and I am obliged to you for the lesson you gave me." "Your Excellency gave me a lesson in heroism of far greater value." "You must have had a great deal of practice with the pistol," continued his sister. "Not at all, madam. I regard the weapon with detestation. This unlucky shot was my first, but I have always known a straight line, and my hand has always been steady." "That's all one wants," said Branicki. "I have those advantages myself, and I am only too well pleased that I did not aim so well as usual. Your ball broke my first phalanges. Here it is, you see, flattened by my bone. Allow me to return it to you." "I am sorry to say I can't return yours, which I suppose remains on the field of battle." "You seem to be getting better, thank God." "The wound is healing painfully. If I had imitated you, I should no longer be in the land of the living. I am told you made an excellent dinner." "Yes, my lord. I was afraid I might never have another chance of dining again." "If I had dined, your ball would have pierced my intestines, but being empty it yielded to the bullet and let it pass by harmlessly." I heard afterwards that on the day of the duel Branicki had gone to confession and mass and had communicated. The priest could not refuse him absolution if he said that honor obliged him to fight, for this was in accordance with the ancient laws of chivalry. As for me, I only address these words to God. Lord, if my enemy kill me, I shall be damned. Deign, therefore, to preserve me from death. Amen. After a long and pleasant conversation, I took leave of the hero to visit the High Constable, Count Bielinski, brother of Countess Salmer. He was a very old man, but the sovereign administrator of justice in Poland. I had never spoken to him, but he had defended me from Branicki's Uhlans and had made out my pardon, so I felt bound to go and thank him. I sent in my name, and the worthy old man greeted me with, "What can I do for you?" "I have come to kiss the hand of the kindly man that signed my pardon, and to promise your excellency to be more discreet in future." "I advise you to be more discreet indeed. As for your pardon, thank the king, for if he had not requested me especially to grant it you, I should have had you beheaded." "In spite of the extenuating circumstances, my lord." "What circumstances? Did you or did you not fight a duel?" "That is not a proper way of putting it. I was obliged to defend myself. You might have charged me with fighting a duel if Branicki had taken me outside the ban, as I requested, but as it was, he took me where he willed and made me fight. Under these circumstances, I am sure your excellency would have spared my head." "I really can't say. The king requested that you should be pardoned, and that shows he believes you to be deserving of pardon. I congratulate you on his good will. I shall be pleased if you will dine with me tomorrow." "My lord, I am delighted to accept your invitation." The illustrious old constable was a man of great intelligence. He had been a bosom friend of the celebrated Poniatowski, the king's father. We had a good deal of conversation together at dinner the next day. "What a comfort it would have been to your excellency's friend," said I, "if he could have lived to see his son crowned King of Poland." "He would never have consented." The vehemence with which he pronounced these words gave me a deep insight into his feelings. He was of the Saxon party. The same day, that is on Easter Day, I dined at the Palatin S. "Political reasons," said he, "prevented me from visiting you at the monastery, but you must not think I had forgotten you, for you were constantly in my thoughts. I am going to lodge you here, for my wife is very fond of your society, but the rooms will not be ready for another 6 weeks. I shall take the opportunity, my lord, of paying a visit to the Palatin of Kiowa, who has honored me with an invitation to come and see him." "Who gave you the invitation?" "Count Bruhl, who is at Dresden. His wife is daughter of the Palatin." "This journey is an excellent idea, for this duel of yours has made you innumerable enemies, and I only hope you will have to fight no more duels. I give you fair warning, be on your guard, and never go on foot, especially at night." I spent a fortnight in going out to dinner and supper every day. I had become the fashion, and wherever I went I had to tell the duel story over again. I was rather tired of it myself, but the wish to please and my own self-love were too strong to be resisted. The king was nearly always present, but feigned not to hear me. However, he once asked me if I had been insulted by a patrician in Venice, whether I should have called him out immediately. "No, sire, for his patrician pride would have prevented his complying, and I should have had my pains for my trouble." "Then what would you have done?" "Sire, I should have contained myself, though if a noble Venetian were to insult me in a foreign country, he would have to give me satisfaction." I called on Prince Myszkinski, and Madame Binetti happened to be there. The moment she saw me, she made her escape. "What has she against me?" I asked the count. "She is afraid of you, because she was the cause of the duel, and now Branicki, who was her lover, will have nothing more to say to her. She hoped he would serve you as he served Tomatis, and instead of that you almost killed her bravo. She lays the fault on him for having accepted your challenge, but he has resolved to have done with her." This Count Myszkinski was both good-hearted and quick-witted, and so generous that he ruined himself by making presents. His wounds were beginning to heal, but though I was the indirect cause of his mishap, far from bearing malice against me, he had become my friend. The person whom I should have expected to be most grateful to me for the duel was Tomatis, but on the contrary, he hated the sight of me and hardly concealed his feelings. I was the living reproach of his cowardice. My wounded hand seemed to show him that he had loved his money more than his honor. I am sure he would have preferred Branicki to have killed me, for then he would have become an object of general execration, and Tomates would have been received with less contempt in the great houses he still frequented. I resolved to pay a visit to the discontented party who had only recognized the new king on compulsion, and some of whom had not recognized him at all. So I set out with my true friend Campioni and one servant. Prince Charles of Curland had started for Venice, where I had given him letters for my illustrious friends who would make his visit a pleasant one. The English ambassador who had given me an introduction to Prince Adam had just arrived at Warsaw. I dined with him at the prince's house, and the king signified his wish to be of the party. I heard a good deal of conversation about Madame de Geoffrin, an old sweetheart of the king's whom he had just summoned to Warsaw. The Polish monarch, of whom I cannot speak in too favorable terms, was yet weak enough to listen to the slanderous reports against me and refused to make my fortune. I had the pleasure of convincing him that he was mistaken, but I will speak of this later on. I arrived at Leopold the 6th day after I had left Warsaw, having stopped a couple of days at Prince Zamoyski's. He had 40,000 ducats a year, but also the falling sickness. I would give all my goods, said he, to be cured. I pitied his young wife. She was very fond of him, and yet had to deny him, for his disease always came on him in moments of amorous excitement. She had the bitter task of constantly refusing him, and even of running away if he pressed her hard. This great nobleman, who died soon after, lodged me in a splendid room utterly devoid of furniture. This is the Polish custom. One is supposed to bring one's furniture with one. At Leopold I put up at an hotel, but I soon had to move from thence to take up my abode with the famous Kamenska, the deadly foe of Branicki, the king, and all that party. She was very rich, but she has since been ruined by conspiracies. She entertained me sumptuously for a week, but the visit was agreeable to neither side, as she could only speak Polish and German. From Leopold I proceeded to a small town, the name of which I forget. The Polish names are very crabbed, to take an introduction from Prince Lubomirski to Joseph Arzuewski, a little old man who wore a long beard as a sign of mourning for the innovations that were being introduced into his country. He was rich, learned, superstitiously religious, and polite exceedingly. I stayed with him for 3 days. He was the commander of a stronghold containing a garrison of 500 men. On the first day, as I was in his room with some other officers, about 11 o'clock in the morning, another officer came in, whispered to Arzuewski, and then came up to me and whispered in my ear, "Venice and St. Mark." "St. Mark," I answered aloud, "is the patron saint and protector of Venice," and everybody began to laugh. It dawned upon me that Venice and St. Mark was the watchword, and I began to apologize profusely, and the word was changed. The old commander spoke to me with great politeness. He never went to court, but he had resolved on going to the Diet to oppose the Russian party with all his might. The poor man, a Pole of the true old leaven, was one of the 4 whom Ripnin arrested and sent to Siberia. After taking leave of this brave patriot, I went to Christianpol, where lived the famous Palatine Potocki, who had been one of the lovers of the Empress Anna Ivanovna. He had founded the town in which he lived and called it after his own name. This nobleman, still a fine man, kept a splendid court. He honored Count Bruhl by keeping me at his house for a fortnight and sending me out every day with his doctor, the famous Styanius, the sworn foe of Van Swieten, a still more famous physician. Although Styanius was undoubtedly a learned man, I thought him somewhat extravagant and empirical. His system was that of Asclepiades, considered as exploded since the time of the great Boerhaave. Nevertheless, he effected wonderful cures. In the evenings, I was always with the Palatine and his court. Play was not heavy, and I always won, which was fortunate and indeed necessary for me. After an extremely agreeable visit to the Palatine, I returned to Leopold, where I amused myself for a week with a pretty girl who afterwards so captivated Count Potocki, Starost of Snyatin, that he married her. This is purity of blood with a vengeance in your noble families. Leaving Leopold, I went to Palavia, a splendid palace on the Vistula, 18 leagues distant from Warsaw. It belonged to the Prince Palatine, who had built it himself. Howsoever magnificent an abode may be, A lonely man will weary of it unless he has the solace of books or of some great idea. I had neither, and boredom soon made itself felt. A pretty peasant girl came into my room, and finding her to my taste, I tried to make her understand me without the use of speech. But she resisted and shouted so loudly that the doorkeeper came up and asked me, coolly, "If you like the girl, why don't you go the proper way to work?" "What way is that?" "Speak to her father, who is at hand, and arrange the matter amicably." "I don't know Polish. Will you carry the thing through?" "Certainly. I suppose you will give 50 florins." "You are laughing at me. I will give 100 willingly, provided she is a maid and is as submissive as a lamb." No doubt the arrangement was made without difficulty, for our hymen took place the same evening, but no sooner was the operation completed than the poor lamb fled away in hot haste, which made me suspect that her father had used rather forcible persuasion with her. I would not have allowed this had I been aware of it. The next morning several girls were offered to me, but the faces of all of them were covered. "Where is the girl?" said I. "I want to see her face." "Never mind about the face, if the rest is all right." "The face is the essential part for me," I replied, "and the rest I look upon as an accessory." He did not understand this. However, they were uncovered, but none of their faces excited my desires. As a rule, the Polish women are ugly, a beauty is a miracle, and a pretty woman a rare exception. At the end of a week of feasting and weariness, I returned to Warsaw. In this manner, I saw Podolia and Volhynia, which were rebaptized a few years later by the names of Galicia and Lodomeria, for they are now part of the Austrian Empire. It is said, however, that they are more prosperous than they ever were before. At Warsaw, I found Madame Jeffrin the object of universal admiration, and everybody was remarking with what simplicity she was dressed. As for myself, I was received not coldly, but positively rudely. People said to my face, "We did not expect to see you here again. Why did you come back?" "To pay my debts." This behavior astonished and disgusted me. The Prince Palatine even seemed quite changed towards me. I was still invited to dinner, but no one spoke to me. However, Prince Adam's sister asked me very kindly to come and sup with her, and I accepted the invitation with delight. I found myself seated opposite the king, who did not speak one word to me the whole time. He had never behaved to me thus before. The next day I dined with the Countess Oginski, and in the course of dinner the Countess asked where the king had supper the night before. Nobody seemed to know, and I did not answer. Just as we were rising, General Roniker came in, and the question was repeated. "At Princess Strasnikowa's," said the general, "and M. Casanova was there." "Then why did you not answer my question?" said the Countess to me. "Because I am very sorry to have been there. His Majesty neither spoke to me nor looked at me. I see I am in disgrace, but for the life of me I know not why." On leaving the house, I went to call on Prince Augustus Sulkowski, who welcomed me as of old, but told me that I had made a mistake in returning to Warsaw, as public opinion was against me. What have I done? Nothing, but the Poles are always inconstant and changeable. Sarmatarum virtus veludi extra ipsos. This inconstancy will cost us dear sooner or later. Your fortune was made, but you missed the turn of the tide, and I advise you to go. I will certainly do so, but it seems to me rather hard. When I got home, my servant gave me a letter which some unknown person had left at my door. I opened it and found it to be anonymous, but I could see it came from a well-wisher. The writer said that the slanderers had got the ears of the king, and that I was no longer a persona grata at court, as he had been assured that the Parisians had burnt me in effigy for my absconding with the lottery money, and that I had been a strolling player in Italy and little better than a vagabond. Such calumnies are easy to utter but hard to refute in a foreign country. At all courts hatred, born of envy, is ever at work. I might have despised the slanders and left the country, but I had contracted debts and had not sufficient money to pay them and my expenses to Portugal, where I thought I might do something. I no longer saw any company, with the exception of Campioni, who seemed more distressed than myself. I wrote to Venice and everywhere else where there was a chance of my getting funds, but one day the general, who had been present at the duel, called on me and told me, though he seemed ashamed of his task, that the king requested me to leave the ban in the course of a week. Such a piece of insolence made my blood boil, and I informed the general that he might tell the king that I did not feel inclined to obey such an unjust order, and that if I left, I would let all the world know that I had been compelled to do so by brute force. "I cannot take such a message as that," said the general, kindly. "I shall simply tell the king that I have executed his orders and no more, but of course you must follow your own judgment." In the excess of my indignation, I wrote to the king that I could not obey his orders and keep my honor. I said in my letter, "My creditors, sire, will forgive me for leaving Poland without paying my debts, when they learn that I have only done so because your majesty gave me no choice." I was thinking how I could ensure this letter reaching the king, when who should arrive but Count Myszkinski. I told him what had happened and asked if he could suggest any means of delivering the letter. "Give it to me," said he. "I will place it in the king's hands." As soon as he had gone, I went out to take the air and called on Prince Sulkowski, who was not at all astonished at my news. As if to sweet the bitter pill I had to swallow, he told me how the Empress of Austria had ordered him to leave Vienna in 24 hours, merely because he had complimented the Archduchess Christina on behalf of Prince Louis of Württemberg. The next day, Count Myszkinski brought me a present of 1,000 ducats from the king, who said that my leaving Warsaw would probably be the means of preserving my life, as in that city I was exposed to danger which I could not expect to escape eventually. This referred to 5 or 6 challenges I had received, and to which I had not even taken the trouble to reply. My enemies might possibly assassinate me, and the king did not care to be constantly anxious on my account. Count Myszkinski added that the order to leave carried no dishonor with it, considering by whom it had been delivered, and the delay it gave me to make my preparations. The consequence of all this was that I not only gave my word to go, but that I begged the Count to thank His Majesty for his kindness, and the interest he had been pleased to take in me. When I gave in, the generous Myszkinski embraced me, begged me to write to him, and accept a present of a traveling carriage as a token of his friendship. He informed me that Madame Bainetti's husband had gone off with his wife's maid, taking with him her diamonds, jewels, linen, and even her silver plate, leaving her to the tender mercies of the dancer, Pick. Her admirers had clubbed together to make up to her for what her husband had stolen. I also heard that the king's sister had arrived at Warsaw from Bialystok, and it was hoped that her husband would follow her. This husband was the real Count Branicki, and the Branicki, or rather Branki or Bragnecki, who had fought with me, was no relation to him whatever. The following day I paid my debts, which amounted to about 200 ducats, and I made preparations for starting for Breslau, the day after, with Count Clary, each of us having his own carriage. Clary was one of those men to whom lying has become a sort of second nature. Whenever such an one opens his mouth, you may safely say to him, "You have lied, or you are going to lie." If they could feel their own degradation, they would be much to be pitied, for by their own fault at last no one will believe them even when by chance they speak the truth. This Count Clary, who was not one of the Clarys of Teplitz, could neither go to his own country nor to Vienna, because he had deserted the army on the eve of a battle. He was lame, but he walked so adroitly that his defect did not appear. If this had been the only truth he concealed, it would have been well, for it was a piece of deception that hurt no one. He died miserably in Venice. We reached Breslau in perfect safety and without experiencing any adventures. Campioni, who had accompanied me as far as Württemberg, returned but rejoined me at Vienna in the course of 7 months. Count Clary had left Breslau, and I thought I would make the acquaintance of the Abbé Bastiani, a celebrated Venetian, whose fortune had been made by the King of Prussia. He was canon of the cathedral and received me cordially. In fact, each mutually desired the other's acquaintance. He was a fine, well-made man, fair-complexioned, and at least 6 feet high. He was also witty, learned, eloquent, and gifted with a persuasive voice. His cook was an artist, his library full of choice volumes, and his cellar a very good one. He was well lodged on the ground floor, and on the first floor he accommodated a lady, of whose children he was very fond, possibly because he was their father. Although a great admirer of the fair sex, his tastes were by no means exclusive, and he did not despise love of the Greek or philosophically kind. I could see that he entertained a passion for a young priest whom I met at his table. This young abbé was Count di Cavalcano, and Bastiani seemed to adore him, if fiery glances signified anything. But the innocent young man did not seem to understand, and I suppose Bastiani did not like to lower his dignity by declaring his love. The canon showed me all the letters he had received from the King of Prussia before he had been made canon. He was the son of a tailor at Venice and became a friar, but having committed some peccadillo which got him into trouble, he was fortunate enough to be able to make his escape. He fled to The Hague, and there met Tron, the Venetian ambassador, who lent him 100 ducats with which he made his way to Berlin and favor with the king. Such are the ways by which men arrive at fortune. Sequer diem. On the event of my departure from Breslau, I went to pay a call on a baroness for whom I had a letter of introduction from her son, who was an officer of the Polish court. I sent up my name and was asked to wait a few moments as the baroness was dressing. I sat down beside a pretty girl who was neatly dressed in a mantle with a hood. I asked her if she were waiting for the baroness like myself. "Yes, sir," she replied. "I have come to offer myself as governess for her 3 daughters." "What, governess at your age?" "Alas, sir, age has nothing to do with necessity. I have neither father nor mother. My brother is a poor lieutenant who cannot help me. What can I do? I can only get a livelihood by turning my good education to account." "What will your salary be?" 50 wretched crowns, enough to buy my dresses." "It's very little." "It is as much as people give." "Where are you living now?" "With a poor aunt, where I can scarce earn enough bread to keep me alive by sewing from morning till night. If you like to become my governess instead of becoming a children's governess, I would give you 50 crowns, not per year, but per month." "Your governess to your family, you mean, I suppose." "I have no family. I am a bachelor, and I spend my time in traveling. I leave at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning for Dresden, and if you like to come with me, there is a place for you in my carriage. I am staying at such an inn. Come there with your trunk, and we will start together." "You are joking. Besides, I don't know you." "I am not jesting, and we should get to know each other perfectly well in 24 hours. That is ample time." My serious air convinced the girl that I was not laughing at her, but she was still very much astonished, while I was very much astonished to find I had gone so far when I had only intended to joke. In trying to win over the girl, I had won over myself. It seemed to me a rare adventure, and I was delighted to see that she was giving it her serious attention by the side glances she kept casting in my direction to see if I was laughing at her. I began to think that fate had brought us together, that I might become the architect of her fortune. I had no doubt whatever as to her goodness or her feelings for me, for she completely infatuated my judgment. To put the finishing stroke on the affair, I drew out 2 ducats and gave them her as an earnest of her first month's wages. She took them timidly, but seemed convinced that I was not imposing on her. By this time the baroness was ready, and she welcomed me very kindly, but I said I could not accept her invitation to dine with her the following day, as I was leaving at daybreak. I replied to all the questions that a fond mother makes concerning her son, and then took leave of the worthy lady. As I went out, I noticed that the would-be governess had disappeared. The rest of the day I spent with the canon, making good cheer, playing ombre, drinking hard, and talking about girls or literature. The next day my carriage came to the door at the time I had arranged, and I went off without thinking of the girl I had met at the Baroness S. But we had not gone 200 paces when the postilion stopped. A bundle of linen whirled through the window into the carriage, and the governess got in. I gave her a hearty welcome by embracing her and made her sit down beside me, and so we drove off. In the ensuing chapter, the reader will become more fully acquainted with my fresh conquest. In the meantime, let him imagine me rolling peacefully along the Dresden road.